This lorry has flipped over, but there's no clear reason as to how it flipped onto its side. There's no debris around or a car it smashed into, so that's odd. I don't really understand why there's so many cars all together in one area in the middle of a field near a road. It's like the end of the world happened, everyone jumped into their cars and then decided to chill and then just disappeared. Zombie child is able to walk around in slippers without them falling off. Zombie child also picks up a toy, which never happens later on in the slightest.
Little girl? I'm a policeman. Little girl.
Little girl doesn't immediately react to sound like they do literally every time later on.
What's the difference between men and women?
That's a joke.
No, serious.
Never met a woman who knew how to turn off a light.
This seems oddly sexist and must be largely untrue. En route to the call, Shane puts on his special shooting hat, but upon arriving at the scene and setting up, he immediately removes it, thus making putting it on in the first place largely redundant. Stormtrooper aiming.
Shane, you do not tell Lori that happened. Ever.
All of these trained police officers are facing in the direction of the car, and yet failed to see the guy clearly getting out of it, and also failed to stop him from shooting Rick.
You hear me? Shh, okay. I'm right here, Rick. You stay with me. You hear me? Shh, that's it. You hear me? Shh, okay.
Consistent shushing, even though Rick isn't talking or even appears to be trying to talk.
Everybody pitched in on these. They want me to bring them down. They send their love, and they hope you come back real soon.
Then they are cheap bastards. How much could a bunch of flowers end up costing when you split it between like 10 or more people? Like fucking 9 cents or something?
I'm just gonna set these on your side table, okay?
By the way, I'm also fucking your wife. See ya! The clock on the wall shows the time as being roughly 18 minutes past 2 and has stopped. Now this would be fairly usual as we don't know how long he's been out of it and so the battery could have gone flat. However, the clock in this room has also stopped at the exact same time. Ah well, look on the bright side. At least he got out of paying for his medical bill. I'd have at least liked one quick scene of him trying to get into the vehicles back at the hospital before walking down the street. I mean, if the military did leave in some kind of an emergency, then you'd assume there's a good chance that a key or two might have been dropped. Sleeping zombie.
Lori.
Shane complains about having never met a woman who can turn off a light switch, and here's Rick living with a woman who leaves her fucking house unlocked and open. Even Rick doesn't shut the door. No swelling or bruising of any kind after having been hit in the face with a fucking shovel.
What else? Anything?
Gunshot ain't enough.
Look, I ask, and you answer.
He did.
We're okay.
No,
Extremely noisy car alarm doesn't trigger all of the zombies to walk towards the sound.
Yeah. Crying to the pillow. You remember?
Father has enough of crying son and tries to suffocate him.
Are we sure they're dead? They have to ask at least one more time.
They did.
Told his son off for not speaking absolutely correct English and then himself says they dead instead of they are dead. Even after the zombie apocalypse, the police still have donuts.
Oh my lord! That feels good, right?
Knows that noise draws walkers and then has a shower and makes as much sound as possible.
Leon Bassett?
No.
Police officer out here. Can I borrow some gas?
Do you plan on returning it? Zombies that can run. Zombies that can climb.
You too. Don't wander too far. Stay within shouting distance. And if you see anything, holler. I'll come running.
Yes, Mom.
Yeah, so irritating talking about saving my life and protecting me. That is definitely not within shouting distance. Leaving camp without literally any kind of weapon, other than the red bucket, of course. Creepy Shane. 1 minute and 20 seconds of awkward and weird making out and sex.
Where are you? Outside?
No, Rick, he's inside the tank. The worst possible way to get someone's attention.
He's up. You're kidding me, right? We're dead because of this stupid asshole.
Andrea.
These guys take off the smartest pieces of clothing anyone has worn since this episode in the entire series, and seemingly for no reason whatsoever other than because plot.
You know what the kid is surviving? Sneaking in and out, tiptoeing, not shooting up the streets like it's the OK Corral.
Every geek for miles around heard you popping off rounds.
Which is something Glenn actually told him to do. Zombies using weapons.
Doing it there anyway.
Trying to flag the helicopter.
Helicopter? Man, that's crap, man. No damn helicopter.
You were chasing
They never heard a very loud helicopter flying over.
a hallucination, imagining things. It happens.
I saw it.
Assuming he hallucinated having seen a fucking helicopter and seemingly for no reason.
Wasting bullets we ain't even got, man. And you bring a morgue down here on our ass, man. Just chill.
Hey, bad enough I got this taco bender on my ass all day. Now I'm gonna take orders from you?
Incredibly racist white guy managed to actually find a multi-ethnic group to take his ass in.
That right, sugar tits. Hey, honey buns, let's say you get me out of these cuffs. We go off somewhere and bump some uglies.
Actual footage from 2016's Black Friday sales.
Don't mean we can't work together, parlay, as long as there's some kind of mutual gain involved.
And what exactly would be his end of the bargain and his mutual gain?
There's a cop staring at me. Would it be considered looting?
No.
I'm sorry.
Their clothing goes from being absolutely covered in guts to being barely smeared at all. Loudly slams the door behind them unnecessarily.
It's gonna work. Can't believe it. Don't draw attention.
What, like by talking, for example? Has to look at his hand to understand the fact that it's raining. Screams to run rather than just saying it normally, since Glenn is literally 2 feet away, and thus by doing so draws the attention of the whole lot of them. Zombie marathon. Zombies climbing fucking fences.
That's you! You did that on purpose! I didn't mean to! I did it on purpose! I'm not saying it!
Saying he did it on purpose when he quite clearly tripped in front of him, having come back to help. Drawing a massive horde of zombies like this is clever. However, doing it with your windows rolled down is not clever. No one says thank you.
I dropped the damn key.
T-Dog's face is now completely healed within the last couple of hours after having been punched in the face several times by an angry Merle.
Nobody's gonna be sad he didn't come back. Except maybe Daryl.
Daryl?
Saying except maybe Daryl when Rick doesn't know who that is, instead of just saying except maybe his brother. Knowing that sound draws walkers and then driving the car all the way back to the camp.
Turn that damn thing off!
I don't know how! Pop the hood, please. Would you pop the damn hood, please? Pop the damn hood!
He acts like a moron here.
Yeah, she's okay! She's okay!
Coming back?
Yes!
Why isn't she with you? Where is she? She's okay?
Yes! Yeah. Fine, everybody is.
He answers in such a retarded way instead of simply saying, they're all in the truck, they're all okay, and they're all going to be here in a minute.
Hey, helicopter boy! Come say hello!
Being given the nickname Helicopter Boy because he said he saw a helicopter in the city. Now Shane's thinking, shit, I can't bang his wife anymore. Does that bitch literally go to stop her son from running to his father?
I barely got them out. You know, I can't tell you how grateful I am to you, Shane. Can't begin to express it.
That's alright. He's been collecting on that debt in the form of regular pussy.
My point. Dixon's alive, and he's still up there, handcuffed on that roof. That's on us.
He just got through talking about how it was all his fault and how he'd take responsibility, and then ends it by saying that because he's still on the roof, it's on all of them. It's very contradictory and it doesn't make a lot of sense.
I knew I would.
You're getting cocky now. A little bit.
What a fucking dumbass reply.
He won't wake up.
Having sex whilst your kid is literally 5 feet away is messed up. Local hungry businessman is beaten up for his lunch. Despite knowing that to kill one you have to cut its head off or cause severe brain injury, you've got some of these guys hitting its legs and seemingly stabbing it in the butt with a pitchfork.
What do you know about it, old man? You take that stupid hat and go back to On Golden Pond.
Oh, I forgot he used to be a cunt.
Hey,
Squirrel attack.
just tell me where he is, so I can go get him.
He'll show you. Isn't that right?
Not only is this her changing her mind incredibly quickly, but also doing so without discussing it with Rick first, as he may have had a change of heart now that he met Daryl. But it also feels more like, hey Rick, fuck off so I can keep shagging Shane.
I'm going back.
She brought it up and now she's looking like she's pissed off.
Yes.
I'm not sitting there with anybody.
Not you, Shane. Lori least of all. Tell her that.
He doesn't need to, as it was literally her idea that she mentioned probably 5 minutes ago.
You went through hell to find us. You just got here and you're gonna turn around and leave?
It was your fucking idea!
To hell with the guns. Shane is right. Merle Dixon? He's not worth one of your lives, even with guns thrown in.
So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that she was just being stupidly full of attitude earlier when she said Rick would show him the way. Which is so retarded given that she did it in front of everyone and only after he said he was asking and not telling her, and she gave her opinion which was to not go, which he didn't argue with, and so assumingly was thus settled. Adding 5 cents for how stupid this is.
I tell you what, we get back, you can strip that van down to the bare metal.
Come on, let's...
Doing this when you know that walkers are drawn to sound. Even if you're being impatient, it's still common sense. The fact that after only just reuniting, Rick and his wife don't even say goodbye to each other.
I tell you what! Come here! Come here! Get off me!
This is literally the best thing that Shane ever does in the entire series, and I loved him for it. Kicking the shit out of this absolute piece of human garbage was nothing short of brilliant. For this, I'll remove a sin. Annoyingly, these women then ruin it by treating him like he's some kind of monster, despite the fact that he viciously attacked his wife, and not for the first time, and he was a lazy piece of crap who definitely would have ended up hurting one of the other women at some point. I'd have given him a high five. That is nowhere near enough blood, considering he cut through arteries and veins and bones, and there's just a tiny bit of blood on the top of the saw, not even on the blade really, and some on the cuff itself.
What? Nothing.
Something. 3 minutes of talking about fishing. Magically, blood has now appeared around the hand and saw. Daryl decides that no meat should ever be wasted, as was taught to him as a child, and neatly packs away his lunch. I don't think it really requires most of the camp to make their way out there to speak to one guy who happens to be fraggling.
Jim, they're not going to say it, so I will. You're scaring people. You're scaring my son and Carol's daughter.
I got nothing to be scared of.
So if they are so scared, then why bring them all the way out there to watch them talk to him?
And if I don't, then what? Then you're gonna beat my face in like Ed Peltier, aren't you? Y'all seen his face, huh? What's left of it?
Yeah, the poor guy was only beating the shit out of his wife. It's not exactly a reason to hurt the guy, was it? Fucking retard.
You weren't there. Ed was out of control. He was hurting his wife.
That is their marriage, that is not his.
This is just stupid logic, and no one bothers to point this out to him. It's like saying it's just the homeowner's problem when someone decides to break in and attack them.
You keep your boy close. You don't never let him out of your sight.
Why bother going over and crouching in front of him to just not say a word and then get up and walk away? Rick lives by the motto, what happens in Atlanta stays in Atlanta.
What the hell is this?
Asthma attack. Couldn't get his breath all of a sudden.
Yeah, something tells me he's not fucking referencing to that, Glenn. The best defense is absolutely no fucking defense whatsoever. This is getting synced because human reactions are not to just get touched and slowly ponder the situation, but instead to recoil quickly and freak out a little. This girl's reaction is no reaction, and that is sinful. It takes 7 fucking seconds for them to actually begin to react to the situation. I know some people will say, perhaps it's shock, but it's more down to natural human reactions instead. Stupidly gets bitten and then decides to walk just 3 feet away and fall to her knees to then get bitten again. One more time, I'll state that normal human reactions would be that you are injured and in pain, so you bloody run away from the situation. Removing a sin here for this piece of outstanding acting, which really hits the nail on the head for exactly how I think most people would be when they've just lost a loved one suddenly in front of them.
Clean in the brain from here. Hell, I can hit a turkey between the eyes from this distance.
No. God's sakes, let her be.
This is a dumb statement, considering she's had all night long to deal with her situation and her sister's death, and as a result, she's now putting everyone else at risk.
Amy,
No.
we want to be with our people.
Well, that's kind of racist. Man gives birth en route to the CDC.
Jenner here. It's day 194 since wildfire was declared.
Why is a top-level government camera inside a top-notch government facility such a shitty quality?
Everybody back to the cars. Let's go move.
The camera, it moved.
You imagined it.
Why would you assume that he imagined it? This is like the helicopter in the city situation from before.
Hello? Anybody infected?
One of our group was. He didn't make it.
Then it really doesn't need to be mentioned, does it? That answering a twitchy trigger finger could have ended up getting you killed.
Are we underground?
Well, you were on ground level, and then you just took an elevator down, so logic would dictate yes.
Me, we haven't thanked our host properly.
He is more than just our host.
Puts his hand out to appear modest, but then decides to hell with that and puts his hand down in the next frame.
They opted out. There was a rash of suicides.
I know it fits the narrative of the story, however I don't think it's likely that within mere weeks of the military up and leaving that the scientists would straight up give up on finding a cure, aka doing their job to cure the worst disease in history, and then give up on living altogether, considering they had food, water, electricity, hot showers, beds, and stations to continue working at.
There's a rec room down the hall that you kids might enjoy. Just don't plug in the video games, okay? Or anything that draws power.
But he really needed to have the big lights on in the main room as well as the computers, even though he wasn't going to use any of it, and thus sucked even more power from the generators. But yeah, don't turn on the PS3. Go easy on the hot water, he said, but then the lot of them just stand in it, enjoying it, instead of, I don't know, fucking shampooing or something. Stressed out cop gets drunk cliché. Yep, really making good use of that limited hot water supply, aren't you?
How's the blood?
No surprises.
Whilst the kids are bored in the rec room, this guy's got every single fucking light imaginable on. The corridor behind them looks like the sun is at the other end.
You alright?
You don't know what it's like.
Getting drunk whilst you're not only responsible for your family, but also for the group. I know he's safe for the first time in ages, but in their situation, you never know when something bad might happen.
There may be some people like me.
There's nothing left anywhere. Nothing. That's what you're really saying, right?
No, he's saying he doesn't know.
The air conditioning stopped.
Why the hell would you leave the air conditioning system on when you are already underground as it is? Seems like these guys didn't have a clue about making all of the generators last, and you can't tell me that no one could program the computer system to turn that pointless stuff off around the start of it all happening.
We all
Not only is this a waste of bullets, but in his anger he might go and destroy the one computer that could actually let them out. Hitting two separate panes of glass instead of concentrating on weakening the same one. What the fuck is he doing? Everyone knows they've got 5 seconds to let go and run.
Keep moving. Keep your eyes open. I don't know, just be safe.
This entire time that Rick has been on the radio, poor old Morgan could have been trying to get a hold of him but had to wait 10 minutes for him to finish his damn monologue.
A whole bunch of stuff we can find. Siphon more fuel from these cars for a start.
Maybe some water?
Food?
This is a graveyard.
Yes, Laurie, if we see a whole bunch of food lorries, we will respect the dead and leave it well enough alone.
I don't know how.
Well, clearly you do know how you feel, but I bet when she's dying of thirst and hunger, she'll soon change her dumbass mind.
Were we short on water?
This incredibly dumb move has earned the series 5 sins for being so utterly ridiculous. You find all of this water and the first thing you do is waste tons of it when you don't exactly know if you're going to be running low again in the future. Retarded. I know she's likely just trying to put the gun back together to use it here, but it would make way more sense just to remain quiet. Well, this would be the quickest way to get some kind of zombie-type infection into his gaping open forearm wound. Zombie Grand Theft Auto. This again is really dumb, because the parents just kind of let the children move on their own, when I think it's safe to say in the real world you'd tell them to wait a good 5 minutes until no zombies can be heard whatsoever, and then the parents look to see if it's safe, and then the children come out. Yeah, by all means, don't allow her to help save the life of her only child. No one manages to get out from under a car to help the girl in all this time. Seriously, how much scarier was it when the zombies actually ran like this? Removing a sin.
Sophia, you have to do exactly as I say. Hide in there. Squeeze him tight. I'll draw him away from you. Listen.
If he had just held her by the hand and ran, they'd have easily got away.
Check this one out. Whoa, it's a hatchet.
Be careful, don't play with those.
They're really.
How do you know?
I'm going with you. New people, right? To cover as much ground as possible.
Cool. I can't always be the bad guy.
This here is the absolute height of stupidity. They know for a fact there are zombies in the woods and that it's very dangerous terrain, and yet they decide to take a little child along with them. Retarded.
All I wanted after my sister died was to get out of this endless, horrific nightmare we live every day. I wasn't hurting anyone else. You took my choice away, Dale.
Well, in fairness, she could have killed herself before now, since she's had a gun all this time. Also, it's an odd time for Dale to remove her gun, given that she had it before now anyway, and nothing has happened to indicate that she might try and take her life right now. Adding 2 sins. 1 minute and 29 seconds of time wasting inside a church.
I want to stay too. I'm her friend.
Which, of course, as we know, gives me special finding skills. 1 minute and 42 seconds of extra time wasting inside a church.
It is in your face every time you look at him. And when Sophia ran, he didn't hesitate, did he? Not for a second. I don't know that any of us would have gone after her the way he did.
Removing a sin here for her actually saying some decent stuff for once in this whole series. Here, Carl acts like he's never seen an animal before or been to a fucking zoo. I mean, what? Did they think it was going to stand there whilst he went up and started petting it? Red and bloodied face? Suddenly clean face.
My end, your end is being here. For your son. Even if he didn't need your blood to survive, there's no way I'd ever let you walk out that door, man. I'd break your legs if you tried. I mean, you know.
What the fuck is with all the talk about Rick staying? I mean, he's the father, so Shane should go. It makes no sense to have this long-ass discussion about the subject. Just go and bloody get her already.
Shot? What do you mean, shot?
Probably with like a gun and bullet, I'd imagine.
And you've done this surgery before on what? Cows? Pigs?
Ungrateful bitch. Why do these people hate water so much? Do they think there will always be an infinite supply for them to wash with and drink? Shane's getting a sin for being an idiot and running the shower when he's not even in it.
Hey. Hey. We're here, okay?
I think that much was understood by your physically being in the house.
You should have seen it. What? Deer.
Seriously, it's just a fucking deer. They're everywhere, and this kid evidently never went to a petting zoo or anything growing up. Wow.
Aren't you gonna...
No, he ain't hurt nobody. Not wasting air either. He made his choice. Opted out.
In fairness, he didn't opt out. He got bit, as the note said.
No, ma'am. Merle's no longer with us. Daryl gave us those. His brother.
Not sure I call him a friend.
Yeah, he's only saved your life twice now.
Do you forgive me for... Do you forgive me?
I'm trying.
Oh, for fuck's sake, get over it, you twat. If they really wanted to make this beef she has with him fly, then in reality they should have made her clearly be pissed at him after leaving the CDC. Because right now it looks like she was pretty much okay, then he took a gun and she got angry.
How is he?
He'll pull through.
Anyone ever notice how Dale always looks like he's either seen a monster or has ran 5 miles?
Will you share his final moments? Please. I need to hear. I need to know his death had meaning.
Well, you can know his death had meaning and not know about his final moments. The two are completely different. One is, his death had meaning. He died to save a child. And the other is, well, he was screaming whilst having his entrails pulled out and eaten in front of him. See the difference? Seems to me to be a large waste of rocks, given that they don't have a body.
I'd prefer you not carrying guns on my property. We've managed so far without turning this into an armed camp.
This is really dumb, because no actual reason is given. If this were reality, they'd have at least questioned him a little as to what the downside of carrying on the land would be, because there's a lot more pros to cons in that argument.
Miss, what's the water situation here?
Got 5 wells on our land. House draws directly from number 1. Number 2 well's right over there.
So let me get this straight. They found all that water on the interstate, probably like 2 or 3 months worth, and then they just left it there? All that time they waited there while searching for the girl and no one thought to pack a few into the vehicles?
If that thing hasn't contaminated the water yet, blowing its brains out will finish the job.
Yeah, she's right. Can't risk it.
So it has to come out alive.
Now this I never understood, because even if they got the walker out of there, I wouldn't be caught dead drinking the water, because it's had a big fat naked dude swimming in it. Instead, the smart option is to go up to the interstate and bring back all that nice clean bottled water. This is worth 5 cents easy.
It wasn't that bad, was it?
Look, I don't even know if I like you.
But you're thinking about it. You should.
Yeah, because he was definitely the one that came off as being rude in that exchange. Eating a squirrel raw. f***ing
I've seen people that I cared about die and come back, and they're not people.
My wife and stepson are in that barn. They're people.
This is so dumb, because no one thinks to use the CDC argument. The fact that they were shown evidence, all of them were, that the part of the brain that makes someone human dies forever. That argument should absolutely have been used.
You didn't have to come. You can hate me from a distance. Please, say something.
Jesus, get f***ing over it. He didn't even really say anything remotely bad to her, and yet we're being subjected to this childish BS.
Maggie,
I asked for your trust and you betrayed it. Now my dad's pissed at me. Your turn.
Why though, considering Dale just mentioned that he happened across the barn and heard the walkers inside by chance? Glenn was never mentioned in any way. Perhaps if they wanted this to make sense, they should have made it obvious Herschel was suspicious of how Dale knew, or that he knew Maggie had told Glenn or something. I think in reality they'll have just taken a car into town and parked up outside and taken literally everything. It's pointless to leave all that stuff there, all in the belief that someone else may need it. Walkers that are able to stay incredibly quiet even when you are loudly talking and making noise just moments beforehand. Incredibly CGI zombie looks incredibly CGI-y.
We got your stuff.
Maggie,
This is so retarded because basically they left the town, they rode all the way back, and instead of being grateful for being alive, she somehow is really pissed upon getting back.
Got your special delivery right here. We got your lotion, special conditioner, your soap opera digest. Next time you want something, get us your damn self. We're not your errand boys.
Again, this is dumb. Glenn offered to go and initially she even turned him down. In fact, he clearly wanted to go and be helpful, and on top of that he never asked Maggie to come. I realise she's angry having almost died for the morning after pill, but to have this reaction seems way over the top and unlikely.
This? You want me to bring a baby into this? To live a short, cruel life?
How can you think like that?
We can't protect the son we already have.
So this is the solution.
Rick, I threw them up. I screwed up.
This is insanely contradictory. One second she's saying, how can we bring a baby into this world? And the next she's saying, I made a mistake, I threw up the pills. Crazy lady.
why would you waste an egg like that?
We now return to pointless relationship shenanigans on a farm. But yes, wasting an egg is an extra sim for stupidity.
I'm not leaving until we find Sophia.
Oh, you're not, are you?
You alright?
Just let me be. Stupid bitch.
I know that he spent a great deal of time and energy trying to find the girl, and obviously this comment pissed him off, but reacting like this was totally out of character and didn't make a great deal of sense. For the conversation to turn out this way, she should have been a lot harsher and not stated that she cared about him. Otherwise, it's kind of dumb.
Hi, honey.
You know, I never realised before, but for a girl in her early 20s, she sure spends a great deal of time ignoring people when she's pissed, and it's really getting annoying now that I've noticed it. This is easily the third time now.
Maggie? Hey.
Okay, so now I'm saying this, since I only just raised it as a real annoyance just 10 minutes ago, and she's already doing the whole childish ignoring thing.
Listen, Beth's in some kind of catatonic shock. We need Herschel.
Yeah, so what?
So I need you to run into town real quick and bring him and Rick back.
Why the hell would she ask him to go into town to go and get back Rick, who was already looking for Herschel as it is? It makes literally no sense whatsoever.
They're looking for that little girl every single day. I took a bullet and an arrow in the process. Don't you tell me about me getting my hands dirty. You want those two idiots? Have a nice ride.
Random anger is random, and in the process of being random, again, makes no sense at all. I guess he's upset the girl is dead, but for f***'s sake, he went and attended the funeral, all normal, and then breaks down out of the blue like this. Did they remove the license plate after stealing it? Seriously? She leaves the farm and gets like f***ing half mile down the road and already does some dumb shit and gets in trouble. Moron! Obviously I can't show the whole scene on YouTube, but I love this moment because it just showed off how badass Rick was, and I always thought it was great how quick it all went down. I'll remove a sin here.
Don't do this. Please. I've already lost my girl.
Yeah, that wasn't my problem neither.
Once again, this is kind of dumb, because he's treating a mother who's just lost her child so randomly and out of the blue like a bitch, and for no reason at all. I wish they'd put more time into properly explaining away his sudden attitude change. Now, isn't this the height of fucking stupidity? He literally silently sneaks up behind a nervous guy with a gun and then seems surprised by his reaction.
Are you here? No. No.
Glenn pointlessly adds a fake-out moment by refusing to speak after being called multiple times.
All right, son, we have to go.
Don't leave me, please.
We have to go.
I can't. He was just shooting at us. He's a kid. Please help me. This place is crawling with walkers. You can't leave him.
Well, I thought earlier that was the height of stupidity, but no, this definitely is. Rick wants to save a guy who was literally just trying to kill him, and it's so dumb it's unreal.
Here, we're going to have to find some tinder, cauterize the wound so he doesn't bleed out.
All right, no choice.
No, there is a fucking choice. You just leave him there and or put a bullet in his head and then leave. Because standing up, going over to it, turning around, sitting and picking it up is too much effort. Actual footage of bus takers ready to travel to the Black Friday sales in town.
You eat up all your food, we'll get you up and out of here and go take a walk. What do you say? It'd do good to be outside.
You're pregnant? How could you do that?
Fucking numpty. Apparently when these guys steal a car, the very first thing they do is remove the license plate. Because no reason. What the hell was the point in cutting your finger and putting the blood there when the walker was already coming towards the fence anyway? 5 cents for making a mistake you wouldn't make in real life, and further would now leave you with an injured finger. That last punch's sound effect comes from the punching a tomato sound effects pack. I'm pretty sure in this instance that Rick just put him into the trunk with his legs hanging outside. They should have thought about moving the red canister on the right hand side of the first person view, since after they cover his head it's clearly on his left.
What are you gonna do?
We have no choice. He's a threat. We have to eliminate the threat.
You're just gonna kill him?
No, Dale. We're gonna give him puppies, kittens and hugs until he realises he's not a bad guy anymore. This shit pisses me off with Dale, acting like they are bad people for killing someone who is such an obvious threat.
You think about your son. The message that you're giving him. Shoot first, think later.
I'm now sinning the fact that Rick doesn't point out that this kid was shooting at them in town, and that he knows exactly where they are and how to get there. It's fucking dumb.
You're a civil rights lawyer.
Was.
You fight with words, the power of ideas. Using a gun, that's his way.
Once again, this is idiotic. Dale is bringing up her past as though she's still practicing law, but then jumps right to saying that using a gun to murder someone in cold blood is his way, as in Shane's. But what this sidelines is the fact that Shane was a police officer before, and that's just forgotten about and not mentioned.
I want to know what it's like to sleep without keeping one eye open. I mean, ain't that what we all want?
That's a sweet hat. I'm Randall. What's your name?
So basically, they can perfectly hear Shane talking outside, but they can't hear him inside talking to Carl.
She's in a better place.
No, she's not. Heaven is just another lie. And if you believe it, you're an idiot.
Incredibly random change here in his personality that's so random I just have to give it 10 sins as it's so retarded. He's literally never acted like this, and literally nothing has happened to him to provoke this kind of response in the slightest. Once again, even more sins are incoming, since Rick has only just spoken to him about thinking first and making things right with Carol, and the first thing they make him do is steal a gun and go wandering in the forest. It's incredibly terrible writing, and it's so unrealistic. At least make him tell Rick to go to hell and run off angry, and then this happens, as at least that'd be understandable to the storyline.
Are y'all gonna watch, too? No, you'll go hide your heads in your tents and try to forget that we're slaughtering a human being. Whoa.
Dale seems to forget that before the world ended, in a civilized country like the USA, they would kill people. Now, they don't know 100% that the guy murdered anyone, but he still tried to kill Rick and Glenn. But none of that is mentioned, and again, it's just irritating as shit.
Help! Over here! Help! Run! Oh, hang in there, buddy.
I know the general idea is that these walkers are really strong, and that's okay, but the fact that we're supposed to believe that they can tear into a person's torso and rip it wide open is far-fetched to say the least.
I need to make sure every time I leave the farm, all hell doesn't break loose.
Then maybe you should stop leaving.
Will you keep an eye on things?
Of course.
Well, there's two sins here. Firstly, Rick of course will sometimes have to leave, to gather supplies or to do other things, and if she's referring to taking the guy out and then bringing him back, etc., then she should just say it. The second sin is that she says, of course, at the end, which would have saved a lot of time if she'd just fucking said it at the start of the conversation.
I think it's probably a bad idea for both of us, but... Hey, Carl. Come on back.
Here, Shane trolls Carl by letting him walk almost all the way away before then calling him back again.
You can put your stuff upstairs in my room.
Your dad in the house? I'm just gonna put my stuff over there.
Jesus, dude, stop being such a little bitch already, would you?
That's pointless. Leave me alive.
Not using a flashlight beforehand when it's clearly pitch black.
So that's your gun, huh?
Yeah. It's my favorite piece, too. You know, wish he killed me when I found his sorry ass.
Yep, none of that definitely doesn't sound disingenuous. Here I'm going to remove 2 sins, since this is a really great moment, and Rick's reaction to killing his friend is incredibly well done, I think. None of these walkers are running like they did back in Season 1. You can't tell me every single one of the hundreds of them never died fairly recently in order to be able to run. Zombies that, for some reason, are able to open RV doors.
I checked the shed and I can't find him anywhere.
Not in the cellar or the attic.
Why can't he listen for once? Okay. He followed his daddy. He went that way.
No, you'll lead him right to him. We can't stay here.
Jesus Christ. Herschel has so far fired 14 shots from that shotgun and hasn't once stopped to fucking reload. I can't show too much on YouTube, so I'll go ahead and count how many shots happen after this and add a sim for each.
No. The highway's back there. That's where they'll be. Rick will go back to where we first broke down in Glen 2.
We're headed east. Get to the coast. We should have done that from the jump. But we've got a shot to get out of here in one piece.
I gotta find Carl. He may have escaped with somebody.
I hate to say it, but they're on their own.
Check out fucking T-Dog trying to start up his own harem as soon as he's left the main group of dudes with a couple of women.
Where'd you find everyone? Well, this guy's taillight zigzagging all over the road. Figured he had to be Asian driving like that.
Racism.
Pull ourselves together, build a life for each other. I know it's out there, we just have to find it.
Even if we do find a place, we think it's safe. We can never be sure for how long.
Well, that's helpful, Maggie. Should we just go ahead and eat a bullet now then, in that case, you bloody dope? This literally makes no sense whatsoever. It's so irritating because a few episodes ago she was the one telling Rick Shane was dangerous, and now she finds out Shane tried to lead Rick to the woods to kill him. Rick ended up killing him, and then he turned and Carl put him down, and this is how she reacts. It's so dumb. It makes no sense, and it's one of the biggest sins of Season 2. So I'll be giving 10 sins here.
We're not safe with him. Keeping something like that from us? Why do you need him? He's just gonna pull you down.
And I'm basing this upon nothing, as there's never been a single piece of evidence which points to that fact. Do you really have to get that close to kill an owl? Was he hoping to eventually put the end of the arrow to its head before pulling the trigger? Hey, there's Laurie! And that's a fucking sin. Herschel's gone into full hobo mode. That's rather uncalled for. It's still food in the end of the day, and that stuff often has a lot of protein in it. Or would you rather starve? It's not like Rick is thinking of going and hitting up fucking KFC later on. I have never known a prison that builds watchtowers along the edge of the prison, but then uses a simple wire fence with just barbed wire along the top. It's like they've confused elements of a high security prison with elements of a low security one. Could really have done with Herschel's infinite shotgun ammo hack here. The Walking Dead loves to show the apocalypse as vehicles randomly placed on their sides, but it doesn't make a great deal of sense. If they wanted to block that gate, they could have just parked it really close to the fence, and at least then you can still use it if you have to. They also seemingly tipped it away from the fence, hence why the wheels are facing towards us, whereas tipping it towards the fence would have made a lot more sense if you wanted to permanently close it off. Oh, also, in a real prison you wouldn't have barbed wire missing from the side of the fence here.
Bethy, sing Patty Riley for me. I haven't heard that, I think, since your mother was alive.
Yeah, it will also help to launch your album and singing career. 1 minute and 40 seconds of singing and drawing walkers to your fence. I think hitting them on the helmet with a knife has just got to equal a sin. Jesus, go and have a fucking shower first. He's kissing her arm and she's got zombie blood all over it.
If I do, if there is any chance, you put me down immediately. You don't hesitate.
Wow, you want to say something like this and you'll have takers lined up around the block to kill your annoying ass. I wouldn't even hesitate if I thought there was a 1% chance that she was kind of acting like a walker.
It's far enough.
Not locking the gate behind them when they rushed in Herschel a minute ago.
If he dies, you need to be there for that. You think you can do this? Maggie will be there.
In this situation, you'd want to make your group look bigger than it actually is. So even though Herschel is in a bad way, it's more important to have Glenn out the front with the rest of the guys to have a show of force. The reason for this is because ultimately it's far more important to look after the safety and security of everyone in the group rather than one person.
As far as we can see, at least half the population's been wiped out.
And how exactly did you come to that conclusion? For that to be true, they'd have to have come across as many people alive as there are dead, and we know that hasn't happened. Some may say he's lying, but he's told the truth up until now about everything, and it wouldn't make much sense to lie about that one point.
If we can get him through this...
When we get him through this.
Unrealistically fast verbal reflexes there in interrupting her and correcting her sentence. Bitch.
You look disgusting.
Whilst I 100% agree with Carol, she can't really say that, since she's not covered in dirt or walker blood, she's not dripping with sweat and her hair isn't all greasy and clumped up together because it hasn't been washed in months. She actually looks pretty normal. But yeah, she's disgusting.
And that's where you aim. These things only go down with a headshot.
You ain't gotta tell us how to take out a man.
Yes, because clearly you're all murderers being kept in a low security prison.
They were good men.
Clearly. Hence why they're in prison. The fact that he's not waking up and screaming the place down because his lower leg was cut off with an axe.
That'd be the son of a bitch you'd really want to be scared.
Thank you.
She's looking at Andrea like, how could you say thank you? When technically he is right. They weren't safe, and now they're being looked after since he found them. He had a gun on them initially, but then he also didn't know exactly what they'd do to him either. The absolute smartest thing to do in this instance is just to say thank you and make sure you're safe.
They call you that?
Some nicknames stick whether you want them to or not.
Buzz is a nickname, Governor's a title.
No, Governor is a nickname too.
Not the Four Seasons, but there's a hot shower. Water's limited, so I'll keep it short. We got food, water, fresh clothes.
I really don't think you'd lay all of this out for perfect strangers. I mean, fuck me, look at the amount of blueberries there.
That's not what your patrols do on the way in last night. They had a dead one strung up like an ornament.
How does she know that that was these guys? She was in and out of consciousness with a blindfold on or something over her eyes, and furthermore was driving fast at the time. How about instead of just assuming it was them, she actually just asks, and really what the hell is the problem with it in the first place? This to me just seemed like trying to pick a fight with someone when you are in the best position in the world after having been in the worst position for almost a year. For this I'll add 5 sins, since I'm betting all of us would be more than happy to shut up and enjoy the safety rather than being a bitch over tiny things.
Name's Andrea.
What, you know her?
No.
I'll die before I'll let that happen.
Getting really sick and tired of the way she's glaring at him when all he's done is give them a safe place to spend the night. Food, water, shower, bed, medical care, and again safety, and now breakfast and tea. But she's glaring at him like he's kicking her shin under the bloody table every 15 seconds, and it's annoying as hell. Hate the guy later on when he deserves it, but not right now, as it just doesn't make sense. Adding yet another 5 sins for this, as it just simply would not happen.
Sorry I cut breakfast short, but just can't wait.
We want our weapons.
Once again, this reaction is annoying as hell.
Yeah, the other guys didn't make it, I'm sorry. But Wells, he told me I would find you here. He wants me to bring you to him.
They found Wells. They got him. They found him.
We sure did.
He's like 10 feet further away. I think he heard. Dribbling while smashing his head in.
Go put a merciful end to that young man's days.
Go put a muscle into that young man's knees. Okay.
You know how many friends' corpses we had to drag out this week? Just threw them out like... These were good guys.
I'm not going to say every single prisoner is a bad person because I know for a fact that that's not the case. But they can't keep trying to use an argument that the inmates were good people. For one, prisoners for the most part act very differently with other prisoners than they do people on the outside or guards.
They'll just be waiting for a chance to grab our weapons. You want to go back to sleeping with one eye open?
I never stopped.
Oh yes, don't elaborate on that point. Is he trying to say he secretly deep down suspects someone in the group will try to kill him, or is he just simply saying that he doesn't feel safe in the prison? Either way, the statement on its own with no explanation is worth a sin. Do you have to touch it to know it's blood? That's sin number 1. But sin number 2 is that these morons rocked up back to the camp with a false story regarding the soldiers in mind and even allowed the people to look around the vehicles. Yet they decided for one reason or another not to wash down some of the blood on the way back.
You'd think one soldier would drive away. Especially against something so slow. Lots of bullet holes. You think biters figured out how to use weapons?
Once again, this is both dumb and nonsensical. You've got her, who is suspicious of this guy who has lots of armed men at his back, but instead of just knowing he likely killed them and then telling Andrea and leaving with her as intended, she decides the best course of action is to play detective and annoyingly try and blatantly tell him that she thinks he killed them, risking both of their lives if he tries to silence them. We now return to Michonne walks around slowly scowling at people and saying dumb shit that would almost get her killed. Considering literally just 6 seconds passed during that over-the-shoulder pan, those walkers moved incredibly quickly and then slowed down again.
Can't tell if this is the arm or the leg.
Woohoo!
Where is she? Where is she?
Oh, no. No.
Here I'm going to go quite serious after the last sin removals and say that this bit genuinely really hit me in the feels. I think Maggie and Rick's acting were off the charts amazing and I truly felt for him. So here I'll remove 2 sins. Seriously? take some sins for acting like such a douchebag, and in a way that really wouldn't happen.
I'm here. Daddy still loves you.
Walkers that become calmed when cuddled. Once again, what the hell is the point in doing this?
1 against 4, all of us armed to the teeth, and you with just your little pig sticker? No, 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 Michonne.
Really? She stayed completely silent in the trees all this time, never making a single sound up there?
We're dying here.
Mirage phone call.
She said it was safe.
It is. No attacks.
Mirage phone call number 2.
No. All right.
Herschel's signature infinite nodding hack. This show is seriously trying to tell us that you can just hide in what is actually a pretty open view of the woods. I know it's all for fun and they're trying to paint a picture of her being a badass ninja warrior, but this is just silly. And here's Michonne just getting back from a trip to the further.
Hello?
You didn't want to tell him how your wife died?
Mirage phone call number 3. This could literally only happen in The Walking Dead. I mean, both of them have their guns trained on him, and he's not only able to get his gun from behind his back, bring it out in front of himself, but also fire a shot and in the process take her hostage. Bloody hell.
What happened, Rick?
Mirage phone call number 4. I mean, come on, I can understand a slight mental breakdown, but to imagine multiple phone calls like this is just retarded.
You an asshole out there. Just like you were on that rooftop back there in Atlanta.
Being reasonable though, Glenn didn't do shit to him on that roof, and he never had the key to unlock him either, so blaming him makes zero sense at all.
What y'all did? Leaving me up there? People wouldn't do that to an animal.
No, sadly, some people would do that to an animal, and those people are called scum.
It's close to you. Her soft lips are touching you. Here, all over here.
He's now coming across less scary and more sensual.
Here, all over here, and over here. Feels good, don't it?
After cutting off the head of the first zombie, she randomly decides to go for a stomach stab, knowing full well it will do literally nothing in terms of slowing him down. She may as well just simply have kicked him and it'll have the exact same results and effect.
You want to tell us your name? You want to tell us your name?
Y'all come on in here.
I'm really hoping she's delirious, because otherwise she's even more rude than I originally gave her credit for back in part 1 of this season.
We'll keep this safe and sound. The doors are all locked. You'll be safe here. And we can treat that.
Is there any possible reason for her to act this fucking way? She went to find them, and now that she's found them, she's tried reaching for her sword right away, staring him out, and keeping silent when spoken to. My god, I truly forgot how much of an ass her character used to be.
I didn't ask for your help.
I didn't ask for your help, cliché. Carol is misunderstanding Rick's expression as though Laurie is still alive.
This is Maggie and Glenn. Why are we even debating?
We ain't. I'll go after him.
Well, this place sounds pretty secure. You can't go alone.
I'll go.
Yeah, I don't know about any of you guys out there, but if I was in that situation, the first person I'd want backing me up would most definitely be Beth.
I'll go.
Me too.
And of course, a close second would be Discount David Spade over there.
Remember my third grade teacher, Mrs. Mueller?
Of course.
Her first name was Judith. Do you think that's a good name?
Yes. For a 75-year-old retired lunch lady.
Prison. 1 year notice? The place is overrun. We took it.
Or you could have said pretty much anywhere else that's a fair distance away in the opposite direction. Given that she's been kept as a prisoner for a little while, that's exactly where my mind would go straight away, as at least then that gives more time for you to be rescued.
How many are you?
10. I'm 10 now.
Also could have lied about that and said like 60 or something, because then in that case he may doubt himself and try and strike some kind of a deal. It's always nice when the walkers that were previously walking very fast just a second ago slow down in order for the people to get away, and in this case actually must have stopped altogether, otherwise they'd have closed the distance to the now bits lady in like 2 seconds.
Come on!
There are no zombies in sight, and yet now he decides this is the best time for him to be the loudest since he entered the show. On top of that, he's shouting, "Come on!" when everyone is like right behind him. Or you could just use the chair leg from the last episode. She really is a bloody dope, isn't she? Not only does she not say a word and sneak off, but then comes back, again without saying a word, and almost gets shot in the process. Apparently, when they were fortifying Woodbury and making walls, they forgot that there was a house with a back door left unlocked that gave a way directly inside.
This is where you were held?
I was questioned.
Just say yes, because there's no difference between being held and being questioned in their eyes right there at that point in time.
Okay.
Give me a gun! My god, Maggie's all kinds of useless, isn't she? Once again she has the upper hand, and then in the middle of a fight she casually looks away from her target. All of those hundreds and hundreds of bullets flying for the past few minutes and only one person got shot.
I'm going.
I can't let you go down there.
My father would go.
Well, that certainly was a quick change of heart. Okay, so there's a couple of sins here. Firstly, that walker is acting incredibly calm, considering the only thing between them is a thin layer of cloth. Secondly, if she really believed that was a little girl, then you'd think the first thing she'd do is remove the hood and not the restraint around the back of her neck. This is so dumb. If she had the upper hand like this and her weapon nearby, then why not just take him out there and then, rather than doing this weird strangling thing? Yeah, don't bother to, explain anything about the hostages he kept and how badly beaten one of them was and so on and so forth. This woman is doing the hands cupped around mouth trick in order for her yelling to be 250% louder than usual.
I asked you where your loyalties lie. You said here. Well, prove it. Prove it to us all. Brother against brother.
Why would the people who've just been told by the governor that Merle led the terrorists to their town be content with him proving his loyalty by killing his brother? Because if the people believed that he led them there to attack Woodbury, then clearly his loyalty would be with those that attacked. It's a little bit contradictory. Once again, Rick said a magic word and a door opened right near the fighting ring, by which to allow direct access to the hostage. The best offense is slowly walking towards your enemy and trying to look menacing.
Let's go!
This zombie decides to ignore humans nearby and also the loud sounds of their guns and yelling just now, and randomly goes for a closed off part of the fence instead.
Oh yeah, man, he is a charmer, I gotta tell you that. Been putting the wood to your girlfriend Andrea big time, baby.
Because this will help his chances of survival.
You know Andrea?
Do you know Andrea?
Yep, she does.
And she once again decides not to answer him and remains silent for absolutely no fucking reason. And it's doing my head in so much now since episode 1 of this season that I'm going to add 5 sins. Did he really just come out of his apartment to do that and then go back inside?
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
Despite having clearly seen Rick lose his mind at the end of the last episode, the group decision is that the guy who is seeing things gets to keep the keys and also go on watch with a big old gun. That's right guys, Rick is imagining being touched by his dead wife, and at this point in time I'm wishing the Ghostbusters come along and zap her annoying ass away once and for all. This guy's totally pretending he's one of those cool automated sentry guns from Aliens.
Where have you been?
Yay! We're back to the silent treatment. She missed. Silly.
Now go away. You got your answer. Now go away.
This is just like at the drugstore where she almost got bit and then came back to the farm ranting and raving and making little sense. Because they were fine during the escape and afterwards. Then when Rick got back and they were moving the debris from the road, Glenn lost his temper, but then that was it. Nothing has happened since then, and now they're acting like this. It's almost like a whole episode is missing. Where's he getting the wax for his mustache? Standing close enough to the edge to be pulled down like a f***ing moron, rather than taking 2 steps back and then being safe like a genius. Gets a headshot on his first shot and then misses every single one afterwards. Well, that seemed largely pointless. It just occurred to me that it was a bit of a stupid move to drop off all those walkers and then get out the vehicle and then run back through the now open gates, rather than just driving it back out the way they came in. Walker laid flat. Walker on its knees.
Once we entered Woodbury, you became hostile.
That's because I could see it.
See what?
That you were under his spell from the second you laid eyes on him.
I saw you were under his spell, and so naturally as your friend, I decided that the best thing to do was to walk around slowly, scowl, investigate, cause trouble, and also get aggressive with people.
You chose a warm bed over a friend.
Well, in fairness, it was a warm bed, food, water, hot water, shower, lots of friendly people, a doctor, medicine, and of course, above all, safety. But yeah, let's just concentrate on a warm bed.
Heads up! Hey, get down!
Tells these guys to get down, but then everyone else stays standing up. 2 minutes and 30 seconds of an additional attempt to help launch a singing career. And of course, this wouldn't be The Walking Dead without a vehicle flipped on its side. That moment when you ask for the cheapest deal at the car wash and they just end up making it more dirty.
Let's go.
Instead of driving the car onto the road after being dislodged, she drives it literally 1 foot further than it was and stops, which is exactly what got the car stuck in the first place, having stopped in the mud. How the hell has this dude managed to survive nearly a year in the zombie apocalypse being this dumb? So what, he used a fucking jackhammer to make that hole? Look at the thickness of that concrete. That place would be swimming with Walker corpses if it made that hole. There'd be so many corpses it'd never have been able to physically move them all away safely, since as we've seen there's not been one found anywhere nearby.
Have you taken a look around this place? The axe, the spikes, the walls?
You think he's crazy?
No. I think he's dangerous.
That's a terrible argument though. I mean, he's dangerous because he built spikes to trap walkers in and set a couple of traps to catch looters and bandits. The better argument that he's dangerous would be that he shot at them, but even then Rick was the first to shoot, so really her argument falls apart.
I'm going on a run.
Where?
I thought maybe the one thing people didn't loot was cribs.
I love it. They find the world's biggest weapon stash and Carl wants to go on a run so that he can secretly go look for a picture. That's what we call the world's worst escape attempt. But also it very much looks like we're back into Carl hits puberty and acts like a moron territory. Hooray!
You think I was gonna let you go in there?
I just think it's none of your business. You don't know me. You don't know my dad.
You don't know me, cliche.
I tried to go back in.
Where is it?
We have to go back. We have to. I have to.
All of this for a fucking picture. And another vehicle on its side. Well, that's what you get when you are noisy as fuck when you already know that walkers are drawn to you by sound. Having that there is all well and good, but when you consider that he entered the building from the opposite side to where he sat down, it becomes a 50-50 chance that Rick wouldn't have ended up sitting there instead.
He's already in there. Sat down with Rick.
Wouldn't he struggle to drive this car, even if it wasn't automatic, given that his right leg is no longer with him?
Andrea told me about your baby. That it might be your partner's.
What in the holy hell kind of reason would she possibly have had to have told him that? I don't even understand how Rick's life before arriving at the prison would ever be a talking point between her and him. It makes no sense without at least some kind of context.
You army or something? Nah, I just hate these things.
I don't think he was asking if he's ex-army because he's using a baseball bat and seems to enjoy killing the walkers. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say he's asking because he seems to know what he's doing and physically looks the part.
I just met you. At least buy me a drink first.
No, but seriously, buy me a fucking drink first. He's at it again, trying to turn a nasty situation into something sensual.
How's it going in there?
Did he somehow not notice that she's been outside now for like 15 minutes or something?
And how do you explain letting me get away?
I must have been seduced by your sterling personality.
Even saying it sarcastically seems horribly wrong.
I'm sorry.
Guys, you're supposed to be on fucking watch. Okay, so this is getting 10 sins for being one of the most stupid and selfish things they've done in all 3 seasons thus far. They know the situation that Rick and the others are in. They know that Merle was pretty intent on leaving just a moment ago, and most of all, they know that someone should be on fucking watch. But no, I suppose having a quickie is more important.
Glenn, Maggie, if she hadn't come here, we never would have known they were taken.
Yeah. But on the other hand, she's really annoying.
You still haven't told me. Where did you find them? How did you know them?
Apparently this is such a cliched and sensitive subject that she stops eating before staring off into nothingness and then stares at Andrea and then stares into space again and then finally at long last just shakes her head when asked, "Do you want to talk about it?" And the thing that gets me is that this is so unlike her.
They weren't human to begin with.
Right. So you do want to talk about it then? One time I was so excited about my evil plan that I jizz in my pants.
These guys are on edge. They've been attacked by that crazy-ass cowboy, some chick with a sword. Shit's going down and you're making waves.
How does he know that they are making waves, considering all he knows is that they asked if they are going after Andrea and the guy said no. That's it. Other than that, they didn't kill Andrea when she wanted to leave, so it can hardly be considered making waves or causing trouble. Yet.
Yeah, it was me. I saved her life. Right place, right time.
And from that moment, she was glued to you like a lost puppy.
Having a detailed conversation about something which didn't happen on the TV show and leaving me mighty confused.
Yo! I said 5. Let's go.
Yeah, and it's been just under 2 minutes, so f*** you and your 5 and learn to count, you idiot. So let me get this straight. She jogs into the open part of the woods and yet fails to see any of these 4 walkers just chilling out right nearby. Either she's pretty blind or the zombies have figured out some kind of teleportation shit. Heavily rooted trees that sway side to side when lightly brushed.
You're not sending my boy out there again. I look out for him.
Like you looked out for Donna?
What the hell, man? Either he was trying to make that altercation happen on purpose, or the writing is not really up to par. I mean, back at the camp mere moments ago, these two spoke, and he told him that he had no reason to feel jealous of him having saved his wife, and then he uses it against him here. I want to remain as quiet as humanly possible because A, I don't want the madman outside to hear me, and B, I don't want any walkers to hear and find me. So the best way to do that is not look at the ground and where I'm walking? Either he's incredibly lucky or he's got some kind of bloody tracker on her ass, because he found her firstly in the middle of a field and secondly now inside a building among many buildings. I guess another sin here is that he heard her knock something over when his vehicle couldn't be heard, and thus he wasn't overly close by, and he's inside of his car while she's inside of a building and his engine would be running loudly. So ultimately, this little game of cat and mouse is some bullshit that would never happen in real life. Bullshit. He would never have gotten that close to her in absolute silence. And now we're supposed to just assume that he managed to get her up off of the floor whilst keeping her entirely muted and that she was never powerful enough to physically do anything to get attention.
You heard about that, huh?
I hope you find out who did it.
I guess it couldn't have been all that difficult to find out who did it anyway. Find out who was on watch last night, ask who went out in the car, and boom, there's your culprit.
Merle!
Hey, little brother.
And he doesn't answer him because no f***ing reason.
What happened? With you and Glenn? And Maggie?
I've done worse.
You've done worse than try and put together a situation whereby a man you've badly eaten almost gets eaten alive? I highly doubt that somehow, as that's some pretty nasty shit to do to your fellow man. He does know that that's not like a mobile phone or radio, right?
And see the reward of the wicked.
Oh, f*** off! Even though this extremely loud car alarm has been going for some time, he still decides that the car is worth going through all of the trouble. On top of this, he doesn't once think to look outside of the car to see if any walkers are approaching. Here we see her slip off the restraints from her hands and fingers, but when she's outside of the car, she suddenly has it back on her left hand. Worst knife attack in the history of knife attacks. Spitting an unusual amount whilst attacking. Silly teenage, leave me alone, shrug.
No, this was before. He was asleep. I had a knife.
Pick up the pliers.
I'm still alive.
Yeah.
Pick up the pliers. She literally could have been fucking free by now if she didn't feel the need to have a casual chat in this situation. For this, I'm adding 5 sins. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the best way to invoke a non-verbal signal that you are coming in peace and that you want help. All you have to do is loudly bang on something nearby. And for some unknown reason, she couldn't just simply kick him backwards and then attack him. Well, if I didn't think Rick was crazy after seeing his dead wife everywhere he went last season, I do now after finding out he's voluntarily listening to that music. And thus, we begin. The age of Daryl's increasingly boy bandish hairstyles.
Thing is, we had a pretty big build-up overnight. Dozens more towards Tower 3.
I must wonder where they found the exact materials to rebuild that watchtower after it was blown apart by a f***ing grenade launcher in the last episode of Season 3.
You try anything, you're gonna be the one who loses.
I don't have anything else to lose.
Aside from the husband you literally just mentioned.
They had names when they were alive. They're dead now.
No, they're not. They're just different.
We now return to Kids Say the Dumbest Shit. Well, that wasn't worth doing, considering making all that noise can awaken a walker in the store that then goes on to bite someone in your group, because you wanted to make a point that even cardboard cutout zombies shouldn't be allowed to keep their heads. That moment when a few shelves breaking causes the huge, heavy wooden shelving unit to fall forwards. For some reason. CGI Walker looks very CGI-y. I think at this point in time the question that has to be asked is this. Why did a really heavy helicopter crashing down with some speed into the roof of that store not cause the roof to collapse? Instead it was fairly light walkers that brought it down, and on top of that we're showing them falling through the ceiling, and it appears as though what's holding up the roof is incredibly thin. So how did it hold out against a helicopter crashing into it? She's literally covered in mud, keeps a pretty clean and tidy tent. This guy gets his throat torn open, but instead of doing something human like screaming, which even if you try to argue that he was in shock, that doesn't really work, because if you're asleep and someone stabs you, you're going to wake up screaming. Just think of how someone reacts when they're asleep and get cold water thrown over them. They're awake in like 0.2 seconds.
Are you sure?
You taught us. I can do it.
Okay, well you have to do it now. And you do it right now because you have to do it before he turns. I'm going to stay right here.
I know you've got to prepare kids to learn to fight in this situation, but it's quite cruel to allow a girl of her age to do that to her father, who has literally just died.
Not doing that! Now this part's starting to give!
Here's a walker that has learned to climb things again. I miss these guys. It's been like 3 seasons since I've seen one do that. Removing a sin here for her acting like a normal human being for the first time in what is actually quite an emotional scene. Isn't the whole idea in the first place that they actually wear those over their faces? Not much point in just having it around your neck. That's not going to stop a disease.
We missed you last night at the fondue party.
I could make it. Went to see the village people. They are a stone soul gas, man.
All right, I can dig it.
And what do we got here?
Somebody dragged him out here. They set him on fire. They killed him and set him on fire.
That moment when you regret hiring the new detective because he's a little too loud and aggressive.
Not until they're in the ground.
You should at least let Herschel or Dr. S take a look at you. Make sure nothing's broken.
That moment when you regret hiring the new gravedigger because he's still too aggressive. Well, the first thing I'd be telling people is to stop coughing without covering your bloody mouth.
I'm sorry about what happened. What I did to you. Everything.
It's on both of us.
No, it's on you. Yes, Rick went way too far, but it was only after he'd pinned Daryl to the wall, and then pinned Rick to the wall, and then punched Rick twice for no reason.
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
Clint?
Don't come in.
What is it?
His Tamagotchi just died, and it kept it alive for like 19 years, and that's a stupid question because he's obviously fucking sick, you numpty. He wouldn't have been all that far away, and in reality it'd look pretty bloody suspicious to turn around and she's thrown the bucket looking all guilty and sad. But in the Walking Dead world, he goes out a screenshot and he's disappeared entirely. I guess I don't have to really say much in regard to this sin now, do I? It's very self-explanatory. Just know that when I saw it, I sighed heavily.
Be different. I'd be right out there with you.
I think everyone who can drive and has been driving for a little while knows that these kinds of scenes where someone takes their eyes off of the road for like 5 seconds is some serious BS. I don't want to promote unsafe driving in any way, but if you take your eyes off that road, even if it's straight for even 2 seconds, you naturally veer without even knowing it. So in reality, they'd be in a fucking hedge by now. It's funny that I just got done writing that and then this happened straight away. So take 5 cents here, Daryl, for not just allowing Michonne to twist the dial back and forth and for feeling the need to take his eyes away from the road while simply twisting it back and forth. Yeah, don't say you're sorry or anything. My god, we know he can speak and he just spit out blood all over the poor guy's face. And the grace period for saying you're sorry, even on the brink of death, is like, I don't know, maybe 3 seconds?
Put your t-shirt behind it. You've got to be able to get to it quickly.
Yes, Mom. I mean, ma'am.
Don't call me Mom.
Well, she didn't mean to, hence why she instantly corrected herself.
Everybody else, they're probably dead.
Well, it helps to keep moving.
No, it doesn't.
Actually it does, because ignoring the obvious bits and pieces like it'll take his mind off of what's going on in his head, there's a huge chance that everyone is still alive. He's literally basing his current opinion based on little to no facts about how the flu affects everyone. In reality, I'd like to think that rather glaring problem with his statement just now would be pointed out. But of course, it isn't.
They were a threat. I was trying to save lives. I had to try. Somebody had to.
In fairness, the council had already enacted plans to separate the infected from everyone else when she decided to sneak in and kill those people. It's not like they sat around that table discussing it and said, it shouldn't be a problem, let's let them keep living with everyone else. During the zombie apocalypse, someone took the time out of their busy schedule of avoiding being eaten by the dead and killed by the living to turn these upside down to spell out the numbered version of the word hell. You know, because why not?
Man, go easy. You don't know what we're dealing with.
That moment when you're regretting hiring the new gardener because he can't seem to do the job without getting pissed off. Seriously though, these jokes are amazing and coming in thick and fast. I'm just hoping he does another few odd jobs in a really angry fashion before he calms down to give me a few more bits of material.
Why the hell didn't you let go?
It's almost as though he watched season 3 of The Walking Dead, saw Michonne and how she was and thought, I think I'd like to give that whole attitude thing a go for a few episodes. See if it's a nice fit.
You can't. Or, don't.
He couldn't catch that even if he wanted to, you fucking dope. Since it landed on the bloody stairs on the way down.
Just let it go, Daryl. Man's made his choice.
You should take your own advice. Over the course of the series, Hobo Joe here quickly transforms from "I'm a vet and I'm doing my best" to "out of the way, the doctor has arrived. Someone, go grab my brain surgeon tools." I'd have loved for us to get some look at him maybe reading some medical journals or hanging out with a doctor they found to prove that it's now the norm that he can perform pretty technical medical procedures on humans.
I hereby declare we have Spaghetti Tuesdays every Wednesday. First, we have to find some spaghetti.
Yeah, don't focus on, shutting the fucking gates or anything.
Carl? Carl? Carl?
You okay?
I didn't think to answer you because I learned from Merlin Season 3 that that's not a cool guy thing to do. I don't know about any of you guys out there, but when I was like 11 years old, I got the flu, and it was thankfully the only time I've ever had it. And for a solid 5 days, I couldn't eat or drink without vomiting it back up. I most certainly couldn't even get out of bed. Hell, I could barely make it to the toilet. So seeing all these people with a flu that kills them all standing around kind of makes it feel unrealistic.
Oh, get back in your cells.
It may be helpful to not refer to them as cells, and maybe say get back to bed or get back to your rooms, because they kind of stop being cells when you're not even locking them. He's all about making people feel better about their current situation. I just figured he'd refrain from calling them cells.
Everyone, stay in your cell!
Really? Jesus, that is one committed dude to still want them to stay in bed and rest while he fights off a walker on his own. I mean, it's dumb, so he's going to get a sim regardless, but still, committed.
Go.
The fence is more important. We need to keep it standing.
Well, one of you fucking go already. There was a fucking gunshot for fuck's sake.
Come on, boy. Come on, Henry. Just a little more.
Where are all of you who said the only reasons walkers don't run now is because they aren't fresh anymore?
Carl. Carl. Carl.
For fuck's sake, I know I made a joke the first time, but now I'm saying this. Answer someone when they bloody call you, numpty. Take 2 cents for that.
Hold on, please. Hold on.
Shouldn't you at least roll him on his side so he doesn't drown in his own blood? I don't know much about first aid, but I know that much.
Okay. We're gonna be okay.
Yeah, and she's just kissed the guy who has the virus. You know, because why the hell not?
The army going into Atlanta, he wasn't about to let us out of his sight.
Lucky for us, the old man's truck was pretty much stocked floor to ceiling with sketty rings, turkey chili.
I know this helps to give some context to their situation and how they survived, but I don't think any group of reasonable people would tell a complete stranger this entire story of survival. The worst part is when they go ahead and tell him that they've basically got an enormous amount of food, which could lead him to take it. Awkward back at the truck sex while her daughter and sister are 1 foot away.
What is it, Pumpkin?
Am I bad?
At chess? Absolutely. Just make a fucking move already.
Supply run. Martinez and the Dalton brothers.
Yup. I've confirmed it's indeed a hole that's dripping water.
There's a doornail. You still got rabbits, skunks, some possum out here. You better watch your ass, One-Eye Bride.
I swear, I can't understand a thing this guy says during this scene. I get when he says there's animals out there, but the start and the end are a mystery to me. This dude gets a sin for mumbling. Do you really have to tie down the body if you've already removed the head?
Then pack your things. We're leaving tonight, okay? Come on.
Mommy?
We need to leave, and I haven't got a solid 15 seconds to explain why in some detail cliché. So does that mean there was just one single road away from that camp? That's kind of hard to believe, to be honest. The governor pulls a Shane from season 1 by shushing the injured person when they're not saying anything.
Worry about whether you were doing the right thing or the wrong thing. Because we will do the only thing.
The only thing... what? Take a sin for leaving your sentence unfinished. Could have said something like, because we will do the only thing that should be done. Or something else cool like that.
We'll tell them he died on a supply run. Saving our asses.
You think they're really going to believe that?
Well, it's not exactly far-fetched, is it? Dying on a supply run. That stuff happens every day. It's not like you want to say he died fighting a parrot after it stole a piece of gold he'd found. This parrot was just too damn quick on the draw. That's right. This parrot could use guns. His name was Billy the Parrot Gunslinger. Now that's far-fetched.
Megan!
That's moments when you shoot a gun so hard your buttons come undone.
We could live there.
So in fairness, he could have taken the shot then. There was no need to give up his weapon. It'd just be two people pointing guns at each other, evenly matched. I think it would have been more realistic if the governor had pointed his gun at Michonne, or they showed Herschel unable to get his gun out quick enough. Hiding behind a tree and listening, rather than just standing with the group like a normal person.
Someone's already there. Think about Megan, huh?
I am.
I'm sorry, but if that was my daughter who had only just escaped death like a few days ago, I wouldn't be having her any more than like 10 feet away from me at any one time. Yeah, you play in the mud out of my direct line of sight. I'm sure nothing bad's going to happen as a result of doing that.
Mommy, can you please help me?
I'll be right there, honey.
And why exactly did the governor think that this very shallow water would be a walker's kryptonite? TV show tells us that a woman stomping on a man's chest will knock him out, when in reality it had hurt, but that's about it really.
We go in! Kill them all!
Roger that! Move it!
So much stormtrooper aiming going on, it's insane. That's some pretty horrific aiming for a guy who claims he knows how to work a tank. I mean, what the f*** was he even aiming for? Or did he literally intend on shooting out a window? Horrific aiming number 2 tells us that the tank dude is literally intending on destroying the building they hope to soon live in. Okay, now I'm going to give 5 cents for this shit. I mean, why on earth is no one telling this fucking numpty firing off those shells to avoid destroying the entire building they want to live in? Okay, dude, take another 5 cents while you're at it. Oh, it's so damn annoying now that I've dedicated myself to sinning it. They're destroying their new home and no one is saying a damn thing about it. I'd have loved to have seen a few shots of people shouting like, "What the hell, dude? Stop shooting up our new home!" But no, nothing. Take another 5.
Check my back for an exit wound. Yeah, that's good. We can treat it. Not here.
No, I thought you'd be able to treat it there whilst you're being shot at and you have no medical supplies, Sasha. Clean sword after stabbing a guy through the chest. I guess that's what happens when you use a CGI sword instead of a real one. Yup, because why the fuck not? Take a final 10 cents for the absolute worst tank firing in the history of people who fired tanks for various reasons. Stellar acting once again makes me remove an easy sin here.
Slow down.
Carl, stop! We need to stay together.
I really hate this kid about now. I mean, he saves his father's life at the end of the last episode and they escape together, but now he's treating him like shit for no reason. He's acting like a pissy teenager when I think in reality a child would help his father, considering he's been shot in the leg and slowed down.
Hey. Hey. Quick and quiet. We need to clear it before sundown.
Quick and quiet, he says. Then proceeds to slam the door open.
Hey, asshole! Hey, shit face! Hey,
watch your mouth!
Are you kidding me?
My god. How the hell did we go from him being pretty decent to becoming an asshat within the space of a few hours? I know his sister's gone, but the attitude change directly towards his father is just so damn stupid. I feel I have to give 5 cents, and this isn't just for this, but for being a little shit this entire episode in an annoying, I'm a teenager kind of way.
You don't think it'll hold?
Carl!
It's a strong nut. A clove hitch. Shane taught me. Remember him?
Oh my fucking god. Someone save me from having to listen to this little numpty's retarded lines, please. I'm adding another 5 cents for this. It's just an unreal change in attitude and some really stupid dialogue. Seriously guys, I'm sorry, but I really hope I'm not the only one who actually hates his character at this point in time. Sure, I know some of you will say he's going through something and shit like that, but I call it like it is. It's really stupid dialogue and actions, and it's just driving me nuts right now.
Herschel, or Glenn, or Maggie, Michonne, and Daryl, or Mom.
Yes, that's right, Carl. He couldn't protect Laurie's body from basically killing itself. Damn you, Rick, if only you were stronger, you could have stopped her body from bleeding out during pregnancy?
I'd be fine if you died.
Okay, take another 5 cents for absolute garbage. Now that's worth a sin removal.
I'm scared.
Alright, I can admit that this was pretty good. so I'll remove a sin here again.
Hey, I know it's been a while. I'm gonna be honest.
Beth narration. Slow motion attempted belly slap. This walker must have gone to Forest Ninja School alongside Mushan. I tell you, it takes some real skill to manage to sneak up on someone in an open wooded area.
Who's Maggie?
She's my wife.
You guys got separated?
No, she's in the bag on his back.
What?
Clean tire iron after it's been pulled out of a walker's face.
I'll take my chances.
I'm gonna have to insist that you hold the hell up.
I understand that he sees this as a super important mission, but the fact that he's trying to force someone who has a gun when he's unarmed to come along with him on this mission is kind of dumb. You gotta know that forcing someone to come along with you is not going to make them an ally. They'll likely just shoot you in the back the first chance they get, and rightly so. What the hell is it with these houses that don't have windows that open normally? I didn't see a place to lock it with, but then you also got to figure that a teenager would likely have left them unlocked anyway. So I don't know, but it's kind of odd, and so it's getting a sin regardless. Okay, so there's a couple of sins here. Firstly, this dude is sat on the toilet with his pants up. So is he just chilling in the toilet? Secondly, Rick gets the first strike easily, but decides to go for an attack to the guy's chest instead of his head randomly. Silly Rick. Hey guys, no sin here, but whilst we watch Rick get down off of this roof, I just want to ask you something. If you find yourself watching every new TV Sins video every week, which over 30,000 of you do, then why not help me out by hitting that subscribe button? It's free and it'll make you sure you never miss a new video. And whilst you're at it and having a good day and a nice laugh, hit the like button to show me and Rick some love. Okay, on to the next sin.
Is this yours?
Could have just said yes, dude. Could have even thrown in a thank you too. Just saying. These two spend what is likely 4 to 6 hours in the cramped car boot and then hop out like they are freshly getting out of bed, when in reality it'd be f***ing cramps and dead legs galore. Unless they are planning on pulling a MacGyver on this garbage they've collected, I don't know what else they're going to use it for. Well, as it turns out, they are indeed pulling a MacGyver and making decent use of all that garbage they collected. So I'll go ahead and remove a sin here. And hey, whilst we're at it, why don't you guys go ahead and follow me at The Honest Gamer over on Twitter and help me get towards 2,500 followers. Or if you're watching this in the year 2025, help me get towards 12.6 million followers, okay? Self-promotion sin. That's a sin on me. Ding!
No, I mean a real drink. Is in alcohol.
No, you don't. Okay, so basically here Beth takes her turn in the long line of people randomly deciding to act like fucking morons on this show. It's now her opportunity to do something that makes us all heavily sigh and roll our eyes into the backs of our heads so far it physically starts to hurt the eyeballs. She's now going off on her own in the woods armed with a knife because she wants a fucking drink of alcohol. Hey, maybe we should stop and think that whilst running for our lives, perhaps it's not the best idea for one of the two people in the group to be drunk. Here I'll give 2 sins, just because there's going to be more to come, I'm sure.
So you want to spend the rest of our lives staring into fire and eating mud snakes? Screw that! We might as well do something. I can take care of myself, and I'm gonna get a damn drink.
She doesn't once think to actually say to him why this dumbass mission of hers is so important. She just says, I want to do something. I'm going to get a drink. It's very annoying.
Golfers like to booze it up, right?
I don't think heavy drinking is really associated with golfers. Director of the episode says, hey, remember that this is The Walking Dead. We need a vehicle on its side right now. Golf buggy? Yeah, that'll do. Tip her over. For some unknown reason, this country club has randomly aged about 60 years since the start of the end of the world. Who's cutting the grass during the apocalypse? Slamming the doors super aggressively like that might look good as a cutting point before the break, but it's not really the smart move considering the walkers hadn't gotten into the building, and all you've done now is make a loud noise which could attract even more unwanted attention. All for your precious ad break.
I know you think this is stupid. And it probably is.
No, it most definitely is.
This one's for you.
Nah, I'm good.
Why?
Someone's gotta keep watch.
So what, you're like my chaperone now?
Just drink lots of water.
Yes, Mr. Dixon.
Someone put me out of my f***ing misery.
I've never been in jail. I didn't mean anything serious. I just thought, you know, like the drunk tank. Even my dad got locked up for that.
I'm gonna take a piss.
You have to be quiet.
Can't hear you, I'm taking a piss.
Well, I was wondering when it was going to be his turn around to have a personality change that's really annoying and out of the blue. This particular one is brought to you by Beth asking if he'd ever been to prison before. Due to his irritating actions of putting both of their lives at risk to make some kind of a point, I think it's entirely justified adding 5 sins.
Oh, sounds like our friend out there trying to call over his buddy.
You just shut up.
Hey, you never shot a crossbow before? I'm gonna teach you right now. Come on. It's gonna be fun.
Do I even need to say anything? I think it has to be yet another 5 sins once again. I know there's going to be some die-hard Daryl fans who love every single thing he's ever done and every single line he's ever said, but I'm TV Sins and I don't work that way. So feel free to write a comment about his feelings making this all okay.
I don't know how.
Oh, it's easy. Come here. Right corner.
Basically touches her boob when he's doing this. Kind of wish for my later mental image of him that I hadn't noticed this, and I'm betting it's the same for you now that I've slowed it right down.
What the hell you do that for? We was having fun.
In fairness, you could still shoot it regardless. I mean, it's not like it's moving so much that it's adding a whole new layer of difficulty to the shooting of it.
Your dad? Maybe I could have done something.
This is, for me, genuinely the best acting I've seen him do in all of the seasons so far. I know it's not much that he's saying and doing, but it just feels very real and I like it. So I'll remove a sin here.
Who can say?
Yay! Forest fire.
Hi. Hello.
Is you out here?
Seems an odd place for a fire hydrant? These guys found themselves stuck right in the middle of a 420 party.
They're still good people, Daryl.
I don't think the good ones survive.
The piggyback ride seems kind of pointless now that she's jumped down like 10 seconds later.
Pine for summer, and we'll buy a beard, a shotgun.
third attempt to launch a singing career.
That mutt one more chance.
I think it's really stupid that this happens, considering you can physically see the walkers through the gaps between the wood as he walks up to the door. You'd think he'd be more careful and not just assume in this end of the world kind of situation. Really? He never noticed that they were so close to him already? Did they decide to keep quiet after spotting him in order to get real close and surprise him? So many questions and so few answers that make sense when the world is crawling with dead people, and living depends on you keeping others close to you. I mean, what would they have done if they were doing the whole keep silent thing and then walkers appeared and killed him before they could run to get close? He's thinking, oh yeah, my harem is forming nicely.
She didn't have a mean bone in her body.
Is that why she's in here now?
Yes. Nothing to do with getting bitten by a walker or two.
She was playing with me. She wanted a friend. She wanted to kill you. I was gonna lead her away.
Ugh. This kid is so damn annoying.
I can't.
Well, it's becoming a vegan for you then. But then with a new recent study that found that certain plants can hear themselves being eaten and react, I'm guessing you'll just die of starvation. Or you know, a crazy sister or something.
I think I'm too hard on him.
No. I get it.
This bucket, which is already getting pretty full, has a further 3 pumps of water added into it. But when Carol picks it up to swap it out with the other one, you can see it's either empty or very close to being empty. F***ing and goddamn.
Don't worry. She'll come back. I didn't hurt her brain.
Here I'm going to remove a sim for just how much this actually shocked me when I first saw it. I know she's a real bitch, but it's decent storyline twists, and I always love stuff like that.
She has a shoebox full of mice. I asked her if she was the one feeding the walkers at the prison. That was her.
What I want to know is where the hell was she finding all these mice? Also, mice are slippery little things, so how on earth did she manage to catch all of them without anyone else even knowing that she was doing it?
It's a part of you now. Me too. But I forgive you.
This scene is definitely worth another sin removal, because both of them do a fantastic job of portraying the feelings of guilt and anger and then forgiveness.
Hey, watch out! Go!
Was it not incredibly obvious where this walker was going to land? All they had to do is collectively step back, but as always a shout of warning isn't enough to keep these guys paying attention to what's being said, and so she got pushed over as a result, like a numpty.
Are you okay? I'm fine.
Clearly.
When Brian told us he wanted to take over the prison, I knew it sounded bad.
Maybe you should be being quiet, since you're walking towards the sounds of a lot of walkers inside of a dark tunnel.
Whoa, hey, well, what are you doing? Sorry. This is the only picture I have of you.
You don't need a picture of me. You never will again.
I understand the concept behind her line of thought. I do. But it's still really, really stupid. The key idea behind keeping pictures of your loved ones is because you never know when you're going to be without said loved ones in the future. Even if you're lucky and survive to be old in the world of the walkers, you're still going to die of old age, and it'd be nice to have a picture of the people you cared about to remember them by. So yeah, this is dumb as hell.
We gonna tell him?
Tell him what?
Everything that's happened to us. All the stuff we've done.
How are you any different from anyone else? The point is that everyone just got on after the world ended and did their best to survive. I'm not sure why he'd be thinking into it any more than that.
Right into the trap. Carl, stop! Carl!
Of course, Carl is now back into douche mode and forgets everything he knows and just blindly runs to the sound of a guy shouting help and ignoring his father again. Like a douche.
Come here. You leave him be!
I mean, I know the world's ended, but the law of nature definitely is still in place. And the rule of nature strictly dictates that guys who like little children and normal guys do not get along. That's just the way it is. So the fact that they're allowing this fat little creeper to do this and not cringing so hard they knot up into a fucking pretzel-like shape is just unrealistic.
Then we'll have the girl. Then the boy.
And of course, this group of survivors is apparently made up of only rapists and child molesters. Okay, so two sins here. Firstly, Rick gets a good surprise attack, but then fails to follow up in any way for a good few seconds, meaning he's insanely lucky that he didn't get shot right there and then. The second sin is that after getting up and punching the guy, he just straight up stands there.
Hey, what you did last night, anybody would have done that.
No, not that.
I don't know about you guys, but if I was in the same position, I would absolutely do everything literally possible to keep my son safe from harm. For Rick doing what he did, proving he'd do anything for Carl, I'll remove a sin. Jesus, Carl, take your time, would you? And as it turns out, the Penguin had a role lasting about 35 seconds in this season.
Can't go back, Bob.
We can! You don't have to do it!
Pro tip here, guys. If you ever want to stop someone putting the gag pack into your mouth, just slightly move your head away. Huge herd of walkers making their way down train rail tracks and walking all drag-footed like, and not one falls over. Only just thought about that, but considering we fall over all the time, tripping on things, and we're not dragging our feet constantly.
Hey, she got a name?
Judith.
She your daughter or something?
Really? That moment when you are clearly given $10 for your episode's CGI budget. Carol rests the tip of her gun's muzzle on the fence, presumably for increased aiming, but in the next shot you can see it's no longer on the fence, presumably for decreased aiming? The idea that she was lucky enough to hit that target with a firework from that distance.
Is that Terminus?
How would he know? He doesn't know what direction Terminus is in. All he'd be able to answer this question with is, depends if Terminus is a fair ways off in this direction I'm looking at. If it's not, then no. Invisible Ninja Walker gets caught on fire. Guns with absolutely zero recoil. I got a few sins here. First of all, how the hell are they getting their hands on so many damn candles? I mean, most of them look brand new. It's either a case that there was, for some unknown reason, tons and tons at this train station prior to the world ending, or that again for an unknown reason, travellers seeking refuge randomly carried a lot of candles with them. The next sin is that you'd ever keep these lit during the day, as candles do last a long time, but not enough to warrant using them during daylight. The third and final sin here is that someone went around and lit all of these, and that'd take a ton of matches, and it's not really a great purpose for a limited quantity of what's left to use in the area. Yeah, by all means, don't shoot her when she's on the ground without a weapon when you can partake in a nice little scuffle instead.
We fought and we got it back, and we heard the message. You're the butcher.
And you are the literal butcher. This entire scene has barely any words at all, but is incredibly powerful. The reunion is such a beautiful moment for me, and it's one of my personal favourites from the series. For this, I'll remove 2 sins. Half a head moving slow-mo shot looks not as cool as a full head and a bit of body shot. The fact that they then went on to successfully pull off the slow-mo shot a moment later makes the first one, which lasted barely a few seconds, even more random.
There's nothing.
Well, he gave up on that awfully fast now, didn't he?
It's a beautiful child.
You are guessing, since, you know, she's facing away from you and all?
I don't trust this guy. And why? Why do you trust him? Everybody can't be bad.
Solid, shitty reasoning.
We're strong enough that we can still help people. And we can handle ourselves if things go wrong. And we're strong enough that we don't have to be afraid.
What a bunch of crap. Everything he's saying is not even vaguely correct. We're strong. You're only strong when you have food and water inside of you. We're strong enough to not be afraid. Yeah, because that worked out incredibly well for you at Terminus, didn't it? Which happened about 2 days ago. Just go into sigh heavily, sin this, and move the hell on.
We can use the shelves to block them.
Or, and this is kind of out there and it might sound crazy, you could have used melee weapons to stab them from up there where it's safe. Given the building they're inside, it'd be very easy to put together a weapon long enough to just stab them from up top. But like I said, it's a crazy idea.
Bob is out there somewhere, scared, alone.
Maybe not alone. Daryl and Carol are missing too.
Just how the hell did they manage to get out of a church with noisy ass doors at the front of it anyway?
That's facing it.
I should forgive them? For hurting him? For trying to kill us?
Yeah, in fairness, that's some pretty bad advice when given to her 2 hours after Bob comes hobbling back after seeing them all chewing on his leg. This advice would best be given perhaps a few days down the line, or maybe even a week. Kind of odd how they walk out the church so casually when they could literally be right in front of the entrance, hidden in the woods, and just mow them all down as soon as they're out in the open. You know, it's only now at this point that I'm actually wondering as to the reason why they brought Bob back to the church in the first place. Surely he'd have been better kept by them as a hostage of sorts. I just can't think what kind of reason there'd be to return him at all, other than maybe thinking he'd wake up and tell them roughly where they were, but that could backfire if he didn't have a clue where they kept him. Don't know, makes no sense to me, so it's worthy of a sin.
Until then, you've got laundry duty, and I want my uniform washed separately and pressed.
I know.
Decent use of whatever remaining battery power you have left, so you can do some fucking cardio. I'm guessing at the end of the world, food isn't exactly everywhere you look, and since you're not spending your day sat around watching TV, my guess is that cardio isn't really absolutely necessary anymore.
You see these bruises? He has internal bleeding, but I need a CAT scan to know how bad, and even if I could determine that, I don't have the tools to save it. I told you, this was a waste of resources.
Although you didn't tell her all of that information at the very start. Also, I think considering he's listening to a record player and she's using a cardio machine, neither of them can really talk all that much about wasting resources.
She can't control them. But she doesn't because it's easier.
It's also a lot harder for a woman in this situation to control men when there are no laws and rules anymore. I'm not sure how she'd control them unless there was a gun involved, but then that transcends control and becomes something else entirely. Did he tell you you'd have to rush to find the key whilst he kept her busy outside in the hallway? Because if so, that's completely wrong. You clearly have all the time in the world to be looking at pictures and other wasting time like exercises. Take a seat, put your feet up and blow off some steam. Oh wait, that doesn't sound right. Yeah, fucking hurry up and look for the key.
You're letting it
So that we make it.
No one's coming, Dawn. No one's coming.
Beth, seeing that her words weren't quite getting across to the confused policewoman, decided to try and dumb it down to a caveman type sentence.
We did almost die today. And we don't have a car. And we're drinking toilet water.
And you've been on the road for weeks, yet have been unable to grow more facial hair than Maggie.
You got a vehicle.
It just so happens it's got 500 gallons of water on it.
He assumes that it's been completely untouched since all of this happened, whereas at the very least you'd think some very thirsty people would have over the course of a year thought to actually grab all of its water. We also weren't shown him checking it beforehand, so really he hasn't a clue and is just guessing. Well, in case you were wondering how to waste a huge amount of drinkable water, this should answer that question in full. Attempts to clear this intake with his bare hands when he has a cut on the back of his hand.
I know why you have the haircut.
I told you it's because I like it.
I believe that. You're not the person people think you are. You want them to know who you are.
Hairstyle psychologist Maggie interprets meaning from a fucking haircut.
I used to work here or something.
Something.
But I'm not going to tell you, because intrigue. 8 minutes of a very boring scene in which the two of them find a bed and say a few words about stuff and then they burn a couple of walkers. Walker gets shot with an arrow through its head and falls next to a red pole looking thing, but in the next shot you can see that the red pole is actually in front of the walker by a few feet. Putting an arrow in your mouth that was just recently pulled out of the head of a walker.
Right there.
Finger pointing works pretty damn well if you're inside the same room and becomes less effective when you're inside a much larger room filled with more things that you could be pointing at. This is why we give verbal clues at the same time. Hey, there's a spider above the lamp on the right, for example. As you can imagine where this scene is going, pointing thus becomes infinitely less effective when you're looking out at a fucking city and you're not giving any verbal clues. Why? Shoves the book back into her hands because he wants to be her therapist? This van is obviously falling down engine first, which would make sense since it was stationary when it fell. So due to this, at first it looks like it'll completely flip, but then the inside view clearly shows it's going directly down instead, and finally it lands perfectly on all four wheels. Now that is one magic van. Blade has the same amount of blood on it before and after this happens. Clean blade, dirty blade. This is one magical machete. Soon cleaned all of that blood out of the carpet, huh?
Shepard, I'm on roof detail. Just heard a gunshot, maybe a mile northeast.
Grab Lamson, take a car, and track it down.
Why would you waste valuable resources making these trips out into the city all in the hopes of bringing back a dude so he can wash and iron some clothes for you? Surely when you factor in fuel to run the cars, the cops' lives to go out looking for him, the food it takes to feed him, and the water it takes for him to drink and shower, it becomes hardly worth the effort to bring him back. I never understood that about this group, and even if it was just the woman at the top who wanted it done that way, surely the other officers would have voiced an opinion which I've never heard them do. What are the chances that a falling telephone or electric pole like this just so happens to land on 3 walkers? Like 1 I could understand, but 3 all at the same time being in the exact right position to get hit by it?
The way you talk. The way you carry yourself. Are you a cop?
Sorry, but I call BS on this one, since he literally said 37 words to the guy from start to finish, and in terms of carrying himself, he looked no different at all from the others in how he was holding his weapon. I think this is an attempt to quickly push the plot, and it kind of failed when it's properly analysed.
Right. 3's better than 2.
Still though, I wouldn't take my gun off of the dude until he's restrained, because at this point in time he was just stood there and could have easily rushed Rick. Now, this is a first for TV sins, but here I'm going to do what's called a neutral sin, because I wanted to make mention to how incredible this entire scene looked with the burnt walkers all melted and still alive. I can't exactly show that scene though, unless I wanted YouTube to say bye to my ad revenue for this video. But yeah, a sin followed by a win equals a neutral sin. So let's carry on.
I should have been able to do it myself. You could have. But you let yourself feel it. Kept your eyes open.
I don't understand the obsession these people have with killing the people closest to them before they turn. I mean, I can completely understand it if it's a one-on-one situation, but here for example it's a couple who were likely in love. Why should they have to kill the person closest to them? It makes way more sense for someone else to do it so that you don't have that final memory of the person in your mind. Or am I just crazy? Or you could have gone out the front door. I doubt anyone is interested in stopping him from going anywhere if he was really that insistent on leaving anyway. Hey look, it's another walker that studied at the prestigious Forest Ninja School. I could go on a huge rant here about this moron. I could do that, but it'll take too long. So I'll simply do a heavy sigh, I'll roll my eyes, I'm sure you'll all do the same, and then we can carry on.
How I got out? You crawl under to the back. Just go. Take the little one and go.
My god, that was so obviously a doll, it's insane. I mean, I doubt the baby was in there and just had a super rigid wooden-like arm the whole time. How did he have time to grab the machete considering it was lodged into the floorboards and had a walker's split open head literally either side of the blade and another walker was about 1 foot away from the hole? I doubt he'd have had time to get back up there and free it before quickly going back down into the hole.
Every time they go out there, has to be worth it, has to matter. He lost sight of that.
Picture frame pointing towards Beth. Picture frame pointing between the two of them.
I get it now.
And this for me is one of the most stupid things that happens in season 5. The fact that Beth, knowing that she was about to go back to her sister and all of her friends who are basically her family now, stops to then go back and stab the woman like that. It's so utterly stupid, so pointless. Like, I could kind of understand it if she tried stabbing her in the throat for a killing blow, but to then stab her boob? For this, I'm going to be adding 10 sins. And because I'm a good and fair guy, I'll be removing 2 sins here for the fantastic acting in relation to Beth's death from Maggie. Jesus, it's like whoever directed this episode was really insistent on showing countless artsy type shots one after another. We see a picture of a house, some photos of some kids, lots of blood and a skeleton, and then the annoying blonde girl returns for 10 seconds, and finally we see some blood getting poured onto previously said picture. We get it, you went to art school. Now why am I giving it a sin? Purely because the feel of the intro hasn't been felt in any single episode before now, making it just feel really out of place for me.
But Beth wanted to get him here. She wanted to get him back home. This was for her.
They're putting a hell of a lot of effort into telling us that Beth wanted this so badly for this guy, but I honestly can't remember her ever saying anything more than, "I want to come with you," which, to be honest, I always just assumed meant that she wanted to escape with him. I think ultimately it would make no sense for her to so desperately want to help this guy she barely knows get back home when her own priorities must have exceeded that in wanting to at the very least return to Daryl, if not everyone. Then again, she did go and randomly stab a cop in the tit for God knows what reason, so who the fuck knows? I just find this odd, that's all.
Okay, we should... Noah!
We now return to adult babysitting. What a chore, am I right? 2 minutes and 40 seconds of incredibly specific hallucinations.
Every man has a right to live. Love is all that we have.
4th attempt to launch a singing career. 4 minutes and 40 seconds of multiple really specific and odd hallucinations. And 1 minute and 30 seconds of final random and weird hallucinations. Witness for the first time ever in this show what it would actually sound like if a walker was making its way over to you in a forest. I'd have been very happy if season 5 ended the whole forest ninja walker trend, but sadly that's not the case, and this was but a tease of how it should be. Maggie feels way too overconfident in knowing how close this walker is and that he definitely won't be able to touch her in any way. It kind of feels unrealistic, and if some of you out there are saying, well, she lost her sister so it makes sense she wouldn't mind dying, she still had Glenn. Hell, she survived all that time after thinking her sister had likely died after the prison escape, so it'd make sense that she still wants to survive with Glenn now. You would think that they would be concerned about the fact that a dirty, blood-ridden blade just made its way through a walker and then sliced a small part of Abraham's arm. That maybe that could spread the virus to him, but evidently that's not the case, which is kind of confusing, as if a bite transfers it, why can't there blood?
Hey. You with friends.
We're not friends.
Although he wasn't just talking about himself, obviously.
We tell ourselves that we are the walking dead.
Wow, for what I think is the first time ever I get to say the age-old CinemaSins joke, roll credits. Yeah, I know. It's weird when I say it. Not one person considers making a noise that would wake everyone up, like a whistle or something, because obviously I'm guessing they'd want to keep quiet, but you'd think someone would wake up the others at least.
He wants us to audition for membership.
I wish there was another word. Audition makes it sound like we're some kind of a dance troupe. That's only on Friday nights.
He said he was watching us, right? Means he saw us yesterday. And after everything we've done, why would he want us to join his group?
What exactly have you guys done that is so bad? I mean, they killed some dogs for eating, but that was purely in self-defense first and starvation second, so it can't be that. I don't really know what he could be talking about, to be honest.
People like us saved a priest. Saved a girl who rolled up to the prison with the governor.
Yeah, I definitely don't think he's been following them for that long. I mean, some of that stuff happened months upon months ago, and even saving the priest must have been weeks ago in the Walking Dead timeline.
You think I'm trying to poison your baby daughter?
Well, he's being careful, and it's not exactly a big ask to just eat a tiny bit of applesauce. I'm amazed he argued even slightly at this. I think in reality, given the personality we've seen of him so far, it'd make way more sense if he just went, okay, I'll eat it quite happily.
I hate applesauce. My mom used to make me eat foods I didn't like to make me more manly.
Jesus Christ, dude, just eat the fucking applesauce. I know this is man-made, built-in tension, but it just doesn't make any sense at all to be resisting like this other than to, as I said, build some tension in the episode that he could be lying. Where did he get the water to wash down his right arm?
Oh, we're fine.
Eric? Eric? Eric?
Eric! No one simply tells him that Eric is okay and is inside the building.
When I saw that flare go up, I thought...
He thought he'd stupidly run off inside a heavily wooded area at night with his hands tied behind his back rather than simply say, hey, my partner sent up that flare and he's in trouble? Hey, remember when we almost died of thirst out on the road? Now look, I can waste all the water I want.
I could give you a cut if you want.
You don't even know me.
Do you need to know a barber before they cut your hair?
I can take care of myself.
I can take care of myself, cliché.
I have 2 boys, Ron and Sam.
And thus begins the age of the annoying f***ing Sam. Seriously, you guys can expect some real sins for the irritating scenes this little git is a part of, and some sins taken off for his eventual departure.
You okay?
Did Carl and Judith walk by? We were out and they were ahead of me.
It's okay, I think I know where they are. That's Natalie and Bob Miller.
So why would you think they'd gravitate straight there? Is Carl so longing in his life for the presence of grandparents that he ran around the block to try and find an old person to show himself and his sister to?
The Teenage.
Yay! Moody teenagers! This girl is also sadly going to earn the show a few sins for her random attitude and attitude changes throughout the seasons. All in all, I just find her, like I'm sure many of you do, to be very annoying in general, although I'm sure there'll be a few comments regarding her past and how that excuses everything she does. Bring it on.
Yeah. Took Enid 3 weeks to say something.
Pull it together, sport.
Hypocrite. Not to mention that he just told Carl it took her 3 weeks to say even a word, and yet Carl comes up there all like, hey, whose comic is this? And because he doesn't know if he wants to play pool or video games, because he's not used to that, like, at all, she gives him that stupid ass comment.
You're Rick.
You'd think this would be said in the more normal fashion of a question. You're Rick? Rather than a direct statement which sounds as though it's being said to someone who's forgot themselves. You're Rick. This walker was asleep apparently, because Rick was here making noise in the last episode and then he was here again making more noise just before the fight, and this guy decided to be a jump scare rather than do what walkers do and be attracted to sound.
It's gone. It took down one of our friends. It's nearby, we're not letting it go.
Yet another walker that somehow manages to sneak up on a group of 5 people all facing in different directions in the fucking woods.
Why'd you let these people in? Because we actually know what we're doing out there.
That's enough!
Removing a sin here for how Glenn dealt with this numpty. It makes for a pretty awesome scene all in all, proving just how much more adapted to combat and the new world they are rather than these guys.
Yeah, I'm in.
Daryl randomly has an attitude problem out of nowhere. He was quite happy coming to Alexandria, but now that people are making it their home, he suddenly takes an issue with it and wants nothing to do with it anymore. If they gave even a few minutes to telling us why this is a problem for him, I'll be more than happy, but so far all we've seen him do is look pissed off and act like he doesn't know how to take a shower anymore.
You don't like me, do you?
Pointless teenager style snub. 1 minute and 30 seconds of shooting someone else's family pictures in the woods and then looking around hoping to get noticed by a walker. In the process of doing this, she also wastes a lot of bullets when she could simply whistle or clap her hands to make noise and draw them.
Mind if I join?
Keep up.
If he was going to let him come along, then the long aggressive staring doesn't really make a great deal of sense.
Okay, we'll make shifts.
I'll take those shifts, as many as possible.
Then you'll sleep up there?
People are people. The more afraid they get, the more stupid they get.
If that's the case, Laurie, Carl and Beth must have been scared as f 24 hours a day. And there's Sam, and that's a fucking sin.
What are you doing? Followed you. I was hoping you're gonna make more cookies, but...
You fucking little weirdo. Yeah, it makes total sense that this mental breakdown would happen after they've been basically rescued from the drought and danger-filled outdoors, saved from the brink of death via starvation or being eaten alive, and now that he's safe, he loses it. Right. We now enter the phase of Daryl kind of looking like a lesbian.
Claire. You know your stuff.
You'd think that whilst the walkers are in such a confined area that they'd all just draw knives and take them down one at a time together. That way if things go badly later on, you haven't got to worry about a bunch of them suddenly getting free. But I guess that's called using your head too much in The Walking Dead.
Cage is open. They're getting out.
That's why you should have used your heads when you had the bloody chance.
Eugene, it's yours, take it out.
Why didn't he just do that at the start to get over to them, rather than leaving the killing of a walker up to the guy who's been telling everyone for weeks that he can't shoot a gun or fight in any way?
What are you doing here?
I didn't tell anybody about the guns. I swear to God.
Answer my question.
Do you have any more cookies?
My f***ing god, this kid is annoying as hell.
Rick, his group, they're not good people. They've done things. They've done unspeakable things.
And I'm basing this opinion upon the fact that one time when serial killer cannibals came to my church and were about to murder Rick's children, they killed them first. It was horrible, I tell you. And that time they saved me, and the other time, and also the time after that. Yeah, but anyway, I'm a this has seemingly come out of absolutely nowhere, and I'll soon change my attitude back again in a later episode. Bye!
The day will come when they'll put their own lives before yours and everyone else's, and they will destroy everything you have here.
You know what? This absolute moron is talking so much BS that I just have to give 5 sins here. I'm sorry, I do. I'm only giving it multiple sins because he's not backing up his opinions with any real statements. It's all just hollow phrases. They are so bad. They can't be trusted, without her even once saying, "What did they do that's so unspeakable?" And it's annoying as hell. Aw, that's nice. I must admit that this is the first time I've ever seen someone hold a gun with 2 hands on the lower part of the grip. It's so weird it looks like it was photoshopped into her hands. 1 minute and 42 seconds of a very boring conversation and random twig breaking tension danger fake out.
Carl. I know you're following me.
Walking Dead. Stop trying to tell us that someone can hide in the woods talking to someone in broad daylight and be completely unseen. This is so stupid. I mean, I could kind of understand it if it was dusk or dark outside, and even more so if she was wearing clothes that blend with the woods, but she's just dressed normally.
We're supposed to be out here. We're supposed to feel like this.
No, you're not.
Cool knife.
It was my mom's.
What happened to you before you got there?
Doesn't matter.
No, not really, but if you bring up the fucking subject, then don't go all teenager on him and just either tell him or don't. 3 minutes of an incredibly boring and entirely pointless forest conversation that went nowhere. I really do not understand the point of this long ass scene. She's now acting like a moron towards Michonne because she saved her life. She comes out with statements that make no sense and she then fails to back them up with any reasoning. For example, she says, "It all worked out for you," and she doesn't know shit about her past, so how can she say anything? Ultimately, the entire scene was boring with huge gaps between sentences, and I just found myself yawning throughout. So I'll give 2 sins here.
And I'm not gonna let that happen.
Why do you care?
Because any decent grown-up man would care that a guy is beating on a woman. It's in our DNA and it's natural, even when the world has ended, for a man to want to protect a woman from harm. This is kind of a dumbass statement, to be honest.
Okay, I can take care of myself. We have to take care of ourselves.
If taking care of yourself involves patching yourself up after he's beaten you, then yeah, I guess you can. Putting a basketball net right next to the wall where, unless you're brilliant at the sport, it's going to be noisy and attract the dead. Okay, so I'll be dishing out some sins here. For example, Carl actually tries to stop his dad when he finally manages to get back on top. This annoys me so much because if it's your family and you don't know what's happened, then you should naturally take your father's fucking side. Not to mention the fact that it's not exactly easy for Rick to get off of him even if he wanted to, because the guy is still actively attacking him, for God's sake. I'm giving 5 sins here, I don't even care.
And just let it happen. If you don't fight, you die. I'm not gonna stand by.
And I'm giving 5 sins here as well. I know she kind of did it for the purpose of keeping him safe and keeping him in Alexandria, but the way it was done was just so backstabby. Like, I just feel this could have been done in a vastly better way without knocking him out from behind, because let's review the facts. First, he kept a woman safe from being beaten. Second, he had to defend himself in the street and no one backed him up. Third, 2 of the people from Alexandria looked as though they were going to rush in, and so he drew his weapon to keep them back. Lastly, he was explaining things in a pretty aggressive way, but still kept his gun out to defend himself, and then he gets knocked out from behind by his friend. Just seems like a poor way to go about it.
Rick? What are you doing?
Now that would have been an excellent question to ask before you knocked him out.
You say you took a gun just to be sure that Jesse was safe from a man who wound up attacking you. You say you'll do whatever you want them to. Just tell them a story that they want to hear. Why?
Well, for one, everything she said was true other than taking the gun for that exact reason.
I hit my limit. I screwed up.
But he didn't screw up. All he did was take a gun and have it in case things went bad in general. When things went bad during the fight, he drew it. I don't get this. Never have and never will. I just think that after everything they've all been through, they'd all be truly on Rick's side, knowing why he did what he did. Ew.
You said you don't want to take this place. And you don't want to lie? Oh, sunshine. You don't get both.
Randomly talking to Rick like he's 9 years old.
So you don't want a gun, Father?
I just want a quick walk. The word of God is the only protection I need.
Wow, this guy really got on my fucking nerves back in these older episodes. But thankfully, his random attitude change will go back to normal after a little while.
Definitely believe that.
Carol is so badass here. I honestly miss these days, and I can only hope she'll fully return to be like this in the future seasons. But for now, I'll remove an easy sin here for her. Right. This makes total and absolute sense.
Can you get that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry guys and gals, but this ridiculous moment just has to be given 10 sins for making no sense whatsoever. I truly do not understand what's up with this idiot. His attitude just flip-flops back and forth. To be honest, I want to give more sins for this, but I'll hold back as I don't want to go too overboard.
Well, you did hit me over the head.
That was for you, not them.
During this scene, Michonne goes a long way towards proving why she did what she did and how it was necessary. Now, I don't absolutely agree that what she did was for the best in terms of knocking him out, but I still appreciate what she said, so I'll remove the 5 sins I added earlier for the knockout.
You don't deserve to be here. What you did can never be undone.
Need I f***ing say anything?
Father Gabriel came to see me the day before yesterday. And he said our new arrivals can't be trusted, that they were dangerous, that they would put themselves before this community.
Yeah, because getting attacked whilst trying to defend a woman definitely constitutes putting himself before others. Using a scope at the range of 3 feet.
They died. They all died because of me.
Oh, boo-hoo! Old wounds opening up that no one cares about.
They'll find us.
Sorry, Glenn, you're my boy, but I have to send the fact that you're allowing this douchebag to live after he literally tried to murder you and then worse, left you to be eaten alive after that.
Do it.
I love how they did this. How he so quickly and without any hesitation at all turns and then pulls the trigger. It was an awesome ending that for me was just so damn cool. For this ending, I'll remove 2 sins.
I'll hit the tractor place. Okay, who else? You gotta take them out of those distractor cord. I'm here, let me help. I'm here! Do everything I say. I will.
The fact that Glenn not only allowed this douchebag to live after he tried to kill him and then left him for the walkers to be eaten alive at the end of season 5, but now that he's actually allowing him to work alongside him after all of that. I'm sorry, forgiveness is a virtue and all that, but no, that shouldn't be happening. It seems a little odd that they're in the shape they're in and no one came with them to the infirmary. I mean, I know the person at the gate can't exactly leave it, but I'd have found this to be way more realistic if there was someone else who came with them and helped them get there, considering Glenn is clearly badly injured.
Walkers, and we're alright. Got winged by a ricochet.
I'm sorry, I know Glenn is a good guy and is doing the nice thing here, but again, the guy literally shot him, attempting to kill him, and then left him for the walkers. On top of this, he ran away on the run, leaving them behind to get killed in an incident that killed Noah. Doesn't everyone deserve the right to know what this guy is made of, so that if they ever find themselves out there with him, they know to watch their bloody backs around him? Again, it's the nice thing to do, but it's also incredibly selfish in its own way and wouldn't happen.
Okay, Eugene's freaking me out. Somebody want to send Noah in here to protect me?
Really? Out of everyone she knows, she picks the new guy, Noah? And this marks the start of what will turn out to be some really annoying, sinful shit.
If I do, how do I know you won't attempt to kill me?
Look, I'm not gonna kill you. But the longer you make me wait, the more you're motivating me to beat your ass, so...
The fact that he does this when he is absolutely right. He has no idea who these people are and if they are telling the truth. However, you'd also think that anyone on gate duty would have been already made aware of any residents currently out on a run and not yet back to avoid this kind of thing happening in the first place. Or even better, that the whole group were made aware shortly after their arrival, as that'd be even more efficient. At this point in time, I get why they're using the black and white filter, but it's really distracting and kind of annoying when used this much.
You do have a cell.
Not for killers.
I'm a killer, Rick. I am, and you are too.
The fact that he felt the need to play the semantics game so shortly after his arrival always kind of pissed me off. Yes, they're both killers, but neither of them beat innocent women and children and murdered a good man in cold blood while attempting to murder another good man. They've killed people too, but it's not the same, and no sensible argument could ever be made to say it is the same. Do they really just allow teenagers to come and go as they please on their own? Or did he also use that little trick to get over the wall like the girl did back in season 5? If we were shown it, I'd have known, and I wouldn't have to sin it based on what I do know.
Morgan. Maybe we just leave him here.
That's not who you are.
Even child abusers during the apocalypse need to be properly buried as a sign of respect. F that. Pretty fucking useless to hold your eyes closed when the doors opened, because then you wouldn't be able to know how many you're letting out, you donut.
So what? We're supposed to just take your word for it? We're all supposed to just fall in line behind you after
you killed that man who beat his family and murdered our leader's husband in cold blood and would have tried to kill you. You're like basically evil, Rick. Fucking idiot. I hate when things like this are said and no one steps up to remind everyone of what the truth actually is. It's really annoying.
Sure you can handle it?
You need people.
Is not an answer to the question.
So you need to help us to make it hold.
These walls, you build them. So you've already done the impossible.
Is it considered impossible to build some walls around a community? I mean, I know they did it in double time while all hell was breaking loose, but still, he's making it sound as though the act of simply putting up the walls is so impossible. You'd have thought they'd have positioned people in the direction of where they want to direct the herd, because what you have right here is a ton of really loud noises going off directly in front of the walkers, and that just seems like a really bad idea. Come on, Rick, now that flare was clearly fired directly above them. I mean, at least try, dude.
Hey, what you said before about us needing to take care of ourselves? Going out finding more people. That is taking care of ourselves.
Well, unless you're planning on pulling a Terminus and eating those people, then it's really not taking care of yourselves. More people means more mouths to feed and more potential for you to run into someone bad.
But then I thought about you. How we were on different sides of that fence on the worst day of my life. And now you're one of the most important people in the world to me.
Yeah, except that she ran away and never fired a single shot during the battle because she didn't really want to be there doing that. Now, it'd be the same if she in fact did fight and killed one of theirs and then tried to kill Maggie, but then Maggie decided to take her in as one of their own. Yeah, sounds pretty stupid, doesn't it?
You been with Rick long?
Since Atlanta.
And were you a cop too?
Why would you think that?
You're always watching.
This is such a random and obviously fake observation of a woman he's just basically met, and because he saw her looking at people, he's observed that she's an ex-cop as well. It's the writers trying to tell us that Morgan is super observant of people's character when in fact it's just fake and random. Forest Ninja Walker! First of season 6.
We have a good hour until we have him to green when we hand him off to Daryl, Sasha, and Abraham. Why don't you head back, tell everyone what's happening that you know?
Okay, Rick. Will
you do that for me?
Seriously, Morgan, the guy was already bitten. The situation definitely doesn't require some holier-than-thou BS.
You can't touch him. Not you.
Ron needed to hear every word I said. That's why I grabbed him. I wasn't angry. I was just telling him the truth.
I'm sorry, but this absolute nonsense is getting Season 5 some sins, and I do have some good reasons, so stick with me. First and foremost, she has only heard what happened from her brooding teenage son who hates Rick for killing his dad, so not the most reliable source of information. To fix this, she could have simply heard Rick out first and then decided. Secondly, he saved her son's life. Should that not come first before you yelled at him and you can't do that because insert reason here? Lastly, I want to say that Rick didn't actually shout at him and he didn't threaten him. All he did was save his life, keep him safe by keeping him close and bringing him back, and not to mention that he also dug the fucker's dad's grave. All in all, she's being dumb, Rick was an awesome guy, and I really hate both of her kids.
If it's coming from you, he can't hear it. You gotta understand that.
Even if it means saving his life, you cannot dive in and save him, Rick. That's not okay. You also can't pull him back when he tries to run off into the woods when there's walkers everywhere. Not cool. Absolute moron. The idea that you can eat a turtle raw. Also, poor Mr. Turtle.
Leave. Please. I could have stopped him.
As a whole, during this period in time, I really hated Morgan's character and his all life matters BS that he pushes onto everyone else as an answer to all of their problems. This guy murdered someone and was about to slowly kill Morgan, if he had the chance to anyway. And Morgan's answer to this is to knock him out and then give him unlimited hugs and kisses in order to save his soul.
Please, help me, please, my leg.
Carl, having gone through everything he has and knowing that these people are just running around and murdering everyone, shoots one in the leg, but then kind of feels sorry for him for a moment?
Hey, Ethan, where'd you get the gun?
Removing a sin here for Carol when she was at her absolute best in my honest opinion. It's just a shame how she ultimately turns out, but here, she's a true badass. Here I'm going to remove just one more sin once again for how incredible Carol is here. Just awesome. Ninja Walker came out of nowhere. Black Bauer gives a look to the others as though to say, oh my god, is he really taking valuable weapons and supplies from a dead man instead of holding a burial right now? And it's annoying.
We all get back home.
So if we don't, that's it, huh?
No, we will of course all stop in order to physically make a stretcher of sorts to carry those who grow tired. This guy sadly was given some of the most attitude-filled and irritating lines during this season, and unfortunately for him, he's going to get called out on each one by way of sin additions. I already let go the first couple of times when Glenn and he and the guy who tried to kill Glenn took out the walkers inside the building back in episode 2, but from now on, this is a zero-tolerance zone. Forest Ninja Walkers strike the weakling at the back and manage to do so in the oh-so-classic silent style that's fast becoming a damn cliche in this series. I mean, can these people not hear things coming from behind them like every single animal on this earth? Jesus, already? I suppose I better give this shit a name now. Let's go with Silent Forest Ninja Walker Strikes Cliche. Oh, if you're wondering why it's capitalised, it's because I made a joke. It was a school Michonne went to back in season 3.
How long you been married?
3 months. She wasn't my wife from before.
Well, that much is obvious since you've been married. 3 months.
We'll have to lead them away if we have to.
Because that's been working well lately.
I'm trying here. I'm not giving up.
Yeah. Not yet.
For 2 completely stupid and unnecessarily sarcastic comments without giving any alternative options or helping in any way, I'm giving this 2 sins. They're lucky there's not a 3rd sin for the fact that Michonne didn't just tell him, look, unless you're going to be helpful in some way, just leave me alone while I try and find us a way out of this so we can survive.
Because sometimes you don't have a choice.
That is not how we do it.
Because you've never had to do it any other way. You haven't been through it. Not really. Not like Rick.
Okay, Michonne lays down the law here, and I very much like it. It was really needing to be said, so I'm glad it was in the end. I'll remove a sin for that. Moving this sofa out of the way would have given them access to the roof, and a way that the walkers cannot get to in the first place because they have a fear of stairs. Glenn Death fake out.
Why don't you put the gun down and we'll talk? Have some falafel?
This dude is way too nice to ever be believable. So far, there's been basically no sins at all other than one from the start, where I can understand believing that all life is precious, but to take it to the extent that you offer the man firing rounds at you to come in and join you for a meal and some tea is a stretch too far for me. However, since then, there's not been anything that stood out to me, but I did want to remove 2 sins here. Firstly, for Morgan saving the goat. That was very cool, as I'm a lover of all animals, so I liked that. Secondly, it's for this very conversation they're having, which has been expertly told and full of emotion. It was brilliant. So here, I'll remove 2 sins. Jesus, this guy's not much of a man unless this woman is not his girlfriend or wife or something, because I think most guys would defend her in this situation, even if they had a sprained ankle or whatever. Don't get me wrong though, I'm not saying he has to be super aggressive and hop forwards for a fight, but definitely at least raising that thing like he'd defend himself and not just standing there like a helpless numpty. So he didn't even take the can of beans? The least he could have done is called them back before they got too far away and then walked back to his camp and got his stick.
Like I said, they let him work the plots beside 85. Even after what he did.
Yeah, I'm sorry to kill the mood here, but there's no way in the USA that allow a man who escaped prison and then went and murdered a woman and 2 children, admittedly to only destroy one man's life, out to work some plots because he was charming. And worse, he's saying it had only been 1 year since he committed the mass murder. That just doesn't happen.
I
I'm going to have to kill every person here. Every one of them. The children, too.
You see, now this I always really disagreed with, because having your own code that life is precious is absolutely fine. I have no problem with that. But when your code places other people at risk of being killed, well then it becomes a problem. In reality, what Morgan should have done in order to allow himself to follow his code, but also to allow other people to follow theirs and be safe, is to drag this guy out of Alexandria after he knocked him out, and then drive him away in a different direction for a few miles. Now obviously that's not my opinion. In my opinion, he needs nothing except a bullet in the head. But yeah, that's why Morgan earned the Season of Sin here.
The others, they're gonna be back.
They're gonna be back.
Did that need repeating?
We keep noise to a minimum.
He says whilst having this very loud conversation with everyone right by the walls where the walkers are.
Pull our blinds at night, even better. Keep the lights out.
But it's not like they're able to see in, given that they're already right up against an incredibly high wall.
We have to ration now.
Can't spend whatever time I have left watching my family starve.
Wait!
I'm sorry.
He literally thinks they're going to starve after one day? How the hell does rationing get this bad after a single day? Hell, not even a single day has passed yet. You'd think incidents like this would start to occur after maybe a week or so, but this is just unrealistic. This is not where that book was going to slide to.
Couldn't need stitches, Aaron. Just go back.
No.
Yes.
I was just there for you.
I could have done it.
Clearly not.
You can come here and you won't be downstairs. It's okay then.
Sam, you're really f***ing annoying. Because this will really help him in the long run. Oh man, this is so tense! If only Daryl was able to get up and move slightly further away and then unpack his bow and use it to kill the walker. Oh yeah, he could. Oh, also here The Walking Dead once again reminds us of what it would actually sound like to have a walker making its way through trees to your position. It's not deadly silent, it's noisy as hell, and so it kind of annoys me when they flip-flop like this. I really wish the days of the jogging walkers would return like back in season 1, because back then the tension was that fast, dead things that want to eat you are coming after you, whereas now the tension is only built up by using jump scares or tons of walkers, making it a difficult situation to escape. Let me know down in the comments what kind of walker you guys prefer to build tension. I'm genuinely interested.
$1 to donuts, he's on his way back to Alexandria now.
He wouldn't leave us behind.
He already did.
But he came back.
I think Abraham clearly forgets here that Daryl was a guy getting shot at whilst on a motorbike. There's only so much he can do, so accusing him of just leaving them behind is a little too harsh.
Don't.
What?
Shuts the door fairly loudly behind herself, leaving Abraham outside, and this gives us a chance to see what she wrote on the back of the door. But it also randomly shuts him out of the building, and could have alerted the walker with the noise that she didn't want him going to kill in the first place. So this is a double sin. What kind of a grade A numpty gets scared like this and then of all things falls forward into danger and then worse doesn't struggle like hell to get away but instead just lays there screaming? I'd happily accept this if she tumbled backwards but still got bit, or maybe fell forward, started to scramble away but again got bit. But this just looks really dumb.
You're not gonna answer me?
No.
Technically just did.
The gunfire. Eat it.
What happened is what always happens.
She really is a little shit. She's got absolutely no reason to be having attitude with Glenn and not giving straightforward answers to his very simple questions.
Is Maggie okay? Answer me!
My god, this scene is so stupid. She can't just turn around and say, I don't know, I left before it all got resolved, but people were fighting back, so maybe, or words to that effect. Instead, she runs away for some unknown fucking reason. So he's ascertained that it's not crushed up cranberries. What else could it be?
She's starting to look like Lori.
Yeah, shame that.
Hey. Sorry.
Why are you sorry?
So why didn't you kill me? Was it because I saved you after the hospital? Because I knew who you were. Back there, I would have killed you as soon as look at you.
I'm sorry, am I missing the part where these 5 guys once saved Morgan's life? I think the part he's missing during this exchange is that Rick knew he was once a good man, but these other people burning innocents alive, murdering children if given the chance, and for no reason whatsoever. To allow them to live is to allow them to go and kill another innocent person.
Making it now. You really think you can do that without getting blood on your hands?
I don't know.
I think the clear answer here is no, because the first person he comes across who is angry, crazy, or just straight up overly protective and or cautious can end Morgan in a few seconds with a gun, and there's nothing he can do to stop that with his stick.
Give me the gun, Enid.
Well, her finger's not even on the trigger, so you can definitely swipe it away quicker than she can pull it.
The world is trying to die. We're supposed to just let it.
An opinion that's based upon nothing.
Don't make us come running to save you. You got an idea? You come to me. Would you listen to me?
Maybe if it was an idea that didn't involve stupidity?
I need to dress a wound.
Morgan here proves he's an undercover wolf. Sam is insidiously annoying. And this is a metaphor for don't let sweet things go bad, or when the cookie crumbles it's like, no, I don't get it. I'm just gonna sin it for Sam leaving food to go to waste like a douchebag. How did he end up on his own getting saved by these two when earlier on they were running literally right towards him?
And it always happens, Glenn.
We're still here. Our friends are in there. People who care about you.
Well...
The Latin in the margins, what was that?
Huh. It is something Reg used to say when things went really, really badly.
So... what the fuck does the Latin mean?
Your dad's just gonna get more people killed. Because that's what he does. That's who he is. Your dad's a killer. So is yours.
Boom! Shots fired! And for someone actually saying something like this to these morons for once, I'm removing a sin. Using a lighter to read when it's light outside. Since when did walkers learn to use stairs again? I mean, Season 1 walkers packed a real set of skills, but from what I've seen of Season 3 walkers onwards, they're trying to do anything to stop themselves from just falling down. Well, that was silly. Now you're gonna get eaten alive. See, I have to sin this now, because why does it happen at this point in time when they're already in a far better position than they were inside the incredibly packed house? I mean, this little git managed to keep quiet walking into the thick of them at the very start, when admittedly the danger for a newbie is at its height, because you're entirely trusting Rick and crew that they know what they're doing. But to start doing this when they're outside and there's less walkers doesn't make any sense. So here I'm going to add 5 cents.
Take Sam. No. Yes, Sam, it'll be safer. I'm not leaving you. Sam. Mom, I'm not. I can keep going.
No, you can't.
Sam.
Okay, in this situation, you'd basically be physically moving your child where he needs to go, because hugs and kittens isn't going to be what saves his life at the end of the day. Okay, obviously I can't show this on YouTube without getting age restricted, so I'll just simply say this. Just before this moment you're seeing our dear Sam departing the show, and all I can say is, woohoo!
We're fighting our way out.
We will. Not you.
Well, by my reckoning,
Eugene. Come on.
Yup, having this attitude and telling him he can't do it will definitely work. I have to say that the first time I watched this, I legitimately didn't care about this scene and the guy getting killed whatsoever. But watching it again now, I do genuinely feel bad for the guy, because he really did change towards the end, after interacting with normal people for hours for the first time in most likely a year in his life. For the show making me feel something here, I'll definitely remove a sin. This walker was spending way too long telling Morgan in zombie language that it's the dude he had tied up, and not enough time doing what walkers do and trying to bite him in any way.
Can you get the gate? Appreciate it, pal.
Okay, now that was straight up fucking badass. Removing a sin. They really haven't been able to find a color camera out of the millions laid about?
Don't go out of your way. And if it gives you any trouble.
I won't.
Okay, good, because it's not important. I should have said so instead of just drawing a line.
Need I say anything? Really? We had to have a 1 minute and 25 second scene for her to say, please get me something my girlfriend may or may not like?
Drought tolerance, grain to stover ratio, that is the envy of all corns.
Nice.
Alright. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Treat the fucking nerd who's really intelligent and knows what he's talking about like a fucking nerd, because cool dumb guys rule.
Hey.
Can't say hello because writer says moody teenagers don't say hi, they just look and go going out in the fucking woods to read fucking comic books.
You're not killing it.
What the hell is wrong with you?
You wouldn't understand.
You haven't yet reached the level of emo required.
That sumbitch is on the roof.
TV show tells us that he was able to get out of his knots and then also climb onto the top of the truck without any of the following happening. First, Rick physically seeing him move in the driver's side mirror, in which it had been clearly visible. Secondly, that he managed to do this silently, as we never hear anything that sounds like a person climbing onto the truck. For this, I'll give 2 sins. They decide that instead of just leaving this guy like they had originally intended to do in the first bloody place, to randomly chase him down. For no f***ing reason. For Rick getting out, risking all of the food and important supplies on the truck, and for not locking the fucking door on his way out so that this guy can once again jump inside, I'm adding 5 cents. Because seriously, what the hell is the point in risking all of that stuff for this guy when they were leaving him already?
What about the guy? What about him? Oh, he helped you. Maybe. You ever pull a weapon on you? Fine.
Yeah, he helped you, so let's just forget about him jacking the truck with all of that stuff on it and leaving you with no ride or any supplies to potentially die out there. Simply because he's a good guy, but he wanted your truck. In my mind, that makes him not such a good guy. So she got flooded by walkers in that house when she ran out of bullets and yet somehow managed to not get most of herself eaten away in the process?
What's stupid is you being out there when you don't have to.
You did the same thing. You and Spencer didn't have to go out there, but you did.
That's different.
It's not.
Well, he doesn't yet know the reason why they were out there, so he can't really say that yet.
You could have killed her.
No, I couldn't. I
Were you
wouldn't.
playing some sort of game out there? Did you think that?
No.
Then why?
Because it should be someone who loved her, someone whose family.
Once again, The Walking Dead is for some unknown reason pushing the idea that the right person to kill a family member is another family member, which is so weird to me. Hey guys, can I borrow a knife because I want to go ahead and kill my wife before she turns? You know, because I love her and stuff. Idiots.
Move.
Hey.
Being unnecessarily rude.
We should talk.
How did he know where Rick lived? And a second sin for why this couldn't just wait until he came to speak to him, because the conversation they do end up having is not one of urgency.
What the hell are you doing in our house?
I'm sitting on the steps, looking at this painting.
Being non-specific in a life or death situation.
You mean you were already trading with other groups?
Your world's about to get a whole lot bigger.
And it never really does, as there's his one group at the hilltop and that's about it. Other than Negan, but I'm guessing he's not referring to him.
You have any prenatal vitamins in there? For you?
No, for Glenn.
Most of the rooms have been converted to living spaces. Even the ones that weren't bedrooms.
People live here and the trailers.
We plan to build.
And yet, up to and including the end of Season 7, I can never recall seeing anyone else in this house in any kind of living capacity. Only guards and the main man himself are ever inside.
I never was much of a beat kind of
You
a
just
guy.
put it in your mouth, jerk.
That's what she said.
They're the best beet and acorn cookies I've ever eaten.
You screwing with me?
No.
Well, he is, because as just stated before this, he's never had cookies like this.
This is the only way to be sure, as sure as we can get that we win.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. If all they're doing is killing people, I don't want to have to hit them with my stick.
Where there's life, there's possibility.
And thus marks the start of the era known as Wimpy, Whiny, and Irritating Carol. Oh noes, if it was something like 5 I'd feel right as rain, but it now being double figures equals sadness and an abrupt change in personality.
It wasn't my idea, but I led us into this. I have to come.
Well, you're pregnant. That kind of trumps any feelings of personal pride.
You can do things that just terrify me.
Sentences easily taken out of context.
When I first met you, I thought you were the last woman on Earth. You're not.
Abraham, previously a permanent resident of the Anime Sin's Cool School Academy, acts like a complete and utter shitbag here. The point is that it was strange and unusual how quickly it happened, and how he chose to handle it was fucking abysmal, and for that, he gets us in.
You still a priest?
I'm still a priest.
Could have saved us all a little bit of time and just said yes then in that case, couldn't you? Bullets pass through this door and yet do not continue to make their way into the opposite wall.
Not until it's done.
Guns, knives on the ground right now.
Yet another instance of both parties being in the same position, and yet Maggie gives up despite not being any worse off. I've never understood this. Just keep the guns on them and propose a deal if everyone walks away. Either that, or you all start shooting at each other instead. Keep in mind here that, as far as Maggie knows, they might just simply shoot them the second they give up their guns anyway.
The deal or we go in.
Said shut up, so shut it. You should be glad she doesn't have a sack of gonads to trip over.
That sounds not only very sexist, but also incredibly random and confusing. Is she inferring that a man wouldn't have been able to make a choice to keep those two alive for a deal of sorts? Or physically the pair of balls makes a man more likely to fall? The latter is of course a joke, but still the comment itself was dumb and sinful.
seem kind of stupid getting knocked up at a time like this. Do you think that's funny?
Well, I was never smart to get knocked up.
When you and your respective partner decided that you'd like to have a baby.
In case you haven't noticed, you've got bigger problems than a little secondhand smoke.
Malls.
The fact that they added a scene like this into a show of a post-apocalyptic world is cool with me, because I'm always down for getting across the message of not being near smoke when you're pregnant. For this, I'll remove a sin.
You dumb uppity bitch!
That's moments when your knee completely misses the person's face, but they feel sorry for you and pretend like it hit anyway.
You're not the good guys. You should know that.
This woman growing up was always perceived as being loud and aggressive due to having a permanent exclamation mark on her forehead.
He got you good, kid.
He's in pain. Guys can't handle pain.
This woman is going full-blown neo-feminist and it's irritating. For Carol's final act of awesomeness, I'll remove a sin here. Farewell, Carol. I hardly knew ye.
Why? It'll give you some choices next time.
In fairness to Morgan, it'd always be a good idea to have a cell in the area, just in case someone goes off the deep end or gets too stressed out and needs a forced time out to protect themselves and others, for example. Blurry out of focus fade in fade out shot used for the first time because the editor stumbled across some new settings for the first time in Sony Vegas.
What?
What are we doing? Just tell me. It's good either way.
Okay.
Okay is what we're doing?
We'll do dinner.
She says with huge amounts of attitude because thanks.
I'm ready.
You good with this?
No. I'll go alone if I have to.
That's right, people. Without a single legitimate fucking reason, she wants to go outside to look for drugs. I hate it when scenes like this happen. Someone saying, I just want to be useful, so I'll come along and drag you down and make us all a little less safer.
Should stick together.
Splitting up the group over a fucking disagreement in which bloody direction to go.
I've changed, adapted. I'm a survivor.
Keep telling yourself that.
So far, this episode has been chock full of people expressing annoying attitudes at each other for seemingly no reason whatsoever, and it's getting, as previously stated, annoying.
Why did you... I called dibs. You had zero authority.
This entire scene earns the show 5 sins for yet again having someone full of attitude having an unrealistic argument with someone for a dumbass reason.
We're gonna find out what you have for breakfast.
Oatmeal.
What the hell are you doing?
Nothing.
Clearly not. My eyes hurt like hell now because I rolled them back into my head so far that I saw nothing but darkness and my brain in the distance, which said to me, thank f*** you came in here because I couldn't bear to see that annoying shit unfold any longer. 10 sins for this BS.
No! Don't!
You could have died right there, you know that?
Yeah, I do.
Are you hearing me?
Who gives a shit?
Everyone in town because you're the only fucking doctor.
You want to live, you take chances. That's how it works.
For a couple of damn sodas.
Nope. Just this one.
Which completely and utterly contradicts her first bloody point, thus negating it entirely. At this point in time, Eugene has been attached to this guy's Johnson for about 40 seconds, and yet all literal Scarface does is lightly push him away. Undercover wolf!
What the hell is he doing?
Something he shouldn't.
We gotta stop him.
Yeah, good luck stopping him when he's not only got a decent head start and is on a motorcycle and you're driving a crappy old looking van.
Hey, we should keep numbers here.
I know where Daryl's going.
Okay. Then just have Glenn or Michonne switch out. It's a lot quicker and easier to say, Carol left, than have Rick read the letter. What kind of a moron with a gun gets in this close to the car, rather than just staying back, laying down and firing underneath it? Silly bad guy. Shushing someone who's not talking.
Watch the hell out, asshole.
Don't sneak up on him then, idiot. Well, this is new.
And you didn't kill her. You sent her away, Rick. And she came back. And she came back and she saved all y'all.
When is this bloody numpty finally going to realise that all of the examples he ever uses are of genuinely decent people who've done genuinely decent things? Rick, if someone broke in and ate you whilst you slept, I'd take him to my cell of love, talk to him about kittens, give him 12 hugs an hour, and within a week he'd be one hell of a stand-up guy to join our family. Fuck off.
They got swarmed. And that man, that killer, he saved her life.
A life which wouldn't have needed to be saved in the first place if he hadn't kidnapped her and taken her out there.
Need some more help?
Then why not just ask her to come in since the door was unlocked?
I like it. But why?
So that now she can pass for a boy from behind. Discount Nick Nolte.
You'll be alright.
Daryl Dev fake out.
You want to run into him, right? You hope they show up.
Teenage psychologist gets this theory out of thin air. I mean, it's right, but the fact that it came out of thin air equals sinnage.
Why the face? I hope you're not putting this on us.
Discount Trevor Phillips from GTA 5. Wait, what?
Bitch.
Carol's blood spatter gets confused, moving out to the side rather than directly down and underneath where the bullet would have exited. Okay, we get it. The whistling is meant to be intimidating. Gotcha. And welcome to the show, the most bad-backed, arching villain ever to grace the screen of television. It's the one, the only, Lingen. Who died, fake out?
What? Was the joke that bad?
I'm gonna kill you.
Is an incredibly dumb thing to say given your current situation. Negan blowing a quiet and perhaps intended to be intimidating kiss. 25 seconds of staring.
Grab the damn axe. Don't make me get up again.
He says, don't make me get up again, yet he was the one that literally told Rick to get up and grab the axe, causing him to get up in the first place. Make up your damn mind.
Did I remind you of anybody you know?
Driving through smoke so thick you literally can't see anything. Also then to make matters slightly worse, taking your eyes off of the road entirely and yet somehow not hitting a fucking tree. 2 very long, very boring minutes of Eeny Meeny Miny Mo. Killing one of the best characters in the show. Take 5 cents for that.
Oh my goodness!
Lingen.
Not until you try a little.
What kind of a luck is this dude in the coat actually even got Daryl in? It very much looks like he's basically holding him down slightly by his shoulder. Killing another of the best characters in the show and taking another 5 cents for it.
This
This must be hard for you, right? I mean, you have been king shit for so long.
Well, you don't actually know how long he was in charge for. Could have been just a month or so.
Denied.
Ah yes, the character's kind of low on blood and thus anything goes cliche. In this clip we see Carol see over and over again regular people being nice and friendly and then zombies! Perfect thing to have outside of a makeshift hospital room.
What is this place?
A bakery?
Ezekiel has a tiger.
Also known as a CGI-ger.
You have been addressed by the king.
Definitely a normal reaction here when a fully grown tiger on a small chain-link lead is pacing around within easy face-eating distance.
Drink from the well, replenish the well.
Of course. All about the well.
Well said.
This place is a damn circus.
Well, that room could be considered a circus, but the whole place, not really, considering all we've seen is vegetables and animals and kids getting taught stuff. That's like regular town shit.
All of it. These people, this is make-believe. It's playtime.
Once again, yes for the king, etc., but how are the normal people living their lives in a way which is even slightly different to life in Alexandria? When the walker is on the floor, the machete stuck in its shoulder and neck area disappears until the king has gotten back up and then gives it back to the young lad.
Do not be troubled, Benjamin. Next time.
Hold in the blade instead of the handle. As opposed to doing literally anything else with your time.
That was too fast, right?
No, for the first lesson that was exactly the right speed in order to be easily followed.
We will fulfill our obligations on time every time.
Yes, indeed you do. And you will.
Being a dick for the sake of being a dick. 35 seconds of empty room contemplation.
You're selling these people a fairy tale.
Okay, this time I'm giving 2 cents because she has yet to explain how the town in general is a joke or a circus. I mean, yes, they have a choir and that's dumb, but the rest is just normal everyday living. Walking past the guy's shot is repeated 3 times because reasons. That's right, people, if I have to listen to this shit and get it stuck in my head again, then so do you. Really mopping the hell out of that incredibly dry floor, lads. Also, it's kind of pointless to have 2 people doing this job, since one person is just mopping where the second person just walked and mopped beforehand.
Sorry, still getting used to being my own assistant.
Well, it's been a few years. Should be kind of used to it by now.
You work for me. You get yourself a brand new pair of shoes, and you live like a king.
My god, I wish he'd stop leaning. All the time. Getting punched in the head a whole bunch of times and ending up with a slight nosebleed. What's that look for? "25 long, very boring seconds of Rosita not only acting full of attitude, but worse, acting in such a way that could easily get someone killed."
Go get me Daryl's bike.
It ain't here.
Well, if it ain't here, then you know where it is, right?
Not necessarily. For example, someone could have taken it.
We both know you know where it is.
How's that? Does she have the look like someone who'd know where people's bikes are kept? If he was going to keep it anyway, what's the point in emptying it out?
You should go. before you find out how dangerous we all are.
So dangerous that later on when I have the clear opportunity to kill you, I'll wimp out. But other than that, I'm dangerous.
Show them where the guns are, Olivia.
The armory's inside.
Really? The armory isn't out here where we've just been? Possibly one of the worst head stabs in the entire series. When it's slowed down, you can not only see that the walker clearly has no entry wound, or any wound at all for that matter, but also instead of appearing like usual to pull the blade out of the wound, she just simply moves her hand upwards. I'm giving that 2 cents.
This is not our life.
Because if you wish something hard enough, it'll come true?
Please.
Be careful, little girl.
Really?
But she isn't mine. I had to accept that. I'll die before she does.
I like this moment. It's quite touching how Rick explains that even though she isn't his, she's still his daughter and he'd die for her. I'm removing a sin for what was basically the only redeeming moment in this entire boring episode. That feeling when you used to work at a mattress store.
If they leave, we have plausible deniability.
I agree. It'll be night soon. It's not safe for them to leave now.
Look, I'm a good guy. Could stay the night. But leave in the morning.
But then it'll be light out again, and once again they'll be at risk. Get a fucking haircut.
Why do you burn your dead?
The idea was just to keep going.
Oh, so nothing sensible like, we've always just played it safe in case burial spreads diseases. No, it's to keep on moving forward?
What can Gregory do? He's in charge. He's an idiot. He's a coward.
In fairness to the guy, what actually makes him a coward? A deal was struck by which he ensured his end of the bargain was held up. However, at the same time, unknown to Rick and crew, they hadn't held up their own end. Now he wants to try and keep his people safe in case the saviors roll on in and find these two. I'm also not exactly sure how they could even argue that he's an idiot. 2 cents here. Ruining a perfectly good car because I didn't think you'd be able to escape a slow-moving walker on a fucking bike.
What is that? The gates are open. There's fires. The music is coming from a car.
I really never understood the point of this move. The whole point of what the saviors have going for them is that the communities collect and provide for them so they don't have to. So why risk an entire community getting killed? I'm betting 5 cents for this because it's never explained in literally any way that makes any sense. Oh, and also, how did they get the gates open from the inside, and why wasn't anyone on the regularly guarded posts on the wall as well?
So when I had the chance to kill him, I wouldn't have a choice.
I think I'd kill him too. It's messed up, but it's how it is.
It's messed up to want to kill a mass murdering psychopath?
I don't think Negan's here. I don't see that black truck.
So you saw Negan leave Alexandra in a black truck one time and suddenly that's his only mode of transport and its presence indicates his own as well? This comment would make sense if it'd seen Negan come and go a few times, but only ever in the black truck. But as it is, it's just a case of Carl talking shit.
You weren't taking a drive. You weren't coming to get me.
It's true, but how the hell do you connect those dots based on the fact that he simply said, I don't think Negan's here?
Come with me. You want to kill him too? We can do it.
Based on what? You don't know where his compound is, you don't know what his defenses are, you aren't properly armed, you don't know how many men he has protecting him or the layout of the compound. Need I go on?
I should have talked to Gregory sooner. I'm sorry. Hopefully you'll let me make it up to you.
We will.
I'm sorry, but does Jesus actually owe them anything? I mean, it seems to me that he's done a lot more for them and the group than the other way around. Good luck sleeping at night with that noisy ass clock in the room. So, Did she just happen to lay down and pretend to be asleep at the exact same time that the girl happened to be coming down there? That's an incredibly dumb and risky move since you have no idea who is coming down and it may not be the same person who dragged you to safety in the first place. At first, you can clearly see that Black Bauer hasn't really got any of this whatever it is on him. However, in the next shot, in order to portray an "oh no" situation, he's now covered in it. Some walkers have now randomly appeared behind them, on the part of the bridge that they already covered when they arrived. So we're being led to believe that they walked or crawled out of the sand slide, walked behind the two of them, and then attacked.
You're not gonna shoot me.
What the hell was even the point of aiming the gun at her?
Why did you kill all those people at that satellite station? Because you all thought you had to, but none of you had to. You just did.
Ah, listening to the preaching of a young girl who knows fuck all about the world. I didn't think I'd be rolling my eyes back so far it gives me a headache this early on into the season. Black Bauer's dead fake out? Yeah, okay, that shit's getting boring real fast. What turns out to be 53 seconds of non-stop fucking whistling.
At least Negan's smart enough not to let that mess anywhere near us.
Fat Joey's good for something, at least.
What, eating cake?
Yeah, a big old moving target in your side mirror when there's literally nothing else moving would definitely catch the passenger's attention. So how exactly would that conversation have gone between these two? Jesus would have asked why Carl was there. Was Carl saying, "Oh, I'm off to puss out on killing Negan"? Or did he make it an excuse that really wouldn't have made sense to someone fairly smart like Jesus, such as, "I'm tasked with finding their compound," which he'd know Rick would never allow his son to do solo like that. So for us not seeing the conversation, for Jesus not insisting Carl go first, and for falling for the oldest trick in the fucking book, I'm adding 3 cents here. Okay, genius, and what would you have done if they didn't already have guns on board? Run at Negan doing the old windmill arm attack?
You are adorable. I ain't gonna lie, you scare the shit out of me.
Stay back! Drop your weapons.
And I'm exposing my blind side. You best believe fucking pun intended, rather than, say, putting my shoulder up against the side and staying slightly on the inside of the truck. And he doesn't shoot him because things and reasons and stuff, and for this bollocks I'm adding 5 cents.
Kid!
Oh no, so I can feel my emo level dropping! Oh, and also take another 5 cents for failing to never once explain the reason why he didn't just simply shoot Negan when he had several chances.
You really not gonna take my hand? Because you're lucky you even still have a hand.
Stop fucking leaning! 20 seconds of staring. Okay, new rule in order for us concerned citizens and viewers of the show to prevent the real Negan actor from suffering later on in life with a crippling spine, I'm going to sin every time he fucking unlocks his knees and does the irritating and not at all aggressive or intimidating standing still limbo.
Whoa! Do not make me. Come on.
You didn't keep everybody alive, Gabriel. My mother, my father, my brother. It wasn't his fault. He got here. They died.
Yeah, it's Rick's fault you shot the driver of a truck that hit a tower that later fell on the wall and causes your mother to fall and get bit overall. Running into the woods for no reason that's ever stated.
Are all those women actually your
wives?
Women, Coral. It's plural.
I follow the same old rules.
Whew. Really got my work cut out for me now that I'm lugging the bastard doing it all the damn time.
You
35 seconds of god-awful singing.
Rules. Rules are what make it all work. I know it's not easy.
Carl is literally standing behind him with a baseball bat in hand and still doesn't do shit, proving he's nothing but an emo douche. Geez, you'd think it'd be an easier task to go look for one of what? 300 million guns in America? I know a lot would have been taken, but there's so many that there would, statistically speaking, be likely thousands of firearms within a 20-mile radius of Alexandria.
You don't do anything. You're a coward. And you're weak.
Yeah, this is definitely going to make him want to help you out.
How do you sleep at night?
I don't. I watch TV straight to the morning.
That's probably inaccurate, since you gotta sleep sometime.
What do you think?
I think you should jump out the window to save me the trouble of killing you.
Emo levels have returned to normal.
I think you should jump out the window to save me the trouble of killing you.
Concrete Ninja Mission! Really? So she didn't even have the bloody safety off?
Don't care.
We're running really low on everything. We're practically starving here.
You. By practically, you mean not really.
Okay, I'm straight up removing a sin here.
You gonna eat that?
Yes. Dude. You know she's pregnant.
Is it the only apple in the whole place then?
Go home. Let me take over. No. I'm fine.
Then tell your face that.
How are you?
Good.
Good. Now you can go.
I think you're going soft.
I think you're going.
All right, Carol, we get it. Whoa, death fake out. Sitting around eating peanut butter and then making loud crashing noises when there's other people right nearby in another room.
Don't do this. We need you.
He does this whole speech, which is actually pretty damn good, but she still goes ahead and does it regardless, thus rendering the whole conversation pointless and mute.
I imagine that violence and fighting is something you haven't been a part of.
You're wrong.
You're very wrong. She's probably the most capable fighter in this room.
Then it's time to fight.
What, it's time to fight because she's the best fighter in the room? Where's the logic in that?
You're not understanding me. I didn't want you, I didn't want Ezekiel or Morgan coming here.
You asked Morgan to come in.
Hi. Hi. Hi.
Hi. Dude, relax. A couple people you barely know said they don't want to help in starting a war. It's not the end of the bloody world.
Daryl.
Jesus Ex Machina.
You leave us a little love note?
No.
Is it really all that difficult to say? That was left by the former owner of this gear.
If you want to take over, you are such a badass!
Season 1, it took literally all night for the blonde woman's sister to turn, and now he's turned in less than 10 minutes. Make up your damn minds. Oh, I should probably also mention that at this point in time, I'm so stunned by the amount of leaning sins that I'm quitting the business of sinning them. It's just too damn hard.
Line up. Okay. This is a waste of time. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, it's a waste of time lining up. What is this, some school cafeteria bullshit?
You gonna say you were right?
No. I'm just real sorry they're gone.
Negan murdered Glenn.
I really wish she'd check her attitude at the fucking door. He says I'm so sorry they're gone and doesn't attempt to even slightly say I was right, and she still acts like this afterwards. It's starting to really bug me.
Terrorize the hilltop, set loose walkers just to make a point.
Yeah, a point which was never explained in any way.
But it still pissed me off.
What the hell are you telling me for? We both had sex with the same dead guy. Doesn't make us friends.
No, but it does make you two people who were in the same conversation just now and now happen to be walking next to each other. Also, what was the point in having the scene at the end of the last episode where these two look and slightly smile at each other and nod if now it's going back to hatred? Seems completely pointless. Neither of the cars has so much as a speck of blood on them after mowing down hundreds of walkers and causing a right mess. It's a peaceful Antifa crowd!
Daniel, Brian. Show Rick up.
For some unknown reason over the past couple of years since everything went to shit, these people went from being normal to talking like fucking morons in ways which make no sense unless you're 5 years old. Green screen CGI backdrop is possibly one of the worst uses of CGI I've ever seen. For a show with a huge annual budget, this is pathetic. I'm adding 10 cents for this.
But they're worth it.
A grown man being able to be pushed down like this with such little force. Dude, you are literally surrounded by stuff. Plastic boxes and the like. Grab one, force it over its head, and then look for a weak spot whilst its sharp edges are contained.
Oh, you waited for someone to get the supplies off that boat for you? Long time.
So when that person saw Rick grabbing the gear off of the boat, how did he then on foot manage to find his way to Alexandria? It's a fairly long distance between the two, and Rick would have noticed someone driving a ways back and following. Once again, it's not explained, it's just, oh, this happened, and now accept it at face value.
Sorry. You hit him well, lady.
Don't call her lady.
Ma'am, Ms., Mrs.
You can shut up now.
Copy.
Yeah, you fucking oppressive symbol of the remains of the patriarchy.
Kevin said you like it, just in case you did open the door.
Go.
It would appear that when Carol decided she wanted a life of solitude, she also decided to become permanently rude as well.
What is your problem?
We're not looking for a fight right now, Rosita. We're getting ready for one.
It's always a fight, Tara.
Her point is entirely missed by Queen Attitude that there is no point fighting amongst themselves. Oh, got it out of your head since last week, huh? Or whenever you watched the first part. You're welcome. Sudden motorcycle jump cut is sudden. Well, that's certainly being wasteful for the sake of sentimentality.
Okay.
Taking your eyes off of the road for like 6 seconds doesn't help add any realism that you're driving a real car, when you can clearly also see that they're not.
It means we got the numbers to fight now. We just need to find some guns.
Do you know where we could find that many guns today?
Ah, I love Attitudita's scenes. They bring me so much irritating and sinful joy. Dude, no one fucking does this. Keep your eyes on the bloody road and concentrate on attempting to make the fake driving scenes look real. Rick does his best impression of a sea monster.
If I had done it like I planned to, Negan would be dead right now. And yeah, maybe I'd be dead too, but who gives a damn?
Certainly not fucking me, that's for sure.
Eugene would still be here.
No, he was taken because you used the gun to try and kill him.
Olivia would still be alive?
Once again, no, because she was killed because you tried to kill him.
Spencer would still be alive? And now they're gone, and I'm here because I was stupid enough to listen to you.
I'm sorry, but did she not use the bullet he made to try and kill Negan? 25 seconds of sitting on a bed in silence. Or you could jump inside that massive metal dumpster, make noise and attract them, and then take them out one by one behind the safety of metal walls. The worst fucking looking CGI deer in the history of CGI deer looking shitty. Once again, take a bunch of sins for this, as with the show's budget, it should be a lot better than this. Seriously, what on earth were they thinking when they allowed this to go to air like that? A very nice casual jog for Michonne to go and save her lover. Standing there whilst Rick is potentially getting eaten instead of, I don't know, doing literally anything else? How about shouting? How about making your way over to him or banging your sword on the metal to draw some away? I mean, literally anything is better than standing there for those few seconds. Whoa, Rick did fake out. Rick doesn't make any attempt to let her know he's okay.
Enough to fight your fight, us nearly twice. Need nearly twice.
Talk f***ing normally. Jesus, it's like a bunch of human Yodas.
20. I keep the cat. We get you the guns. We fight together. Say yes.
Rick clearly struggles with the logic behind haggling. I get the symbolism and everything, but this is kind of pointless when it's just one. Just carry the bloody thing.
Why does it have to be so early?
You want to go back to sleep?
No way.
Then don't mention about how early it is. You're giving poor old Morgan mixed signals, boy.
Hey, we can leave for Alexandria right now. Right now, if you wanna.
What a completely pointless fucking scene.
And seeing what you did here, there were 5 of them.
Yeah, and she was up a tree with a massive metal pole, dude. If it was season 1, then yeah, I'd be super impressed as well, but this is season 7 and they're slow as hell. Here I come. Ah, he's a cannibal!
Kid's too young to be a father.
Good thing he's not then?
Benjamin, get your gun up!
Think that's high enough?
Well, it's certainly higher than pointing it at the floor, you fucking donut.
People have lived through every kind of misery.
I love how they automatically assume that there's absolutely no possible chance of danger now that they've seen a random grave. Oh, now it makes sense. It's a grave. Only problem is that still doesn't make any sense, so keep your guns up!
We should give them over, Your Majesty.
Yeah, we should give them over, Your Majesty.
That's some super good writing and acting abilities there.
And the Emmy goes to...
Yeah, we should give them over, Your Majesty.
He was hit on the forehead, but the wound appeared on his cheek.
Let's do it.
The gun is a few inches from his face at best, but when the camera changes angles, he's a good foot or so away.
It's better to talk about it when we get back, Your Majesty.
We'll talk about it now.
So, you're not going to talk about it now after all? You're welcome. You guys might want to space out a little more.
Oh, I grew up with a lot of people around. I'm used to it.
Big family.
Nah, just 12 disciples.
Rosita is going, with or without me. So it should be with me.
Then I'll go too.
Me too.
Stop just throwing yourself in it willy-nilly just because you can throw a knife now. Would that driver not clearly have seen 3 people running with some haste towards the building though? The line of sight seems pretty clear.
Even if you shoot and graze him and he doesn't die.
I won't miss if we go in and get caught.
I won't get caught.
Well, that's a dumb thing to say. You don't even know what the compound looks like, how many people are there, what the layout of it is, etc, etc, etc. Need I go on? It's a dumb statement.
The rest
Stop. I don't know who you think I am, or who we are. Told him yourself. I'm busy.
God, it's like this show went out of its way to say every single savior is a huge dickhead who does dickhead type stuff. Would be nice if there was a guy called Steve who was in the Saviors who was a nice dude until you crossed him.
You were gonna kill that guy.
What gave it away? Was it him raising his knife and slowly walking towards the guy?
He's gonna find us.
Well, clearly fucking not. You know how I know that? Because you weren't fucking caught!
You let them take Dr. Carson. Surprised you didn't kneel again. You must be really worried if you're trying to split everyone up.
Yeah! You could have said fuck you and gotten yourself and potentially multiple other people killed in the process. You little bitch.
Shouldn't talk to me like that. Who knows what might happen with all these saviors coming around?
Did you just threaten me?
No, technically he threatened Maggie and the others.
You can use that blade and stop old Rapey Davy from becoming dead alive, Rapey Davy.
That's some quick old wit coming up with that nickname on the spot. We've been thinking about that one for a while.
And neither will you if you just say yes.
You'd think the logical solution here would be to simply say that she's going to join their side and then bide her time, and when the time is right, take Negan out. It's not bloody rocket science!
We got one.
I'll do it.
I'm here to protect the pregnant lady. I don't need the pregnant lady to protect me.
How does this make any sense considering he was just thinking of actually killing her and now a walker comes along and she offers to take it out and he says, no, I'll do it. If your intention is for her to cease to exist, then letting her take on a walker on her own is a smart move. It's a dick move, don't get me wrong, but it'd at least fit his character's current narrative. But this is just dumb writing. Forest ninja walkers, they come out of nowhere and they grab you real quick. They make no sound and they make no sense because they're fucking bullshit. Maggie stabs the walker in the back of the neck and he rolls it off of himself, but randomly blood appears all over the left side of his face. That makes no fucking sense.
He hasn't killed one before. He's learning.
Yeah, emasculating him like this is definitely going to solidify their friendship.
Hi.
How did she sneak in without anyone seeing her, I hear you ask? Well, because things.
Put your hands on your head.
We should have just killed you in the village.
She didn't put her hands on her head like you asked. 40 seconds of this. Let's get used to this, boy, because it's used a lot throughout this episode.
I know you want to.
Well, what gave that away? Was it the knife in your face?
Do it.
There's another choice.
Daryl, you knew her.
You can trust me.
Or, you know, you could do it. You've got weapons and clearly no one is standing in the way of it actually being done in the first place.
What you fight for, we take, we don't bother. Our way. Maybe another way.
Makes sense you do not. Talk like brain-injured 5-year-old you do.
Worry?
Are you worried? Stop talking like a child!
I'm not giving up. Not on you.
But you really should. Epic reaction to a gunfight! Just push her hand up. She's got no leverage at all. Just push it up. CGI Ex Machina.
That bigger world is ours by right.
I do get Rick's point here that they're the good guys and the saviors are the bad guys, but to say the land is theirs by right is wrong, and that's a pun intended. It would be theirs by right if the saviors are pronounced Savoirs and they invaded from France.
It's ours by right.
But again, it's not. You're all American, they're just a bunch of dickheads doing dickhead type stuff.
There's only one person who has to die.
Only one person has to die. I hope you all heard that. I'll be keeping that in mind, Rick, over the following episode.
For he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. She today, my sister.
Alright, or tiger today, be my tiger. CGI orcas.
I've been shot at. Someone threw a microwave at me.
Placing the throwing of a microwave at yourself after the having been shot at in your little story.
He could have been one of them.
Like a spy?
No, like someone who runs an outpost or is part of an outpost, or hell, even just one of the many people on their own Rick and his crew are about to take out. Idiot!
It's not gonna be enough, Dad.
Enough what?
Hope.
Welcome to Season 8 of The Walking Dead, where Coral Reef is still irritating. Negan is the only person who has to die today, number 1. Negan is the blah 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 to die today, number 2. Negan is the blah blah today, number 3. Morgan treats stabbing a wooden stick into someone's bone like he's poking a cheesecake. Come on, Rick, you haven't got time to be doing stuff like that. And not in public, no less. Have you no shame?
But I'll help you defend this place.
Help me?
Oh, yeah. This is your show.
Yeah, because it's best to have a 14-year-old conduct a military defense. P.S. I know he's not 14 in the show. At least, I think he's not that young. But still, you get my point. And lastly, Negan is the only such and such and stuff and thangs today, number 4. That moment when you accidentally leave a camera on and go to lunch.
Sorry. I was in a meeting.
No sharpshooter in the buildings across the way take this opportunity to just shoot Negan. 30 or so seconds of a flash forward which makes no sense whatsoever.
I don't want to just march them into the line of fire because I want to play my dick is bigger than yours.
Not making it part of the plan, even without snipers across the way to literally pop out and spray literally all of the leaders in one go and end it all right there and then.
It is. We both know it.
Could that thing set it off?
You got it.
Because making a clicking sound or a slight whistle makes less sense than barely getting to it in time. You know, for suspense purposes and all. When shooting at glass is far more important than shooting at the leaders of your enemy. Hey, remember when last season they had all their weapons taken away and then they found loads and then those also got taken away and ammo was super sparse? Well, certainly doesn't seem that way anymore when they're unloading thousands of rounds of ammo into a fucking building!
It's not about you, right? Not about you.
No, but it's definitely about killing him. The fact that he, for some unknown reason, feels the need to go and save him.
Wait. Hey! Hey!
He just lets him take the car knowing full well what he's about to do. Failed to remove the keys before he got out of the car, which was something he could have done at the absolute very least. Also, keep in mind, he's surrounded by seemingly bulletproof sheets of metal, so it's not like he even had to worry about being shot at and could have easily taken the keys.
It was you.
Doesn't just shoot him now whilst Negan is unarmed.
Or I'm about to your pants.
Except for the fact that you do nothing to him at all other than take his weapons off of him.
He needs to cover you or something?
I do not. Hey, we're here to help. It shouldn't just be you. I don't die.
Watch for breaches! We keep them locked in, they got bigger problems than us!
Yeah, there isn't anyone here in that command unless their ear is inches away from her mouth over all of that bloody gunfire. For some unknown reason, these guys just stand there and don't fire back.
Just wait.
For what?
He has his hands up, Tara.
The moment Jesus turns into actual Jesus in a fashion and becomes more and more annoying.
About revenge, it's about getting it done.
Jesus going Jesus 2.0 after the guy was happy to kill him, like a douchebag.
What's about to happen? It's not just a few walkers, you know that, right?
Yes, and yet I smile.
Yes, and just for the record, that little statement gets incredibly irritating towards the end of the 8 episodes where it's been said like 15 times.
Where are they? No! Guns!
God knows what Mr. Soon-to-be-dead Season 1 guy was doing whilst all of this was going on. For rather obvious YouTube demonetization reasons, I can't show it, but Morgan kicking some ass and the sheer volume of people he takes out on his own, I personally thought was the best part of all of the 8 episodes I've seen thus far, so removing a sin here. Why is this guy being allowed to keep a hold of a gun?
I know you. You get transferred too.
The weapon in his hands disappears.
We're supposed to.
They surrendered.
Not at the very least killing someone who they know is a bad person. For the rest, Jesus 2.0 could try and make the argument that their sins are somewhat unknown to a large degree. Personally, I'd still vote to take them all out, but the argument could be made. However, Morgan saw this guy in action firsthand, and thus not taking him out there and then is dumb. Especially since he gets even more annoying later on with constant provocation and him still living.
Hi, Rick.
Oh hey, it's that guy. I bet he's gonna have a big part.
Because you're a prize, Rick. We've been told we don't kill you, the widow, or the king.
Information that is really stupid to tell to your captive because they may decide it's better to risk a fight whilst the opponent is more worried about merely wounding them than straight up killing them.
You're always the guy willing to rush in. But why? What is it you're looking for?
He's always the guy to be rushing in. That's a stretch based on what? When he went to go and find Merle that one time from years ago when he knew him for like a few hours combined?
We're gonna settle your Peaches.
Calling a man like Rick Peaches.
But we are taking these men to the hilltop. That's where we're going, and that's what we're doing.
By order of Jesus 2.0, he's never given an order to anyone before now, which makes it very odd that he'd suddenly start acting like someone put his ass in charge of the morality police.
But we don't execute.
Because why should the end of the world be any different to events prior to the end of the world? Oh wait, that's right, the US still executes people, and rightly bloody so, because oftentimes it's the best damn thing.
You good?
That was...
I know who was. Don't matter. Not one little bit.
Yup, and he gets a sin removed here for that.
Why the hell would you wear that? Didn't do shit for him.
These guys managed to run off whilst entirely surrounded by armed people. Hell, even a bullet in one person's leg at the very back would have stopped literally all of them. The fact that they allow him back inside after what he did. And another one removed.
Yet I smile.
Ironically, every time he says this, I personally die a little on the inside. Hey guys from Everything Wrong with The Walking Dead Season 1, how you doing? Why are the walkers all slow and stuff and not running around and using weapons? Because every day I get told it's because they're fresh and thus their brains work a little better. But these guys are fresh now too, aren't they? I'm confused, so let me know your thoughts. Again, for obvious reasons, I can't show what just happened, but Carol actually being a badass again gets the series another sin removed. And yet I smile.
It's how I can walk.
You can keep the cane.
Discount logic.
Does Negan know your name?
I'm Negan.
That moment when you forget and think your gun is a microphone. Instead of just firing from behind cover, Carol comes out into the open. Also, even though these two at the truck had no clue she was there, they were able to start firing within literally a second of her having come around the corner. Just for the record, a foot on someone's forearm doesn't hurt. Like, at all. Unless you're a child and they're the Rock, it's just a solid mass of muscle, and so with our discount logic here's weight on it, this should not be causing any pain whatsoever. Also, in case you were thinking it, we're not showing him having any wound on his arm. Once again, dude, it's a foot on a chest that even has some armor on it. This wouldn't hurt.
Symmetry.
Why give up in this moment? He's a skinny dude with one foot on you and he's swinging wildly at your head with a blade. Move his leg off to the side and punch him or something.
You're not going anywhere with those guns.
We are. They got someplace to be.
Oh no, if only you could, I don't know, lay down and shoot their legs from underneath. Oh yeah. Rick and Daryl Ex Machina. High-powered machine gun firing in basically a very small field of view on a fixed platform and not managing to hit someone coming at them in a straight fucking line. Guy doesn't attempt to ram Rick's car or pull the gun he's got beside him until Rick hops on over and it's already too late. CGI Rick falls onto the road and yet real Rick comes out of the bushes.
Look at what's in front of us. That's what's real. Go!
Dude, just climb up like Carol is and both of you pull him up. It's not rocket science.
Damn it, let me help her.
Again, can't show it, but a fucking tiger getting killed by some walkers is dumb as hell. Clearly just trying to save some dough on the old CGI budget.
Know what I ask for, after you have given me so much, is purpose.
A purpose in life, such as, you know, saving and helping Negan, the head of the enemy you and your buds are currently fighting, for example.
Gregory, you don't need to explain yourself over and over again.
Then perhaps you shouldn't bring up the conversation again if you feel that way.
We save people.
That's why you're called the savior.
Well, aren't you smart? Here, have a biscuit.
I didn't know until I knew. You know.
Gregory, I believe you. Now make Negan believe you.
That's actually what he's in the process of doing.
Tell me we're not backsliding.
We're not backsliding.
Yep, no need for any context here. I'll just go ahead and use my imagination instead of having the story told to me like normal.
Got some sort of hillbilly armor. We just be wasting metal on metal.
Making assumptions about the thickness of said metal. For all they know, it could be incredibly sheet thin.
Why would you stop for that bearded prick?
What I fear is a fruitless death.
So conversely, he considers attempting to save an enemy and dying during the process a fruitful death. The guy's a straight up fucking grade A moron.
There had to be some reason I did what I did.
Also, it's even worse than I thought. He didn't think that would be a good and decent thing to potentially die for. He just thinks that God told him, hey, go save that dickhead, would you?
I'm here to take your confession.
Okay guys, so a lot of you pointed out that it was in fact not a CGI Rick falling out the car in part 1, and you were absolutely correct. So I'm removing that sin now.
I don't have shit to confess. Except maybe the fact that I rubbed one out right where you're sitting just to calm down a bit.
That's unlikely given that he entered the room likely within less than 3 or 4 minutes of him having entered it in the first place. Why he does this is never explained, and it's made even worse by the fact that he literally just said that they have to sit and wait for a while to see if his people can figure out a way to get rid of the herd.
We have to assume Negan's dead.
Just to clarify, are you saying you're someone else, Regina?
No, I think you get her point, dude. You're all Negan, but Negan is likely dead.
You can't leave the Saviors out of here, I will.
30 or so seconds of seemingly absolutely pointless aggression.
I'd like you to accept these as a sign of my faith that we will, in fact, find a way out of this pickle. Pun intended.
Think about it. There ain't no kingdom no more.
He takes this as a fact based purely on what a dying enemy said.
Nah, you ain't doing this.
Unnecessary push after having thought it through for a short while.
Or I can just kill you.
Because killing him would be extremely easy when he's holding a loaded firearm. Actually getting to hear about some of Negan's past I personally thought was a nice and much needed touch to his character, so I'll remove a sin here.
Regina. Now why'd you have to go and do that?
Mainly to avoid being shot herself. Because when you're working with rusty and or sharp pieces of wiry metal, it's important to wear as little clothing as possible. You gotta wonder where the hell their source of water is keeping them all alive in the middle of a fucking junkyard that also allows for them to keep their hair all clean like this too.
Jesus.
Hi.
They're giving away our food.
We had a bumper crop of turnips in the root cellar.
Which is not the point. You keep going on about how she's in charge and then you go and grab a bunch of their food to give to murderers.
Are you seriously thinking about doing what Gregory said?
Every option's on the table. They have to be.
What are we fighting for, Maggie?
For a world without a bunch of murderers in it?
I'll go with you. I'll fight.
No.
They'll go running scared when they see you, kid.
Still, alone you.
Oh my god, I so legitimately hate the way they speak. Alone you. Does this seemingly save more time than just saying you're alone?
Or we destroy you.
Threats and dreams.
Well, it's hardly a dream when he has physical proof of the Saviour's demise. However, yes, it is a threat well done.
You're still healing.
You were shot. I was just beat up.
Been shot worse than this drive.
Irony or hypocrisy? Take your pick. when you're so desperate for water that you actually go and waste a lot of it. Bless his heart, this guy is trying so damn hard not to move whilst he's seemingly dead, but since they decided to keep the camera on this dude for so long, he's clearly struggling with the whole physical aspect of playing dead.
I don't know. But you gotta honor your parents, right?
Dude, keep fucking still! This kid is a fucking moron.
2 at a time.
2 at a time, even though you're all tied together by rope and thus move at the speed and momentum of the person directly in front of you.
You're gonna get these people killed.
I won't stand for anything less than total cooperation, up to and including attempting to take a weapon from one of my guards and then make a direct threat against the people of the community. This is so fucking dumb that you say this, and then 2 minutes later he pulls this crap and yet you still don't make an example of him. Forest Ninja Walker cliche.
Sometimes kids have to find their own way to show their parents the way.
Shut the fuck up. Could she not have just taken a few shots at them from slightly above the box? This is such a dumbass intimidation technique because it makes it incredibly obvious where you are when you're actively trying to catch and take someone out before they take you out.
You're not gonna use that thing.
That moment when a rocket launcher blast causes you to literally disappear into thin air. Obviously they added a lot of blood to the floor, but typically when someone is hit by an explosive, they don't just dissipate into blood. Daryl Ex Machina.
Where are you going?
Make sure we win.
Let me come with you.
You literally don't even know where he's going. A whole bunch of makes no sense, which also includes randomly taking the same 2 pictures of him from the front for some unknown reason.
Eugene, I was going for a handshake.
In that case, turn your hands sideways, dude.
It is for me. It just is.
Well, no one can say you haven't got a solid argument. It is for me, it just is.
Drawn active deceased along with it away from all exits, allowing immediate free passage, permanent redirection if successful.
And what exactly is the point in dictating this?
Seeing 20 for 20, I'm feeling 10 for 10. I'm receiving 5 by 5. Just staying safe means staying alive. And I'm A-okay with doing whatever it takes to lock that down.
1 minute and 25 long-ass seconds of this.
If you care, you do something. You don't just hope. It takes more than that.
Then by that logic, Coral Reef, you should have gone and offered the saviors all of your stuff willingly. Be a good person and all that bollocks. What he fails to understand is that you can't trust every single stranger you come across.
From the window! We hit it! Look! Back!
Well, it was well worth them being brought back into the story. Carol Ex Machina.
You think we're gonna be out there picking strawberries with Negan?
That's what it takes. It's more than just hope.
One thing that annoyed me here is how his little Jesus complex seemingly come out of nowhere. In the last season he stupidly gets on a truck to go take out Negan, and then unsurprisingly fucks that up. The season ends and now suddenly he has a heart and wants everyone to live happily together. It makes no sense. If you want to use it as a character building tool, at the very least make something happen to trigger this new way of thinking. Irritating slow motion shots of everyone.
Will we give up that quick?
No, we wouldn't. Damn straight.
Well, at least you managed to get one line. Instead of having their guns at the ready and just mowing them down, exiting their vehicles to use as cover, or doing literally anything, they just sit there.
This is my show. You said it. This is my plan, and you're gonna do it.
Yeah, but she didn't mean it though, because you're like 12 years old and stuff. Somehow she survives despite being without any cover at all from all of the bullets.
That's why you don't want to block the gate with the trucks. That's why you drove right up to this.
Also, she sees this as the perfect time to have a quick chat with him instead of killing the person she now knows is the traitor. A punch from this woman knocks a man to the floor.
Saviors killed one of our own tonight on the road. We aren't even, but that was a start.
Meg.
Jesus, shut the f*** up.
I can't go back. One of them got away. She's gonna tell them.
And how did she get away considering they were firing bullets into the vehicles and she had to literally go back behind one of those vehicles into the line of fire? I'm sorry fans of The Walking Dead, but this little moment earns the season 10 whole sins for how absolutely dumb it is that Rick has the upper hand and yet decides to merely hit Negan once with the f***ing handle! Rick now literally is holding a gun and yet doesn't just turn around and kill Negan once and for all from the safety of the outside of the house. More annoying slow-mo action.
That's how it happened.
You know what? I'm sorry. I cannot take another season with Carl. I've had enough. Okay, it's got to be done. Oh, I hate to do it. I hate to use it. I really do. But, okay. Right. Carl Grimes gets bitten by a walker. Okay, well, yeah. You're welcome. Woohoo!
And do the Harlem Shake.
Everything okay?
Just came for some of that butternut skillet cake you guys make.
You rode out from the kingdom for dessert.
Do you really have to question that, Rick? Grave's not gonna dig itself, Michonne. It's almost as though the season director paid for this particular song and said, damn it, I'm gonna use the whole thing and get my money's worth. To the preacher who is waste of food if you ask me. So, any particular reason you're not doing your job and taking out the guys in the window?
They're trying to make a path, blocking out the walkers with bodies. They're gonna get out.
So what the hell is the point in snipers being there if all they're doing is watching them? I'm sorry, this just deserves one more sin for being so nonsensical, it's absolutely beyond me.
You versus all of them?
Yeah.
They don't stand a chance.
No, they really do.
It's not just Carol. I'm going too.
Oh, shut the f*** up, Billy, you're like 9 years old.
I said he's going to kill you, and there's nothing I can do to stop that.
Hey. You hear me?
Jesus, dude, what the f*** do you want from him? Okay, one doth, get it? When you're startled and accidentally make the sound of a walker. Head-stepping sound effects brought to you by www.cheesecakepoking-soundeffects.com.
Come on, boys! Get the damn gum off your shoes! Let's go!
And girl, you racist, transphobic, ageist pig! Can't show it on YouTube since it's rather graphic, but this dude's response to having a spontaneous appendectomy is to merely sit there screaming and not attacking back in any way, shape or form. Well done, lads. Brilliant.
Only a sick man do it like this.
As opposed to beating someone's skull in with a baseball bat, which is incredibly refined.
You just killed all those men because of the kid?
Well, that and they were shooting at him. I mean, it's not like they were all unarmed or anything.
Relent. Ending him is the coward's way.
This kind of shit always really annoys me. He's an enemy. He may not be armed, but there's nothing stopping him from one day picking up a gun and coming after them again, be it in a day or a month. One would assume that if this wooden structure has been burning all night through till morning, that you'd see a little more damage done to it than this.
What do you think he meant? Did he want us to stop fighting? The Saviors just surrender to Negan?
No, because then you'd just die, and he obviously wouldn't have wanted that. Coral Reef was on about when this is all over, not just killing every single one of them, so that you can create some peace afterwards.
The hell is that?
Would that not be the kind of thing you first ask if he even wants to deal with himself, instead of knocking on the door and then dumping a coffin onto the table?
And as friends, you will grant us this neighborly gesture as a sign of good faith.
Danger's everywhere. Need guns too.
We need guns too. God damn, I forgot just how bloody annoying these bunch of Yoda twats are.
You learned before or after?
Don't learn. This. Come to know.
Great, these have now taken the stupid talking to the extreme that I legit don't even know what she was even trying to say. Was it that she didn't learn how to create art? She just knows it?
Why the dump? And there had to be a better place to call home.
No,
is not an answer to the question he asked.
I used to come here to find things to paint on. Metal sheets.
Removing a sim because I'm genuinely happy that she's talking normally.
I didn't want her dead. I just wanted her gone.
Feels like what Carl was talking about.
Although you can't really forget that she's the one that sold them out the first time, endangering all of their lives and shooting Rick in his leg. Not to mention that after that, they also captured Rick and were going to put him to death until he fought his way free and took a hostage. Just how much shit are you supposed to let people get away with and still try playing the forgiving card?
You see, I stop people from dying. I am the answer.
Irony.
Best to stay off the road. Head in the woods right there.
Starting off only using hand gestures to maintain quiet, but then just talking anyway. Thank God Daryl is there to keep gesturing which direction they should go in, otherwise they may just wander all over the place. Forest Ninja Walker!
Tara! What, it got away? He can handle it.
Or you know, one of you could come and help?
Same as us.
Hopefully better than us.
Wasting the bullet when Daryl can use an arrow and then retrieve it afterwards.
Well, maybe we should let him drive for a little while.
I mean, we should let him inside. Been leaving all those footprints along the side of the road. Maybe just by saying it over and over again, this person had reason to believe it. Maybe it gave them the strength to go on.
Okay, but what the hell has any of that got to do with your current situation?
These are both antibiotics.
Antibiotics ex machina?
My people come first. I don't have a choice.
I think you do.
Well, the choice is that everyone badly starves instead of the enemy who were previously trying to kill them taking the brunt of said starvation. Not much of a choice, is it?
It's car keys and a map.
Oh, please.
Why didn't you try and stop me?
No one could have stopped me.
Well, yeah, they could have.
How can we win?
Look around, Gregory. How can we lose?
Lack of food, lack of guns, lack of personnel, lack of ammo. Need I go on?
Listen, ride with me. We make sure you're up to speed on the plan. It's what Negan wants, so I don't know why we're still jawing.
Could have just started off the conversation with that then in that case.
You are beautiful, baby.
It's a weird thing to say when you're on your own.
Rick didn't agree with me then. He may not understand me now.
He won't.
but eventually he will.
Unless, of course, it is a trap and then you get yourself killed out there. This seems like a silly waste of ammo. Prediction. Rick runs out of ammo by shooting like a royal numpty and then ends up fighting Negan one-on-one melee style. If so, I'll add another sin for being so goddamn incredibly obvious. Jesus f***, not only was I proven right, but even worse so, Rick chucks his gun away after changing the clip and only firing off a few rounds to go, melee style! He literally shouted the name of his baseball bat.
You asshole.
Prediction. Rick will stand around too long and either Negan will allow himself to drop and survive, or his people will arrive and he'll survive.
And the worst has been outpacing the best lately, but that won't last forever. It won't.
Yeah, alright, we heard her.
I know, trust probably sounds like a made-up word now, like flibbersticky, or clump, or moisture.
What? You still alive? I'm a goddamn cat.
Yes, and there he is, and there's my next prediction sin proven correct. I hate being right all the time! Ooh, as opposed to, say, getting your axe out and attacking him with that instead.
Gone.
You couldn't find him?
No, they could. In fact, he stood right next to them, genius.
You know what it is.
Carol, you know I can help.
Oh, shut the fuck up. You're like 4 years old.
So you have never performed surgery?
3 times?
Amputations?
No, but I can figure it
Even
out.
strong enough to hold someone down who hasn't been anesthetized?
Are you?
I can figure it out.
Can you shoot a gun? More importantly, can you shoot a gun while you're holding someone down?
Okay, when the hell has this weird-ass scenario ever presented itself to you? And furthermore, what's the sense in being a royal cunt to the one actual doctor in the whole place and criticising him for not having been further through his training when the world ended?
Because it sounds to me like you don't know enough of anything. And in my experience, people who don't know enough are more dangerous than people who don't know shit.
Do you know about the risk of diabetes creeping up on your fat ass? Also, what are you basing the whole you don't know enough on, considering every time he answers, your dumbass interrupts him?
Over there, Lizzie.
Look out! Hold up! For life, even cover!
Yeah, they're not hearing a word of that over the firing of all those weapons. Intimidation tactics which are incredibly stupid when you take into account that they just spent the last 5 or so minutes in open combat with you and clearly didn't retreat through any kind of fear. Also, it's incredibly stupid because once again it nicely gives away your position to the enemy.
Some of us are lucky enough to just live. Some of us are lucky enough to just fight.
Even after it ends?
I don't think it ends.
What we're doing, the end of the fight, is what we're fighting for.
True, but her point is that in all likelihood the chances of them running into another aggressive group in the future is very high, and thus the fighting never really ends for good.
I wouldn't have died if I went out there.
You would have, Henry.
He says in his irritating little voice based on no knowledge whatsoever. I'm getting a real Coral 2.0 vibe from this kid.
Gregory was in charge. This place wouldn't be here anymore. He was about himself. What he wanted. That's not you.
Jesus, will you all remove your tongues, please? This is getting old. Oh my god, Maggie, best leader for Evs and stuff.
Just hold tight.
This extra has horrific peripheral vision if he was unable to see a large 6-foot-tall bloke making his way towards him from behind. Not to mention that he also failed to hear him in the dead of night. Also, Mr. Slap'n'Bappin, I can't remember his name, sat up on the bed by the time this guy made it to the door and yet still managed to grab him before he left. Community Ninja Walker! I wake up if my dog sneezes in the middle of the night. Meanwhile, every single one of these people remains sound asleep whilst a fully grown dude falls down the stairs right by their heads. Because in order to shoot a gun at someone, you need to be 1 meter away as opposed to 2.
Where are the others?
They didn't say where they were going, they just ran.
And you didn't?
Yes, he's currently back at Negan HQ. Cool that she's found razors to keep shaving her legs all of this time.
Daryl, it just means that Dwight shot me with a clean arrow.
Well, it means you got lucky. It could be anything.
Yeah, clean arrow, or you know, 1 in infinity chance that the arrow had blood on it, but you're the only person who's unaffected by the virus. Both equally viable options.
It's not like a bite. Sometimes nothing happens.
Daryl.
Look.
Based on what, Daryl? Based on what? When has that happened? Exactly, go get a haircut.
I can't.
Wait.
I can't.
You have to. I did it too.
Why the hell is she forcing this on him so much? He's been dead naff all time and she's all about pressuring him into reading a bloody letter from his dead son. How about letting him decide when it's time?
You're not dead.
I know. Not me. I don't die.
There's no dive bar 3 miles off Edge Hill Parkway. It's between here and there, but the chances that actually... Hey!
Not to mention the fact that he's given Rick absolutely bare bones information to go on and he's just setting off to find the place. Yeah, f it, I'll find it based on that riddle wrapped to the puzzle.
They're all I have left. They're all this place has left. You took my world, everything. You took away me.
Thank God he did as well, otherwise I'd be forced to be wiping blood off of my shoulders every time I had to hear you do your irritating as hell Yoda speak. Can't show it on YouTube, but he does just about the worst firing of a gun at close range that I've ever seen in the history of people firing guns at close range.
Morgan. Morgan. Hey, you know me.
It's been like 10 minutes since Morgan left Carol after their little chat, and already he's gone proper old school feral like he was in the past. I mean, hell, give it a day or two at least before he fully regresses.
You have to give them a way out. You have to find peace with Negan. Find a way forward somehow.
This naive is annoying. It's all well and good to say, find a way to find peace with Negan, but in doing so that opens Rick and crew up to untold dangers down the road. Vendettas, ambushes, and so on and so forth would likely be commonplace. Very nice in theory, but in reality, highly unlikely.
Start everything over. Show everyone that they can be safe again without killing. That it can feel safe again. That it can go back to being birthdays and...
So in closing, Dad, take over the entire United States in order to ensure there are no more bad guys anywhere, and that'd be great. Love, Coral Reef. P.S. This show has sucked since season 5.
Well, I am the juice.
World's hardest handshake gone wrong.
If he was of the blood variety, you would have already been dead. But the fact remains you're packing pathogens that can sting with the sneeze, making it imperative that you maintain your PPE at all times.
And thus you walking into his direct airspace where said coffees have taken place without a mask makes you king of the retards.
Well, they've shown me that I'm still the same person who locked my parishioners out so long ago.
And still the same boring bastard whose backstory I never particularly gave a damn about.
I tried to rise above my biological imperative, but that is not who I am.
I know who you are. You're the reason they were able to escape the sanctuary.
She's right, but that is a massive assumption given that all they did was basically use firepower in order to escape. That moment when you swing your gun over the walker's head, but it's decent enough to at least pretend your attack connected and falls to the floor like a real bro. He had time to cover himself like this when she was literally meters behind him at the wall divide. When you're so thirsty, you waste a bunch of collected water. Bat? No bat.
No more talk.
Seems like a waste to destroy your own radio.
He died paying respects to a woman he never knew.
And that's what made him a massive douchebag.
Boylan Road. Map will show you where I'll be if there's trouble.
No, we got this one locked down, Hefe.
Damn straight you do.
Oh wow, they even have SJWs in the crew.
You ever see one that big?
Office is full of genitalia.
Oh, eso es lo que dice él.
That's what he says?
Damn it.
How much farther? We grow closer. Yonder. Over the ridge.
That is not an answer to his question. Okay, so I can't show it on here, but kudos to them for the whole Eugene twist they pulled. I genuinely didn't see that coming a mile off. I did slightly expect it, but purely because I saw literally no other way for them to get out of the mess they were in. Removing a sin. Firing once he's already behind the tree and thus wasting ammunition while Negan doesn't have a gun.
And then we're gonna show him.
Yeah. We will.
So, was Daryl just standing in the shadows for effect, or...? When it's the end of the world and you focus your efforts on rebuilding the old church. Really obvious CGI.
What the hell you doing?
Scaring the birds away.
These two come up with a genuinely good idea as to how to keep the birds away from eating all of their crops, and Daryl just comes along and kills it for no reason, basically being a massive dick. Also though, his whole deal has always been collecting the arrows that he fires, which gave him a seemingly infinite supply, but now he's just straight up not even bothering anymore, and so might as well switch to a firearm in all honesty. Also guys and gals, if you want to see more Everything Wrong with The Walking Dead, be sure to like this video and leave a comment. Any support on Patreon would be nice too, as I'm spending probably 10 hours writing, recording and editing these videos just for you all, as most of my revenue comes from my other channels, so it's very much appreciated if you can help out. Also quickly, if you're curious as to why I'm back doing these, I've had a lot of people say they dislike TV Sins videos from the past 2 years and honestly prefer mine, so I figured I'd come back in my free time and entertain y'all. And now let's get back into it.
You teach me sometime? I got a kids class at the Hilltop you could audit. Maggie will be there. Carol sometimes shows up when she's in town.
Did he just say he can audit the class he teaches kids when he asked if he could teach him to kick up high? Also, bruh, not gonna lie, it's incredibly cringe that Jesus is going around kicking them, like it's so obvious he wants to show off, as opposed to taking them out in the most easy method possible, that being using a bladed weapon. I love how they're all clearly using horses and stuff in order to remain pretty quiet while in a city, and then you got big bad boy Daryl being all like, ah hell no, I need my incredibly noisy motorbike with a finite amount of petrol or whatever they use. So I mentioned this in my Red Hot Garbage video, which by the way I took down as YouTube got really up on the whole censorship or else we won't give you any ad revenue thing, and so I'll say the same thing here. This intro just looks plain awful, I genuinely believe that. It's just horrible CGI and looks like a terrible video game near the end. For some unknown reason, Carol was unable to take this one out.
This is gonna work.
Having seen this episode about a year or so ago when I made the previously mentioned series, I'm now left genuinely pondering what the this actually is that's going to work in her mind. Because they never used this building for anything that she's peering at, she didn't know if they had the gear they were looking for there, and she also didn't know what kind of wagon they'd find and if they would even be able to get it outside. But of course, if in a later episode it turns out she uses this place for something, if I remember, I'll remove the sin. Basement Ninja Walker! They stay really silent and they act real quick. They don't make sense because they should react to sound. Basement Ninja Walker!
You were right, Anne. How'd you know to find seats here?
Brought my class back when I was teaching.
And yet she never decided to go there before now and collect those very useful seats because...
Is he still sore about the results? He's being friendly.
It's weird, honestly.
Because friendly and weird are strangely synonymous.
So far, so good.
So I got a couple sins here that I pointed out during the last video. First and foremost, they really don't have to go this way across the glass, like the longest possible route over it. They could have easily gone directly to the left or the right. Secondly, this glass was designed in spite of however many years have passed to be able to hold thousands of kilograms of weight from throngs of visitors, and thus an old wooden cart with metal wheels wouldn't be enough to break it. That's just plain old silly. At this stage, it would be the sheer height of stupidity for Carol to remain pushing it from the rear when you can easily step off the glass and continue to pull it off, and I feel like no one would do this in real life. Yet another double sin because I forgot about this, but why wouldn't Daryl and Rick just place the wooden canoe over the edge of the stairs where it's perfectly safe? And also, why on earth are Carol and the King walking around on the middle of the glass like it's so difficult to wait off of it for Rick and Daryl to finish with the canoe? Last but not least, they could have very easily also put that piece of equipment over the edge of the staircase, and my god, they're dumb in this! I swear to god, it hurts my brain a little bit. I've got some blood coming from my nose, it's nuts! Honestly, I'm shocked how no one has ever mentioned the bike and how noisy it is, especially since it is ultimately what may have brought the horde upon them in a few minutes' time, and yet it's never even brought up.
2 other herds merged into Sylvia, so now it's even bigger. One of them came through here in the back end, took down the bridge.
The notion that that bridge was brought down by any amount of walkers standing on it is hilarious.
Maggie, I think they need a break.
They decide that in order to move this wagon, that they'll remove the horses that were pulling it and instead pull it themselves. Like, I get that the horses are tired, but wouldn't you give them an assist in getting it free of the mud, given that even tired horses will still pull something heavy like that way easier than a human can?
We're almost there.
One more time. 1, 2, 3.
In spite of there not being that many walkers in sight, and easily a number which they've taken down numerous times in the past, they begin to panic and ignore them, concentrating instead on the wagon. Even worse than this, which I won't send separately but instead will include in this one, is that when they fail soon and the lad gets stupidly bitten and kicked by his horse, they then go and kill them all anyway.
I got a free hurt!
Can't wait!
Rick is awkwardly late in his shouting after this kid, which you'd think he'd yell urgently about, given how a walker must have been a mere 6 to 8 feet away from where he was running to, given how quickly he's grabbed. Also though, this kid fails to notice that same walker, and maybe go to the other side of the horse to free it. Like, you can't not notice it. It's in the middle of a giant empty path. Also though, he gets his arm grabbed and then physically holds it out for the walker to bite. Like, imagine something grabbed your arm. The first thing you do is yank it away, but he literally continues holding it up. It's so unrealistic, it physically injures me. Ugh! I can let it go to a small degree when they're doing this to people who've been decomposing for many years, but the idea that you can easily slide a knife into someone's neck, brain or spine or something, like you're sticking it into a cheesecake, is laughable.
You know, Gregory has been saying he's the one who's always put Hilltop first. My son is dead. Your boy has no father. And those damn saviors eat our food and take everything that Hilltop bled for.
Maggie fails to point out that that doesn't actually mean anything. It doesn't make any sense. Loads of people died while he was in charge. It's not like he ran a flawless camp where no one died. Secondly, her point would only make sense if Glenn was killed as a result of a dumb mission, which he wasn't. And thirdly, she rounds up her stupid argument by bringing into it the saviors and how they share in their food supply, even though Glenn died as a result of trying to fight that very group, to which her point was that he died senselessly. So ultimately, terrible writing right there.
Are faded and gone. No flower of her kindred.
This goes on for quite some time.
Rick Grimes is here.
That's the man that ended the war. Is Negan suffering?
Bruh, talking about him like he's not right in front of you is very bizarre.
Seeing his name on the wall. Did we do the right thing? Sometimes I think maybe we just should have killed him.
But killing him wouldn't have changed anything we saw today.
Probably would have made it less likely that they'd have stuck his name on the wall asking for help, but yeah.
He's got me worried about things breaking down.
Well, he wouldn't say something unless it was important. He cares.
Too much sometimes.
How the hell are they writing this stuff? Daryl was saying that the Sanctuary is a hopeless case, that it's bound to fail, and also that he has had enough of being leader there, and wanted to go kind of be free out on the road again, and then in the next scene, they're saying he wouldn't have spoken to Rick if it wasn't important, because he cares, and Rick says, too much sometimes. He cares too much sometimes? About not wanting to be leader? About not thinking the Sanctuary will survive? What are you on about?
If he's worried, there's a reason. So what do we do about it?
I think we need to fix that bridge.
Okay. I'll get the people to agree to a charter.
Not that that has anything to do with the fixing of the bridge, but yeah, let's talk about your thing again, even though it has been a little while since it was last brought up. A light over Rick's head is extinguished when she blows out her candle.
Margaret, yes, look, God, Maggie, what happened?
I literally listened to this 3 times, and I still have no idea what he said unless it's straight up mumbling.
You need to sit down. You obviously have a head injury.
You want to leave this place? You can't even murder someone, right? I'll know that you did this.
I adore how quickly he goes from, my god, you have a head injury, to die, woman! It's so funny, but so poorly done. They have a short conversation with very light insults, and he straight up tries to stab her. It's amazingly sin-worthy.
Bullshit.
You told me that soon you'd be the one following me, but you didn't. Because I wasn't someone to follow. That changes now.
Changes how? You gotta have proven in some way that you can handle a wider array. You gotta have proven in some way that you can handle a wider array of issues outside of your own camp. You can't just say the words and it becomes true. Like, what are your plans, ideas, and so on?
What you're doing isn't right. Killing me in the dead of night. Because you're ashamed.
She'd only be ashamed if she was doing it with like 5 people present. The time of day really has no impact whatsoever.
Maggie, stop!
No!
Rick's reaction is way too quick here. Like, it's so obviously scripted, because who the hell reacts to her shouting, Maggie, stop! Within less than 1 full second? I mean, she could be yelling that out for any number of reasons, and he's meant to trust her. It's not like they've shown us numerous scenes of her saying, I'm gonna stop this execution and stuff like that, so Rick is expecting it. Nope, she stood there, says what she says, and Rick pounces on her like a bloody puma.
It's not just a bridge. Roads are the lifeblood of civilization. Rome rose and fell with its roads.
Kind of confusing to use an analogy like that, because you're saying roads are the lifeblood of a society, meaning if you don't have them, you're screwed. But then you follow it up by saying Rome rose and fell with its roads. So it fell in spite of its roads and thus its lifeblood? So kind of pointless mentioning it in that context?
Someday you'll cross this bridge with your grandchildren and tell them the story of how it was built.
I'm not gonna bore my grandkids telling them a story about a bridge.
This boring structure connects us all.
He never said the bridge itself was boring. He said he wouldn't want to bore his grandkids telling them about a bridge.
Do you think he'd ever do something like this again? I didn't think that he'd do it the first time. Well, you didn't hang him like you did Gregory. There must be a reason for that.
Well, I mean, he never attacked her with a weapon, just his hands, and pretty poorly at that, whereas Gregory admitted to planning the whole thing, and then attacked her with a knife, clearly with the intent to kill. So a huge difference between those 2 events, and thus the punishments.
Nice. Easy there, buddy. I'm still thirsty.
No, there's not enough. You can't.
Give it a rest, kid.
See, now in my mind, if you want us to get annoyed at this guy, make their interaction more tense. Instead, he thanks the lad, clearly doesn't look to fill his cup up all that much at all, and when he's told there's not enough, shoves him over randomly. It would make far more sense if he ignored him, took a filled cup and tried getting more. It's like they couldn't write the character's actions properly or something.
Back off!
Bullshit.
We keep doing that, they'll see we're all on the same side.
Are we, though? We on the same side, Rick.
Well, you tell me.
Thing is, man, I've been trying to. But you don't seem to want to hear it.
Daryl brings up a really weird point, but then never completes it for some unknown reason, and so Rick is unable to point out that Maggie is head of Hilltop, Daryl was head of the Sanctuary, and now Carol is head there. So, like, how are the original group being somehow disenfranchised over anyone else that could lead him to question whose side Rick is on?
I don't have much, but I've still got rights. Are you going to take those away from me too?
Actually, you don't have any rights. No one has said these are your rights since the end of the world, so where are you getting your magical rights from?
Are you going to talk to her about it?
Maggie? She'll do what she wants to do.
But what do you think?
She says, but what do you think? Like she's asked him what he thinks the first time, and she didn't.
Careless memory. I didn't mean to.
Earl, you made a mistake. You lost yourself.
One would think if she was so desperate to speak to him that she'd have just spoken to the guy via this window here.
The herd's coming! Bug out, now!
It's always amazing to me how walkers going so damn slowly always manage to gain ground so very fast. Obviously cannot show it on YouTube, but Rick shoots a rope holding the logs, for some reason. I mean, they could have quite easily continued taking them out as they were, or he could have not risked a big old trick shot and cut the rope since it was awkwardly close by anyway, and then amazingly pretty much every walker manages to headbutt the falling wood.
You got something for the pain?
It wouldn't kick in fast enough. We have to do this now.
Could probably still quickly give him something for the pain in general though, no?
But Gregory, he had chance after chance and he wasted them all.
Maggie.
I don't regret what I did, Michonne.
What exactly was Michonne hoping to follow up with here? Maggie is making a lot of sense. The dude straight up tried to shank her randomly, and Michonne never said she was against him being executed, but now all of a sudden she's like anti-death penalty or something, and like, Maggie, come on now. Like what? Where's that coming from?
I put this project first, and you paid the price.
Isn't it more to do with the siren not going off and drawing away the walkers? And not which project was put first? I don't get it.
You hear that? Those are frog mating calls. Must be one wild frog party going on out there.
The bridge. It's not the future. It's a monument to the dead. You're not saving the world, Ray.
I'm always shocked that stupid things are said and no one ever stops and says, what are you talking about, mate? Because Rick is in such a good position to clearly say, I'm doing this for my daughter and her kids one day. People are having children. Those children are benefiting from the booming trade. But no, he's just stood there like the stupid statement has some kind of merit.
One of the saviors. He was missing. Others were getting suspicious. He was found, but he was dead. But it doesn't look like an accident. Someone definitely took him out.
Rick walking on up and taking charge of a situation that I doubt he would have heard much about, given that he only just came within listening distance of it right at the end of the conversation.
Means all of us.
Go shovel that horse whoever killed Justin.
No one jumps in here from either side to stop this fight in spite of only just breaking one up. That's highly unlikely when he's the only one stopping them from coming to blows, and loads of them were literally just stopping one another from starting a brawl.
Hey, stop.
Come on.
It has to be one of the most stupid decisions of all time to very slowly grab some axes and approach a majority of armed people.
Everyone back off! Right now!
Even though these guys were happy to die right there, with one guy welcoming it right there and then, even though he was unarmed, it's Rick on a horse which manages to completely defuse the situation.
You think I'm hiding something?
Bit weird that she saw a plane in the sky and has randomly chosen to keep that little fact to herself.
All the people the kingdom lost. Hilltop, Oceanside. You ever think about what they want?
Daryl be acting as though only one side lost people in their conflict. He's also quite oddly saying they don't get a future like everyone else because they're dead. But they're dead because of that conflict, and many of them died regardless of Rick's actions. Like, for example, the Oceanside male population. So really, what is Daryl even going on about here? Is he saying there never should have been a war, or is he advocating for wiping them all out, including the ones actively following the rules and doing good now? Extremely fortuitous, spontaneous weakening of those previously fairly solid boards.
I know who took Rod.
Shame there was a break there, or else Maggie would have been made aware.
I know you're in range. I saw the helicopter last night.
Ah, okay, fair enough. That's why she never mentioned it. One off the top, please!
But if you don't give up that gun, her life ain't gonna...
Real subtle there, Rick!
We gave Rick's Way a chance. It's time to see Negan.
I think her stating that they gave Rick's Way a chance is a pointless thing to say here, because she's decided to kill Negan purely because she wants to, not because a series of events have happened which proved Rick was wrong somehow. It's also probably not great that during that same 24-hour period of time, she said that Rick's Way was right and it's the best future for her son, and yet the only thing that changed between then and now is that another of the previous saviors had been murdered by a group of vigilantes.
The hunger strike ends today.
Oh, well, if you say so.
I mean, that's what your boyfriend said, so... Hard to be that if I'm dead from starvation.
Anyone ever spend any time thinking about how someone is clearly cutting Negan's hair but leaving his beard alone? Bit weird, really, when you think about it.
And you really laying this on me? You're the one that had to go chasing after her.
Conveniently forgetting about how he pushed Rick down there and subsequently fell along with him.
Oceanside. Rod.
I'm saying they got what they deserved.
You knew, and you didn't say anything.
Rick acting all shocked at that notion, while he's literally just been pushed into a big old hole by the very same dude who tried to keep him away from home while Maggie went to go and kill his prisoner.
And you keep asking us to have faith in all these other people. Truth is, you don't have enough faith in us.
What are you talking about, bruh? You held back info about vigilantes and then pushed him down into a hole! Just now! What are you on about? They show this first view where about 5 or maybe 6 of them are clearly down there and reaching up at the climbing Rick and Daryl, and yet in 15 seconds time they show the ground after another falls in and it's the same wall they're climbing up, and yet there's now no walkers stood below them.
The river. Take him to the bridge. It ain't ever gonna hold them. They'll get washed out to sea.
No, man, I'm not sacrificing the bridge. I'll find another way.
There ain't no other way, man.
I'm not destroying the bridge.
Would a better idea not be to walk behind the hole and draw them to it, given that it's an absolutely huge hole where you could probably fit like 100 of them down there and it's right near them?
Can you kiss right here?
Hey kids, stop looking at the damn camera, you're breaking the fourth wall! Man, in this instance, I get that he's half out of it after going through that situation, but wouldn't you at least let the horse know that you'd like him to speed up a little? Never ceases to amaze me how they can batter in the skull of a walker and yet are never hit by splashback from the blood.
We can go now.
Really? The one time I choose to mention it? Fine!
Hey, hope I'm not.
No, come on.
You're not what? Interrupting a cup of coffee?
What's going on?
Maggie's here.
Aunt Maggie.
One of the guys at the gate told me she just came in.
What?
You know, considering the last time the subject was raised, Michonne was the one asking for Maggie to visit, and before that, Rick has also asked her to. Her shock is a bit too much of one of urgency, isn't it? Like, she's seemingly really jumping to conclusions, since she has no idea about her discussions with Daryl about it, she doesn't know about Daryl stopping Rick from getting back there, she's only hearing that Maggie has turned up, and the first thing she does is run off to Negan to stop a murder!
You think Glenn would want this? For you to go through me to get to him?
I don't know what he'd want. I don't know, because I never got to say goodbye.
Yeah, that's true, but saying goodbye doesn't equal a person spilling their guts about what they'd like you to do in order to achieve a potential revenge, does it? Also though, we all knew Glenn. He was a cool-ass dude. Clearly he would not be okay with her killing Michonne in order to get to Negan. That's you just being a silly little biscuit. You know, it occurs to me that she didn't really think it out all that well, because if she enters that cell, even with a hungry and somewhat depleted Negan, even with a crowbar in hand, my money is all the way on Negan to take it from her and bash her head in. Not a wonderful plan.
Get on your knees.
Such a dumb plan. What if he just says no? Why would he comply with that when he's safely inside a cell?
I remember how much I broke you breaking open your husband's head like I did.
Glenn. His name was Glenn. What you did to my husband.
What he did to Glenn?
Bullshit.
They're all dead.
Yeah. I know.
Don't get me wrong, this is a good final episode for Rick as a character, but since this is everything wrong with, I'd be very remiss if I didn't point out the rather glaring green screen. In the previous scene, he was on this stretch of road heading for the bridge and they were hot on his heels, and yet he was able to fall down, pass out for any length of time, and still have this much distance on them. What, did he friggin' sprint to the bridge?
I found him.
Now how the heck did Rick end up here? Did the explosion that clearly destroyed the centre of the bridge, and not where he was stood on it, manage to suck him towards it and into the water?
You got names?
Magnus.
This tiny little girl handling that big old cannon expertly and not missing a single headshot from inside the damn forest.
Judith. Judith Grimes.
Well, not gonna lie, that was beyond cringe.
Judith! Jude!
Jude!
I'm here!
As opposed to yelling that out when you're clearly within shouting distance, because staying silent till the last minute is what the kids consider to be cool nowadays.
They need food and water and medicine.
How do you know they need medicine? One of them is slightly being propped up after hitting her head, but she doesn't need medicine, she needs a bandage. God, this girl is going to annoy me, I can already tell.
Is there any part of this place that's not falling apart?
Our loyalty to you, my queen.
If I haven't after all these years, it's probably not going to happen.
Ooh, very convenient pipe bursting. I don't mean to sound cruel, that's not my intention, but I don't understand how it's been the end of the world for so many years and yet still you got fat people. How are you managing to eat so many excess calories and not move around enough to stay fat?
No disrespect, but maybe their fate is something we should decide together.
It'll be dark soon. First thing tomorrow, we can bring them before the council for a vote.
So wait, you've got rules that categorically state that you can't bring in any new people, but you've also got a council who you then ask if you can break the rules sometimes? Sounds very counterproductive.
But she's just being modest. She exposed a bunch of sleazeball politicians and put them behind bars.
Funny how she's still got that amount of gusto in her for something someone else did like 8 years ago?
She says she's my guardian angel.
That's a really stupid way to sell yourself to these people who clearly have food, shelter, and safety. I'm not going to say what I'm good at. I'm going to say I'm this random woman's guardian angel, like that actually means something to anyone.
But really, it's the other way around.
Then the other girl follows it up by saying the same thing about her.
Recognizes our fellow council person and head of security.
What was with that look? She gives him a look first of like, ugh, formalities, and then she looks at them like they're all pieces of shizzle, you feel me? I don't get that.
You get that at a truck stop?
Okay, I'll bite. How did she know that was there? Because that's an amazing guess based on literally zero evidence.
Screw you.
Way to win them over instead of just explaining.
All clean? You sure about that?
Indeed.
I remember.
So Michonne clearly knew that she had a knife. She said as much when she questioned if the dude who searched her had properly searched her, and yet she still let her keep the knife till now. What the hell is going on? You wouldn't do that. Oh, I'll assume she'll not use the knife overnight on any of our people, and let her keep it till tomorrow's meeting for effect.
I second the motion.
Good thing these votes aren't official, otherwise officially speaking she'd be listed as absent and her vote wouldn't count. Even more so because she never actually stated her position. She made it pretty clear, but she never actually said she didn't want them there. She also seconded his motion to allow for the vote to let them stay, and then left before giving her own vote. Very confusing series of events.
I think they're good people.
Yeah, I mean, prison doesn't mean shit without knowing the whole story, and Michonne knows it.
Yeah, she also did keep a weapon on her though, didn't she?
But they're here. They're here until the one in the infirmary is back on her feet. So there's still time for her to change her mind.
Wait, I thought it was all about the important vote and not whether or not she changed her mind. It's meant to be a democracy, isn't it? So what, is her vote the one tying up the whole thing? Making it not tip one way or the other, or what? You gotta at least tell us that.
You sure?
What?
Whoa.
Wait, Henry!
Also though, in this world, how are you going to let your wife and adopted son travel all that way out there on their own? Especially when he's still young and she's now really old. Makes no sense at all. Are the areas around there that safe now? Because clearly not. Also though, the idea that you can raise a kid during the end of the world and not expressly impress upon that kid the dangers of the world is ridiculous. One of the main rules would naturally be that you do not just run off towards any person crying for help, you stick together and stuff. But no, they're seemingly out there teaching math.
But she could be back on her feet by tomorrow.
But should she be?
That's not for me to say.
I get what he's saying, but that is actually for him to say, given that he's the doctor there. Like, he could say, yeah, she can be up and about, but she'll keel over and die in a day or two, which makes the whole treatment of her entirely pointless. But he's saying it's not his call to let them stay, which it's not, but clearly they're letting them stay till she is healed, which is up to what he says, so it makes no sense.
Henry, don't!
Also though, slowest reactions of all time. This dude is holding them up for ransom essentially, and the kid has time to flick up and grab his stick and attack him before the dude even moves an inch.
Henry, don't!
Also though, you can clearly see that the guy had fallen to the ground in front of him, and yet he is able to quite clearly, within eyesight, get up and then get behind the kid in order to jump him. Lastly, Carol just stands there and does absolutely nothing. Doesn't warn him, doesn't try to help, and she is the only one that's in an even better position to see what this guy right in front of her is about to do.
I don't get it. You didn't even try. There's no point.
She doesn't just point out to him that they were massively outnumbered. Now you might be thinking that this cancels out sin number 107, but it doesn't, because whilst outnumbered, he had chosen to attack and done so successfully. Now, if she's to be believed that she didn't do anything through fear of losing him, then that's a silly thing to do in that situation, that being not attacking after he regained his weapon, because they may have just killed him for attacking them.
Bernie could see this place. See what life we could live.
How does this make any sense for her character? She's going on and on about how she wants to stay really badly. She wants her injured friend to experience this place. She doesn't want to risk going back outside. Yet she kept a knife on her and another bladed weapon around her neck. How does that add up? She's desperate to stay there in safety, yet kept 2 knives on her and assassed one of the main leaders on multiple occasions.
You know he wanted us to have it, right?
We don't have a choice.
We fight.
I'm sorry? Is she advocating that the 3 women, one of whom is death, and the overweight dude try and overthrow the place that has dozens of armed guards using a necklace knife? This deaf girl doesn't even want to try and convince Michonne to let them stay. Like, that's her preferred option. She doesn't even want to try and speak to her. This is so beyond stupid and beyond what people would ever actually do in this situation. It physically hurts me.
That stuff belonged to people I knew.
Am I supposed to believe that she came there without anything to light that fuel and then was hoping to find the match he was carrying around in his mouth? Or did she think it would be cool to risk her entire plan by maybe waking him up to look cool and burn them all with his match? Also though, not a single one of the 6 or more people inside that building wake up while they literally have a conversation before she burns them. Also, not one of them makes it out of the building. So did she cover each of them in oil in order to get them all? And again, none of them woke up from any of that action. I really can't look past none of them even trying to get out of the building, get away from the fire like you naturally would, as seemingly all of them continue laying there, screaming whilst on fire, accepting their fate randomly. Oh, this makes me so angry. She wants to stay, really badly wants to stay, and she thinks, oh, I know the ideal plan. I'll go and murder the leader. That'll help.
Cool? No, it's not cool. I want my damn knives.
I really do find it physically painful, like my head is in a vice. She gave her the knife the previous night, quite happily handed it over, and now, instead of being kicked out, they're being taken somewhere safe, and very audibly, she's now bitching about wanting her knives back. I absolutely cannot believe the writing on her as a character. Probably one of the worst I've ever seen in this show, to be honest. I'm gonna cut it right before she hits the walker with the rock, but goddamn, if you want to pretend that it's a real rock and not styrofoam, you might want to act like it weighs less than a bag filled with feathers.
We're taking what's ours.
No. I'm not letting my men take 5 armed strangers into...
Once again, this girl knows that she isn't getting her weapons back. That's been established, but for some bizarre reason, she was utterly convinced that upon getting to their old hideout and collecting their old weapons, that randomly, Michonne would be all like, oh yeah, these weapons you can bring with you, just not that little necklace life and stuff, because that'd be deadly. I don't get it! The idea that this dude could gain this much height without an extremely obvious run and jump in this empty clearing.
Oh, sorry.
As a teacher, he gets angry when he gets slightly hurt while sparring, and so takes the opportunity to really give the guy a good few solid kicks, like a good teacher would.
Your dog always do that?
Oh, he's got his reasons.
Not what he asked in regard to him dropping a walker foot there, but okay.
I can't.
I said, drop it.
You don't understand.
As opposed to saying, it's a violin, not a weapon, or maybe just putting it down.
Follow me.
Everyone just endlessly sneaking up on people. Literally no one uses their voices. I know that's the only way you can get anything close to a scare when the walkers are as slow as they are, but Jesus.
What are you doing out here?
He asks this like he knows Daryl's routine, or that it's somehow abnormal for him to be out at night at his own camp where he stays alone.
Well, she knows where I'm at. She knows how to find me.
She shouldn't have to.
Even though just a couple of scenes prior to this, the kid was annoyed at Carol wanting to set up Daryl coming to Hilltop with the lad to kind of watch over him, and now he's acting like it's what he's been wanting all of this time as well. Although the argument is kind of flawed, since she's already stated she'll be going back to the kingdom, and he's arguing for Daryl to go to Hilltop, so it's not like they'll be reunited or anything. There's a girl using a friggin' slingshot, now I've seen it all.
I kept my promise to Judith.
No, you didn't. You allegedly promised to bring them to Hilltop. You're not doing that, you little liar.
Let them know Michonne and the others are headed to Hilltop. Tell them we're safe.
Once that very simple message has been relayed, why would you need them to travel all the way to Alexandria for that? They gotta do like a whole day's ride to turn up and give that information when 3 of theirs are already headed to Hilltop anyway? Are you planning an entire convoy with which to pick up one woman?
Riders are coming! 6. No.
Ah yes, needlessly keeping everyone in suspense for the sake of it. Also though, mildly strange that they never reacted this way to Daryl and Carol turning up just beforehand. You'd think the people on patrol would know the leader of their biggest ally in the nearby camp, given that she's quite distinctive looking.
We're here for Rosita.
We met your messengers on the road. They told us what happened.
And the others?
I get that there's been a breakdown in the relationship in terms of trade and stuff, but does that really require what could come across as borderline hostility towards someone who is still clearly at the very least a friendly?
Just got these back.
Enter the natural successor to Attitude Zeta!
Same. Who are your friends?
We're not friends yet.
Oh, she's so annoying! Like, truly sim-worthy. Like I said, worst character in this show by a long mile.
Rosita's at Hilltop. I sent her out, and she got hurt. And I can't go to help her because I have to be here with you. Because somebody has to stay behind to be responsible for you.
Poor old church dude talks about having to stay there in order to look after Negan, and I, for one, feel bad for the guy. If only there was another person who could bring some food and change a bedpan. Oh, there's a guy.
You just gotta keep moving forward. Life's too short.
Yeah, okay, let's do it.
Yay! More teenagers doing teenager stuff.
No, we have to help him. I know where he is. I'm gonna take you to him.
Rosita, stop. Okay, whatever's going on, they can handle it.
No, they can't. They have no idea what they're doing.
Oh, if only they didn't have to cut to adverts, she might have been able to actually say what's going on.
Come on, ride the lightning. It's last laughs.
Why is he exhausted after jumping into a pit and very easily taking out one walker? Can't be the booze either, he literally had one sip.
What the hell are you doing here?
Earning our keep.
Both of them managed to follow Michonne without her being aware of it, and on top of that, it also means that they left Hilltop extremely soon after she did, and since Michonne left by horse, it also means that both of them convinced Hilltop to allow them to borrow horses like hours after they first met them. That is some very trusting Hilltopians, and a very unaware Michonne-nian.
Get him out of here. Go! I got this.
Why don't you both go, since the gates are pretty much open and the last bit requires some extra muscle, and there's not been any more walkers for a little while? I can't believe that knowing what they know just happened, that being Jesus getting taken out by a dude in a walker skin mask, that Michonne decides it would be best to hang back and defend their retreat and then very casually walk towards the gate facing away from all of the walkers and potential whisperers among them. I also can't believe that they didn't think to do something else to keep the gate locked, like maybe quickly pushing the dirt back in front of it that initially stopped them from being able to easily open it. Like, they did have a little time. Anyone else kind of mildly irritated that no one decided to at least lock the door leading to the room with his cell in it? I mean, come on, it's like the easiest second security measure of all time. It's a door that leads right to it. Hold up, it's now freaking daytime and he's still wandering around in there?
we're smarter than this. Guess not.
So let me get this straight. She just so happened to get up really early, in her jams, grab her gun from the nightstand, then went for a stroll along the walled perimeter, and in spite of never once seeing this guy face to face in her entire life, is so extremely and unrealistically casual witnessing his escape attempt and knowing that she has to stop him, I call the biggest of all bull. Okay, for how they captured this one and the whole scene, that gets a sin off. Finally something clever. Take that sin off, you silly sandwich, you! This looks like the most half-assed attempt to open a door that I've ever seen. Probably because he wasn't meant to get it open for a few bashes against it until the doggo was almost upon him. Also, take another sin here for extremely slow doggos. Doggos are extremely fast. I have doggos and can attest to doggo speed, especially since he has time to open the door, grab the walker, push it in, and shut the door before the good boy has a chance to catch him, and in reality, it would have been on him before he even got it open.
Alright, come on.
This dude on the horse in classic The Walking Dead style doesn't react to the walker coming into view from behind the tree until this dude has already fallen over, having been grabbed at the ankle. Also though, the notion that this dude never noticed the walker kind of attached to the other one's leg, like you'd easily spot that as your eyes take in the whole scene right away. Finally, would you really risk a javelin throw when you could easily miss a target the size of a small watermelon when you could just as easily run up and take them on?
So she's leaving these for us to find then. This is a trail. Or just a couple stray shots.
If that was the case, surely there would be plenty of dead walkers laid around the place though.
We were good. It's what we did to live. That's all we wanted to do.
I legit cannot believe that in these circumstances they decided to leave the boy who got a bit drunk locked up in there. This is absolutely beyond hilarious, bruh. No, a punishment is a punishment. He's still got 6 hours left on his drunken disorderly sentence.
Apologies for the attempted bites and scratches. Involuntary pain responses and whatnot.
The idea that he allegedly tried to bite him during this, but quite clearly had his knee popped in without issue and he didn't scream during the process at all. So when did he try and bite them? I don't know, just a weird thing to add. He might even be joking. But she certainly didn't react like it was a joke, and the doctor replied, "It's alright," to the apology.
I knew who I was at the kingdom. But who am I here?
Daryl isn't all like, bruh, you were here like 12 hours, and yet you went through all of this mental stuff so quickly. He didn't even have a single sleep there before he went off drinking. Like trying to say, I don't know who I am here. It's so dumb when it's not even been a day.
Do you want to die? Is that it?
Daryl, what's your problem?
Quiet!
This kid being all like, this is unusual, when it's pretty much exactly the tact he took the previous day when he interrogated her.
You gotta count. Walls.
Walls? Walls don't keep you safe.
Well, you know they do. That's one of the main perks of having a wall. People have been using them for tens of thousands of years, in fact, for pretty much that one purpose. Protection from stuff, you silly goose you. Are you kidding me? Are you joking around? This girl again is off on her own and she's like 7 years old or something, and again she magically figured out not only where he would be, but that the man dressed in entirely different clothing now on a bike was in fact definitely Negan?
I told you there was nothing out there.
You sure as did.
Language. I'm a kid.
Oh, the cringe is real with this one.
Not gonna lie, walking around in dead people's skins is pretty messed up.
Thinking this place isn't gonna fall like every other place, that's messed up.
Well, I mean, he hasn't said anything about that. In fact, not even Daryl mentioned that. He mentioned something about walls, and she went off on a tangent about how walls don't protect you and places like this always fall. But no one else has mentioned it. Also, no, clearly walking around in a dead person mask is more messed up if you're playing, which is more messed up.
And what if we don't?
We will. Let's go.
Either this girl is a close talker or that was a super unnecessary borderline aggressive move right there. Regardless, it's pretty randomly sim-worthy.
You want my other egg? I could roll it to you.
You don't have to take care of me.
Says the girl who said the previous night, "Thank you for saving me," and now she's going all feminist when the dude offers her a bloody egg.
I'm sorry if I don't want to offer my kid.
You saying I do?
No. No,
Don't you ever suggest that I don't care about my kid. You hear me?
we're not going. What are you doing?
Goddamn, I really wish that this woman would keep to one personality lane. She keeps on flitting between aggressive wife and mother, terrified wife scared of potentially getting hit, aggressive mother, scared wife when he grabs the scissors, to confusing wife being all like, "What are you doing?" Like cutting a beard is such a weird thing to witness. Pick a lane! This is all from one scene!
Wait, you were listening?
Yeah, of course we were. Me, Enid, and a few of the others, we've been switching off.
Alright, they can take that sin back for keeping him down there with her. At least there was some reasoning there. It just occurred to me as well, but where are her and the lad going to the loo? There's clearly no toilet in either of the cells. I haven't seen a bedpan either. Holding everything in for days, are we?
I don't give a shit what you do with your life, but I'll be damned if I'm gonna let you risk ours. You're weak.
Grown man becomes unable to defend himself as his arms stop working while a middle-aged woman is on top of him. What? What even killed him? She didn't even have his nose covered. Did he forget to breathe through his nose? Oh dear lord, that was brilliant. Also though, have you ever seen any mixed martial arts events? Like, with a neck choke, you can make someone go completely out by cutting off oxygen to the brain. But as soon as you release the chokehold, they start breathing again and most of the time are up and about within 30 seconds. For her to have killed him, first of all, she'd really have had to have blocked his nose. Otherwise, he'd breathe through that. But secondly, she'd have to keep holding him like that for a solid 30 seconds longer. This is just one of the most sinfully unrealistic scenes I've ever seen in The Walking Dead. So, was the whole scared girl routine on every prior visit by him an attempt to make him lower his guard? Because if so, she picked just about the worst time possible to pull this stunt, given the obvious increase in trust right there. Just made no sense at all, to be honest. Also, she clearly doesn't want to be killed, since when they captured her, she gave up the knife begging them not to kill her. But now, when she knows they might want to kill her, she decides to randomly attack him after keeping up a facade the entire time?
Well, I vote we go. Who else?
I love the way she asks for a vote in a raised voice like the deaf girl can hear her when she's facing away. So this is the guy who died, what, 3 months ago? Maybe even longer, given that the father was freshly shaven at the time, and now this night he's got a full-on beard again, and yet he's not even, like, at all decomposed? Second sin here is for the fact that they've lived down there with this corpse for months and he never woke up, even though walkers have been doing that forever. Third sin is for the fact that no one thought to get the body outside. Hell, even to put it in a corner. No, instead they put it right in the middle of the room for months. Final sin here is for them saying before the guy cut his beard that they were going to leave that basement because they were running out of food and supplies, yet they've clearly not ventured out this entire time. Like I said, maybe 3 or 4 months or longer in the time it took for him to fully regrow his beard back, and yet they're still getting by completely fine. Since had they gone to get new food, they definitely would have taken the corpse out. Essentially, this is by far the most sinful episode of the entire show's 9 seasons for me. I cannot believe they made a mistake like that.
Yeah, you don't belong with these people. Maybe you used to, but not anymore. You're hard, they're soft.
What is she basing any of this on when she hasn't even so much as spoken to another person other than the boy? Are we meant to believe that in spite of only having been there for a few days, these guys were able to find out about the kid's secret escape route outside and none of the people who've been living there for years know about it?
You could have just asked me to help.
Kid complains about having been spied upon and then openly does the same thing himself.
Look, I know Lydia's people are bad, but that doesn't mean she's bad at all. She's just scared.
Daryl doesn't say about how she was actively following them, how she drew a knife on them, how she attacked him the moment he chose to show her some kindness, how he's trying to help her by talking through it, and she's responding with statements very indicative of wanting to take them all out, but none of that matters because, oh, bless the girl who was being hit, am I right? At this point, I'm genuinely thinking that he's doing all of this because the girl he fancied for 6 hours turned out to have a boyfriend, and he wants a girlfriend desperately.
They are. Check how they turn. The dead don't do that.
They can all do and understand sign language and yet decide to, potentially in enemy territory no less, do the sign language while also speaking out loud.
If we had a vote, we had a choice. Our choice was not to die, was it? Or is that what we keep telling ourselves?
Look out! Forest Ninja Walker! They come out of nowhere and they attack you real quick. They make no sense because they do not make sound. Forest Ninja Walker! Also though, why are you having this conversation now of all the times? It was literally her idea. She pushed for it. Just now. Please, God.
I can't leave him over here. But I can't.
Oh dear Lord, this is a comedy! I didn't realise, I'm sorry! You see, this woman, not Adjujuzita the second, but the other woman, pushed for them to go out searching. Hell, she even said it's about sticking together no matter what. Now, because one walker showed up and a few others are around, she decides, oh, that was a terrible plan, so let's head back. Now, that's a sin, obviously, since I just did it. But now they're actually splitting up. So now her notion from before about staying together, ride or die, no matter the cost, is thrown out the window so fast.
And I want to show you that this is a good place with good people.
They gave him the key. He found the key. The key wasn't guarded and this makes no sense. I hate this so much, it pains me inside.
You still have those pills?
Are the pills in the ladle then?
You're just gonna wait here for me to come back. I'm just gonna go and make sure that we can get to the stairs, all right?
She talks about all of them leaving and then he basically agrees, but because he gets knocked against a wall, she goes and murders the dude. Extremely random. However, here I will take one off for the personality switching mother during the flashback, since clearly she wasn't actually like that and it's what her mother told her, but the rest I assume did go down as she told them, since clearly there was a walker down there suddenly with them. She says, what? All scared, but then when they show what she's looking at, it's her friends, and then the whisperers afterwards. So when Michonne turned up, they were on ultra high alert, managed to get everyone inside before they even got close with their horse and car, and yet here they managed to get extremely close to the camp before anyone even noticed.
Maggie's not exactly the biggest fan of Michonne right now.
So we thought you could hold on to it.
Alright, I'll give them back another one here as well, since they do go a little more in depth about what split up the communities leading to some bad blood, so fair enough.
Yeah, it's a little arthritis flare-up, and you two are acting like I'm on my deathbed.
Well, start with that. See how you do. You should really think about taking a break.
Well, the young girl right after this certainly doesn't sound like she's making any fuss. Just says maybe take a break and I'll give you some pills, so hardly acting like he's on his deathbed. And also he fails to mention how he also burnt himself. What idiot thinks it's an overreaction to even be seen by a doctor when you literally burn yourself? Sounds more like he's trying to look cool, like they're fawning over him. I'm a tough guy. Meanwhile, they're both awkwardly chill.
They don't see her.
Well, gave it away. Literally none of them going over to her or looking at her.
Means to live in silence. The mother can't quieten the child. And the dead will. Natural selection.
That's an oddly weird take on natural selection. Like if you're not born a super baby capable of never once crying, then you deserve to be eaten. Imagine talking exclusively about how fragile this bulb is and how it must be protected, and then you get slightly nudged and toss that thing like you're throwing it into the end zone. I'm going to level with you, most of my audience is from the US, and I hope I got that reference right.
Ah!
Considering that the barricade is obviously going to break, why not just take that opportunity to really easily take out quite a few of them right now, especially since they have spears?
I think you know better than anyone what we just sent her back to. How can you live with that?
Because the alternative was 2 of their people dying, whereas in this situation a girl went back to a mother who, while yes she is a crazy bitch, won't just up and kill her. What? She wasn't even really involved with much of it at all. How the hell has this affected her? She didn't capture the girl, she didn't speak to her, turn her around onto the right path. I mean, was she even really all that aware that she had been turned kind of good? She's just such a random person to say she can't live with it.
I broke my own rules coming to get you. What do I get in return? Excuses.
She literally never gave a single excuse. She just mentioned what she learned while there. I'm not going to pick this scene to pieces, instead I'll round up why it's getting a sin. Michonne is absolutely right, trading with the kingdom carries massive risks. The roads are terrible and hard enough to pass without a band of killers out there hunting them. The only counter argument from the priest dude is, I think we should go because reasons. He literally doesn't say anything other than complain. Meanwhile, the doc only poses philosophical stuff. What does it mean if Alexandria survives while the kingdom doesn't? It doesn't mean anything. You're dealing with reality. If the kingdom can't make it, why would you funnel resources to a failing community? Especially when Michonne said she'd take them in. Just a 3-minute long argument where no one gave any arguments.
No, I think you decided to take your shot out there, and out there spit you out, so you dragged your pathetic ass right back here.
So, does this mean that he didn't go with the little annoying girl back there then? She shot him off the bike, they chatted, they walked off in the same direction, but then he decided to make his own way back there? And she met back up with the others, I'm guessing, and then decided to just not say anything to anyone about it, like any regular 7-year-old would. Can't show it, obviously, but she essentially garrots the woman's head clean off, to which I call massive.
Have you been talking to him? Why?
I feel sorry for him.
He is not your friend, sweetheart.
Well, obviously.
So if he's not your friend, then why are you talking to him?
Because she feels sorry for him. She literally just said that. She didn't say because he's my friend.
He listens to me. Not everybody does.
Oh, such a dumb statement after Michonne allowed those people inside Alexandria that she brought in. Then she found them a safe place to stay at the hilltop and even personally took them there. What the hell else has she said that Michonne hasn't listened to?
And if we ever let him out, it would start all over again.
But Mom, he did get out. He's not like that anymore.
But people don't really change.
You did.
So she knows Michonne's backstory so well that she can confidently bring that up in a conversation to make a point? What, did she sit down and say, oh, your mother here used to do this and that, and what, painted herself in such a bad light that the kid could remember that and bring it up now?
I'm gonna be one of them.
Can't show it, but this dude is way too cool about Beta pushing his neck to one side in order to see his bite wound, and blood is pouring out of that bad boy like it's on a hose, which funny enough it is. But yeah, if someone did that, you'd shove their hand away, not just sit there with your neck at an angle while you lose another half a pint.
They must have been watching and heard me talking about the fair.
I'm sorry, boss, I screwed up. The trade fair is hardly a secret.
Well, it's not a secret in your own community or even among the other communities, but it definitely should have remained a secret from outsiders because they're not exactly chilling with your guys and such.
Like you hadn't hurt yourself enough lately.
Oh, and I suppose you're getting younger?
Are you kidding? After being up all night with this little bundle of joy, my back is shot to hell.
Couldn't sit down with it then, no?
Hey. Is there anything I can do?
This girl really is a close talker after all.
Come on. You can help Paul. Chop.
Imagine being needed to be told to pick up the wood and move it from the road when it's clearly the only thing that they're doing and it being the reason why they're stopped.
hope for a better future. But it looks like violence is the only currency of this future, same as the old one.
This dude is acting like they were planning on inviting literally everyone inside for the event. Like, of course there are crazy people out there. That won't ever change, but it wasn't ever meant for them, was it?
I mean, they sent a letter, for crying out loud. A grammatically correct one, too. That sounds pretty civilized, doesn't it?
Wait for Carol to get cancelled for suggesting if you can't write well, you're not civilized.
If I'm wrong, and they don't listen, then we'll kill them.
Meanwhile, they've got guns and you've got bows and arrows, so in theory they could capture the leader, the queen, and most of the other people capable of fighting and either ransom them and guarantee getting what they demand, or they kill them, rock up to the gates and take over the entire place, especially if they've been listening and watching for a while and they figure this is pretty much all of their best fighters, which it is, so not a great plan by any means, to be honest. She can lip read you, dude!
No.
Then what was the point in her even coming along in the first place? She said she couldn't live with having sent the girl back to her mother, and now she's saying that they should just leave the girl out there regardless? Also, if her point is that she thought mega quick when Daryl showed her the boy's letter saying he was heading out to find her, and she thought, I can't live with him having gone out there to get her, then in a way that's even more random because A, her brain worked overtime to come up with her feelings on the situation within 10 seconds of hearing about it, and B, she doesn't even know the boy, like at all, never spoken once. Oh, by the way, no pun intended with her having not heard about it. Let's be real, if they had bullets, they would have started firing right away. You'd assume that arrow to the doll was a miss. Also though, the idea that literally not a single one of them managed to do anything. This means all of their people snuck in with a success rate of 100% on their intended target and got a knife to their throat or an arrow to their head without absolutely even one person reacting first. She managed to get up there in order to fire off the first warning shot without making a single sound in a massive warehouse that would echo like crazy, and at the time no one was even speaking. Unless she did it when they were speaking, but even then, no sound at all?
When's the last time any of you have seen a movie?
Seriously?
This is what I genuinely dislike about The Walking Dead nowadays. It started off so dark and gritty, and now she's using movies to bargain a trade with these guys. Like, I wouldn't care about a movie, and I don't think any of you would either. I think logically we would care about food and water. Just what helps you survive. Jesus.
Hey, Tara. Sickos.
Bruh, is it just me, or would they not have been able to pretty easily roll this tree out of the way, given that they've got like 15 people there? I swear, even me on my own, with one other dude, could probably shift it off the car at least. How do people get jumped like this? Do they have no peripheral vision? As opposed to doing this at the start and arming yourself rather than waiting till you're completely surrounded.
No, Tara, just run!
Telling her to run when she's right there and there's no other walkers immediately surrounding them. Unless she knows the guy, that was a very weird stare at one another while there's still walkers all over the place. Would have seemed to be an awesome time to ask the girl who this Baker is and what he looks like, given that she said he's the best that they have and that her mother would be sending him, and then he could take him out from up there. Also though, it only just occurred to me that they had petrol stored in that building by the deaf girl and her crew, plus loads of bottles of water, so they could have drank those, filled them up with petrol, and then lit them up, throwing them down on them. Perfect plan, especially since the walkers would attack any of the Whisperers freaking out by the fire or being on fire themselves. How though? Can't show it, but dying instantly from a stab to the middle of the back. Just so much unrealistic actions. Like if you're grabbed from behind, imagine not making a single sound for a solid 3 seconds. And on top of that, he takes him out with his own knife. Like you have no idea how hard that would be to do. It's not even funny.
Where is she?
If he clearly wasn't holding him down so well, then why pretend at the start like he is? Do you know what I mean? If Daryl is clearly able to push himself up and attack, then he was never really being held down to the blade properly anyway. He survives this and doesn't seemingly break anything.
Well, this little fella lost his parents, so we brought him here to find someone who might take him in, but...
Earl, I'm not letting go of this baby.
Well, at least you discussed it as a man and wife. Michonne is like, I only knew you for 12 hours and I have no idea how to sign, but okay.
What would my dad do? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Ugh, they're trying painfully hard to make kids wise in this damn show and it's very annoying.
You found me after 15 years.
Technically the other way around, but yeah. With what? Daryl and Nat were heading to the kingdom, and once again this little, after a quick Google search finally, 10-year-old girl decided to just head out there to find them, and do what? Also, how the hell is she even getting out with a bike? Is she climbing over that giant ass wall with it when she's like 3.5 feet tall? A very small 10-year-old can knock her out using the handle of a knife.
All this time I thought you didn't remember. I hoped you didn't. And you never said anything after that first year.
Because it made you sad.
You assume since you never brought it up to her like she just said.
That's not what Carl or your dad gave their lives to create.
Rick didn't really give his life for that notion. Coral Reef definitely did, since he died while saving that doctor. But Rick just died protecting them from a herd, I guess.
You were right. We have to protect the people we love.
Imagine being constantly swayed by the simplistic arguments of a 10-year-old rather than your own counsel. I mean, I know they give terrible arguments, but they're still better than hers.
Do you think it'll leave a scar?
No. But it's okay if it does.
All of this damn talk about the dangers out and about on the road, and then Michonne decides to go out with a couple of horses on an old slow car with just her and the kid.
We must tell Alpha.
What happened to whispering?
You should really make more of these. Seriously. People would love them.
Miles.
What? You thought he would like it? Why is it a Miles situation at the notion of other people liking them?
I'm gonna trade these for the perfect gift. You'll see.
He's the one who said people would like them! Discount Glenn.
Let the first annual Inter-Community Reunification Fair begin!
Jerry, we changed that.
For reals? F-A-I-R fair?
It's 2 minutes. Never mind.
Seen better arms on a spiral galaxy. You couldn't even dunk a donut, let alone.
CGI.
I want to hear my crooner boyfriend croon.
Boyfriend?
Wait, it just came out. My boyfriend. I mean, I think you are you?
God, if you wanted this show to feel more like a soap and less of a thriller, then definitely include people not wanting to push their relationship status on their partners. Oh gosh, hope I didn't call him my boyfriend too quickly. Not that she knew that before darting off into the crops though. In fact, now that her sister has brought it up, it is a little bit weird that she did go and hide in those crops randomly since she had more than enough time to catch up and get inside. Also though, why is she bringing up the baby and stuff when she was back inside Hilltop after that happened and then left again with Daryl later on that night? I'm so confused!
So you go. Make sure we have a home to come back to. We're splitting up. Just for now.
Hey, I mean, you can't lean back on that now like it's still a thing after you left the two sisters in the forest alone in the dead of night.
I figure if I can get it up and running, that repeater we set up might allow us all to talk to each other. Despite the great distance and our even greater differences, it'd be nice.
Poor time to bring up differences when in the end everyone did come together here and even signed an agreement to begin trading and looking out for one another again. Really should have said this during the last episode.
She's got a thing for Henry. I'd say by the looks of it, he's got a thing for her too.
I can't believe Gage and Rodney would say that to you.
So it's not true?
I don't know why he wouldn't. They're quite clearly a massive pair of douchebags as he's already experienced firsthand. Man, these guys really got to work on their green screens for the next season. People keep on dying in this show without making a single sound or trying to defend themselves in literally any way. It's just, oh, I've been stabbed. I must accept my fate. Ugh. Alright, I'll bite. How the hell did they get everyone out of there?
It was evil, and I think she left me alive to tell you that story. To scare you, and to drive us all apart again.
Well, that's a dumb conclusion. If you want to drive them all away from one another, you most definitely don't go and kill a pretty equal number of people from each camp, thus driving them together in equal hatred and a will for revenge. So there's so much pausing in the middle of sentences here that I'm not even going to tackle it during editing, but it's very weird asking Daryl to leave when they get to Hilltop so he can be alone with Carol. Like, why? He doesn't even say if he thinks Carol fancies Daryl or what. I don't know. It's weird. I don't get it. The idea that this girl managed to sneak away when she was pretty close to the front of a massive convoy.
People actually lived here.
Yeah, but you could literally say that about any other place in the world that's been left derelict for a long while. Shockingly, no one reacts to this for quite some time.
Hey!
Oh, these sassy walkers always reacting in groups instead of one by one, which would be realistic.
Henry said I was a good person, but he was wrong. As long as I'm one of you, it's never gonna stop.
Well, I mean, it has stopped ever since they took out all of those people, and they never attacked back oddly enough, but whatever. They haven't done anything since. That kid certainly didn't act like that was his legit mother. Can't show it, but the walker the annoying girl kills is clearly in the water, knee height at the start and then shin height by the time she kills it, and yet when she walks away it's on the beach nowhere near the water. Also, when she walks back to the group, you can see these stones are on her right, but when the angle changes, they're on her left.
And up! Drop!
Having one dude doing the shouting out and another person doing the visual representations of those orders.
Archers!
When you have 9 archers and yet 12 arrows hit the walkers and 2 of your archers are using slingshots. Quite dumb of the king to put his noggin right there by that hole when there's a walker hand right there, and one scratch from that means you'll turn. I realise it's training day or whatever, but I don't understand the sense in using the shields for such a small portion of the training day and then having these three run out swinging their weapons around where the risk of getting bitten is the highest. I figured the use of the shields and archers was to avoid any risk of biting, but no, that's just part of it? Again, can't show much of it, but they've got loads of arrows. I don't understand the point in furiously yeeting their weapons at the targets instead. Like, first of all, that's way more hassle than using the bow and arrow. And let's just say, they're not hitting all those targets, lobbing a massive pickaxe 10 meters at them. But also, you're throwing entire weapons at them. So if that breaks, it's a lot harder to replace than a wooden arrow.
Look like you need a strong woman to help you with that.
Kids found it by the estuary. The river must have carried it down.
What does it mean?
What are you asking him that for? It's a mask they found by the river. Is he a friggin' fortune teller or something? He'd have just as good an idea of what that could mean as literally anyone else. But it probably means one of them lost their mask near the water at some point.
But if there's a mask, maybe there are other signs of them out there. We owe it to our people to be sure.
In fairness to her, she never once said anything about not doing any checks. She merely said not to bother locking down Alexandria purely based upon a washed up mask.
Are we the good guys?
Why would you ask that?
I think about it a lot.
Talking like that is so incredibly cringy. Like they've never, not once as a group, attacked another group out of cold blood. Never forced anyone to work. They take in people from outside, give them food and shelter and supplies. Like what is he even talking about?
Come on. Hey!
Watch their hands!
Oh, another person had a breakdown out of nowhere. He was fine. He was talking normally. Then his brain went whoopsie whoops. He ran out windmilling at the enemy like a fraggle out of nowhere.
Well, that was stupid. We agreed not to cross their borders or to start anything without a reason. If it was them, you could have died. And it wasn't them, and you could have died.
We've all been acting like this is normal, holding our breaths for months. This isn't normal.
Okay, but that has diddly squat to do with what she just said, so maybe try and stick to the subject instead of going off on a tangent randomly? She said if it was the Whisperers, he could have been killed. If it was just walkers running in like that, he could have got himself killed. And his response, our lives aren't normal right now. We're having to be so careful. That's not normal. What are you talking about, mate? Stick to the subject at hand.
The thing is, Eric is dead. Jesus is dead. And I'm goddamn sick of being nice.
That has nothing to do with running off on your own to fight walkers and almost getting bit! Also, why writers? Why the hell do you bother to sit at your meeting and say, I'm gonna write him pondering the morals of their group and whether or not they're truly the good guys, and then someone at the other end of the table says under his breath, yeah, and I'm gonna have him rush into a bunch of walkers angrily and then say, no more Mr. Nice Guy because too many of my mates have died.
They have a nuclear weapon, and we don't. It's not about being nice.
Just putting this out there, it's so dumb that they're trying to sell us on the notion that they've straight up run out of ammo and guns by season 9. It just took me till now to realise that that is what they're telling us. Clearly their nuclear option would have been guns and ammo. Easy to take down any horde with enough of them, but now they can no longer use them, so they can't beat a horde that big, hence her statement. Okay, that's fair enough, but the notion that they cannot find any ammo in frigging America, where there's like more than 300 million guns, is ridiculous.
It's a campsite. Couple people. What am I missing?
It's not what we wanted to show you.
Well, way to remain coy and not immediately tell them what you want to show them and let them wander around in silence looking at the wrong stuff for 30 seconds.
I was telling you to be smart. Not afraid.
Is it just me, or is it not at the very least unnecessary, but also incredibly gross and unsanitary for him to have felt the need to hold on to that Walker skin suit?
And for Judith.
And my dad?
No sin here. But my god, this kid sounds exactly like the dubbed version of the kid from Ghost Stories. This kid never got the memo that a loud sound goes off, shocking everyone as he continues happily smiling away.
You're picking it up so quick. You're a natural.
There's nothing natural about this.
Okay, that's not what she said and you know it. You can be a real natural at something. Doesn't mean asking you to learn to read is natural. It's a play on words. Ugh!
What have you done in the past however many years you've been here, huh?
Negan, get back to work. Hey, you're supposed to keep your distance.
Someone found a skin.
What does alert mean?
What is the point in having his guard warn him to get back to work and telling her to keep her distance? Then when he doesn't get back to work and she in fact gets closer, he doesn't say anything.
Anytime, man. Or should I say God?
This is Eugene. I need to speak with Michonne and any of the community leadership at OS right away.
See now, this is where The Walking Dead just miserably fails even the easiest matters of continuity. Because just 19 seconds after the bang was heard, the woman came running out to get Michonne.
Michonne! Eugene's on the radio.
Yet on the other side, it took Eugene 15 seconds just to run from inside the house to the radio and to get in contact with them requesting to speak to Michonne. And that's not even taking into account his run to the house from outside and then up the stairs. Casually sidestepping how she was confident in her sister being out and about with Daryl with nothing but a pen and a pad of paper. So very confident was she that she said Daryl will be okay because he's got my sister with him. Yeah, it's definitely not though, is it?
You know something, when I worked in a zoo.
Did he just call Daryl son? He's like a few years older than the king. CGI.
They're walkers. We can still get the deer.
Oh, it's too late.
Why are we still respecting borders we never agreed to when Alpha isn't even here?
Well, for one, he only just told you about a mask washing up on shore and how everyone is now on alert looking for signs of them. And furthermore, she wants to spend all of her time out on the boats constantly. She doesn't exactly get the right to potentially trigger a war over territory while she's out at sea.
Sorry if I didn't want my best friend to spend her whole life on a boat.
Best friend? What are you, Zen? Should we have matching bracelets now? No, I could make some with fisherman's twine. Decorate them. It'd be really cute. Tiny little seashells. Oh, what's your favorite color? Green? Blue? Black. Definitely black. Should we make a matching collar for dog?
Dear Lord, we get it! They've done all of that training with the bows and arrows. Amazingly, they're all a fantastic shot, never missing. And there's still quite the distance between them and the walkers, and yet they let loose one volley of arrows and then go in melee style. I'm not going to show it, but Carol put out a fire with the blood of a walker. Like, are we being told that these walkers have blood flow equal to a normal human? Cut their throat and it will spew out that you've turned on a damn faucet?
Do you think I could wash up?
This girl is unnaturally calm immediately following a rather tense negotiation about whether they can stay the night while this massive dude stands there with a knife in front of them. A single minute after meeting him and him swinging his knife and them talking about fighting, and he's like, stay one night, don't leave the hallway. And she's like, right, where can I wash up, mum? One would think you'd be quite careful when potentially kissing walker blood, especially this early into the apocalypse, knowing that a bite or a scratch can turn you undead prematurely, and so you'd think intaking a bit of raw blood would be something you'd clearly look to avoid like the plague.
I don't want to be scared. I want to be more like you, Mama.
I've waited so long to hear that. And I hope that you will. Because if you can't, I have no choice to leave you behind.
She actively offers the girl her bunny, mentions how she's never slept without it, seems genuinely surprised, since clearly for years she's been giving her daughter the bunny every night, and then randomly says if you can't grow up, I'll leave you behind. Why? Don't know about you, but certainly feels like that line should have been stated after the daughter asked for her bunny or something.
What actually made her scream then?
Can't show it, but feeling the need to physically throw walkers into the walls rather than just continuing to use your very handy and sharp bladed weapon.
Hold on, big man. Mr. B.
I thought we didn't have names.
Not a name. It's a letter.
Actually, Big Man and Mr. B are both not just letters. It's also very close to this channel's name, so take a different name. Or letter.
You've been gone for hours? Are you angry with me?
Am I missing something here? Is his being gone for a long time somehow tied to any feelings he may have for this girl?
Well, you're different.
People who knew me before all this will probably say the same. She was dead the moment she was born. She was not like me.
She says, after stating early during the episode when she first met the guy, that other people would have been surprised who had known her previously to see what she had turned into after the end of the world. Meaning before it all went to pot, she was a normal person like everyone else, and thus when her daughter was born, she was very much like her, that being a normal person. No one in the distance seems even mildly concerned that he was pinned down by a walker. Truly seems like A, the dumbest way to make a point, let's throw thousands of walkers at them at a place where they can very easily defend and take them out, and B, they're really only screwing themselves over. They rely on these herds, they spend ages gathering them, and then they throw them at such a secure location filled with over 100 people armed with weapons.
Why she want to talk with us?
You crossed into her land. Again, you have to answer for that.
I'm just throwing this out there as a story-related sin. If you ever wanted the Whisperers to be a true danger to the group, you have to have done something else. I'm sorry, but I'd be way more scared of a group of bandits with weapons than I'd ever be of slow-walking humans who have a single knife on them. That's just not hard to beat. Especially when they're surrounded by walkers who will eat them if they react suddenly. Point being, they're just straight up too damn easy to beat.
Come on, man. Let's go.
Carol doesn't think to once call for help. That moment where you can't physically cut the rope, so you just quite clearly hold your arm still while the magical rope cutting sound effect goes, and it equally magically cuts the rope free.
I'm gonna need you all to leave.
He says, randomly, quite aggressively.
I went out with you today to protect you because
Protect me? I taught you how to fight.
Rosita.
Damn it, Eugene. You and I are never going to happen.
I was awaiting the glorious return of Hattuchusita the First. She's back!
The infirmary's only got beds enough for 4, maybe 5.
Okay, we could empty out a couple trailers.
Well, we can use Maggie's old office. Marco, Connie, Kelly.
Grab anything we can.
Oh, boo-hoo! Your suggestion wasn't taken. Get over it. Maybe help out.
Right. No, she kicked your ass out. Now you're just a freak.
Get the hell out of here.
Really? It's been like a year?
Maybe the Whisperers want to keep us fighting back until we get so tired that they have the advantage.
That is not bad, kiddo.
Which doesn't really work when you consider that literally nothing bad happened before they crossed into their territory. That's when the hordes kept coming to Alexandria, and that's when the meeting took place. They were actually gone almost entirely up until recently. Being so very confident that your mate behind you, who you're not even looking at, who hasn't said a word, is going to take out the walker right near you so that you can concentrate on those that are quite far away is kind of dumb. Just take it out yourself. It's right there by you. You're assuming she'll not miss, and it's quite visible in the corner of your eye. But I guess all that means nothing when you got to do some ninja moves.
Yo! We got our peaks! Get back in here!
Alright. Here's a good question though. Why do this right in front of the wall when you can take them out from above? Or maybe lead them away and slowly take them out? Walkers that are, for some unknown reason, far more interested in a piece of sheet metal than actual living humans right nearby.
A man like that, who's done the things he's done, killed the people he's killed, something inside him is broken.
Killing him now over this undermines the civilization that we have built.
What about the people who never got to witness that civilization because of him?
Anyone else find it utterly ridiculous that he now voted for Negan to be killed after he saved him during the last episode? Like, surely, if you want to have him feel that way, you gotta build that up. You can't have him save his life, help him out while he's blinded, and then have him being all like, yeah, but what about the people he killed? Yeah, 6 years ago, mate. Done nothing since bar save your life, and hers, and the annoying little girl.
Where the hell is all of this coming from?
You're not my lawyer anymore.
Oh dear Lord. That's terrible.
What? He's gone.
Pointless delay of anticipation when you're already frantically banging on the door.
My mother was right. She said you people put on these polite faces, but it's just a mask. Because when things get bad, when you get scared, you pick a target, aim, and shoot.
Yeah, alright. It was 3 douchebags though, to be fair, wasn't it? No one else was actively targeting her. Maybe the others gave her a bit of a cold shoulder, but that's it. Hey, how's that superpower working out for you? When you roll down a hill and quite clearly don't hit your face, and yet get up with blood and cuts on your face and mouth. Oh, very polite Walker going in hand first for a quick shoulder tap.
Over there.
Oh, really? What, those 2 walkers literally right in front of you? Not the ones half a mile away, no?
I'm not sure if you heard, but someone stole a crate of fish. The one from Oceanside.
Actually, we could use a hand in the infirmary. Much of the kingdom's still in recovery from the tree fall.
We're planning on leaving tomorrow, but yeah.
Yeah, he didn't say he wanted you to stay for a week, did he, mate? Forest Ninja Walker! They come out of nowhere and they grab you real quick. They don't make sense because they make no sound. Forest Ninja Walker! Not going to show it, but he very awkwardly pulls the walker's head off instead of doing what everyone else does and poking that cheesecake they call a noggin with their sticks.
You needed a second to wrap your gift.
How are you going to justify taking friggin' 50 seconds to get a baseball bat out of a bag, bruh?
There's more. I swiped it all from Alexandria. Was waiting for the right time to surprise you.
Oh wait, so it's even worse than I thought. He wasn't faffing around for 50 seconds trying to get the bat out to potentially help him. No, Negan was clearly struggling and this guy was like, oh, I'm gonna get his leather jacket out the bag. Oh, very CGI rocks.
Tomorrow. Okay. This one time, he takes me fishing, right? Fishing. And he's drinking, right? So he's fishing, he's drinking. He falls in the lake. Like, right?
You know, instead of saying, hey guys.
You know, if I was lost in the woods, just the 3 of them would want to come looking for me.
She gives him a look of like, really? Cheeky. But all 3 of the people out there right now are apparently master trackers, so why not?
You really think Kelly's okay?
I hope so.
What about us? That tree didn't fall on its own. It wasn't leaning or dying. The roots were healthy. If you don't think they're coming back for worse, son, you're not thinking at all.
This old man just wanders into the scene making so many assumptions that it's incredibly random. He comes in saying, you really think the girl is okay? He never said she was or wasn't. He said if I was lost in the woods, I'd want those 3 to come get me. He then follows it up by saying the tree falling was done on purpose, and if you think otherwise, then you aren't thinking. But he never mentioned feeling otherwise. So what's going on?
Or smoke inhalation from the fire might have triggered it. Let me just... It's fine. Now we both know what it means.
Oh, you can manage it. Acupuncture, hypnosis.
You can manage neck cancer with hypnosis?
Got a stash somewhere. Probably full of weapons too.
In what world would a lad think that she and the kid probably have a stash of weapons, but meanwhile never felt the need to arm themselves with said weapons when they go out and about?
It's a chick and a kid. Brandon, people are a resource.
Yeah, not them.
I cannot fathom the writing that goes on at the Walking Dead HQ, where just before this he talks about them probably having a stash and we should follow them, and then not 5 seconds later is like, yep, I'm gonna go ahead and kill them both for no reason. What?!
Getting our guardians killed at their wolves. Cut the enemy down. All at once.
They can take that sin back from the previous episode, since at least someone did address the logic behind throwing thousands of walkers at a very solid defense when they spent ages gathering them.
Let us vote. Anyone agree?
Why would you randomly hold a vote with like 7 people when they've got loads of guys?
You said you wanted another guardian.
Again, just like in another video, people are so cool about losing their lives and being aware that it's coming. Dude's been cut on the leg and arm quite badly, and he's coming to finish the job, and he's like, I've lived a good life, into the afterlife for me.
You said you wanted another guardian.
Yeah, but isn't that one now going to potentially take quite some time before he turns? And she wanted to leave like straight away.
Thwack! Snap your fingers right on his nuts. Keep those meaty fingers holstered up when my nuts are around.
Okay.
Well, this is getting weird.
More dangerous from here on out. That's what you said to me. What do you think?
I'm sorry, I refuse to believe that someone can be this big of a nut job and have managed to live without incident all of that time in Alexandria, having even been chosen as one of the guards of Negan, and yet as soon as he's out and about for a single day, starts straight up murdering women and children for no reason and constantly be talking about how much he loves Negan and his whole crew. I'm not buying what you're selling. He doesn't even check either of their pulses. Like, there's no blood anywhere near their bodies, and the guy seemingly took them out with a tire iron. Like, yeah, that'll hurt, and you use it enough, they'll certainly die, but they could just be out of it, especially with the previously mentioned lack of blood anywhere. Clearly wounded woman being held up and helped along, and the people at the gate be like, yeah, I'll open the gate, but you drag your own clearly injured ass inside without my assistance. Also though, are we being led to believe that no one spotted them coming and told the leader that they were on their way to the gate? What, was she just standing there chilling? They noticed her but never said anything, and then they opened the gate, still not saying anything, and only then did she inquisitively decide to turn around. Oh, who's at the gate, I wonder? Aren't those press to talk radios? Like, I'm guessing it's the one Eugene was using during episode 1, and that was very much press to talk.
Since the day you showed up, your fancy suit with all your fancy...
Do you really want to know what I thought that day?
Gotta love how no one drives vehicles anymore, or even smokes, but Daryl has seemingly an infinite supply of cigarettes and petrol for his bike.
There's a tiny part of you that's thrilled to be sick, just so you can spend more time with me.
You think I'm puking because I got a little crush?
No, actually. As cringy and terrible as that joke was, it was about you being glad that you're sick so that you can see him, not that you're sick because you like him.
Don't you think we'd make a bitchin' couple?
Son, I would break you like a twig.
Oh dear Lord, get on with it!
And if you need me to peek at Rosita later, just say the word. Happy to, you know, make sure she's on the mend.
Me!
Hey, you.
I think I need a house call, Doc.
I thought we were supposed to be in bed.
Yeah, supposed to be in bed, not running yourself ragged laying on the sofa like a mad woman. Would you do that though? I think you'd have to be crazy to give him food after the second in charge has just said no, and the 2 people in charge keep going around killing anyone who vaguely disagrees with them on stuff.
About what I said earlier, I am.
No worries. I get it. We're stuck with pre-industrial age meds and simple suddenly become a big deal.
Well, it's way more about you not calling on him after you had half the town's population in there sick and you're still being the cool dude taking on the slack. Like, there reaches a point where you cancel some annual leave, you feel me? Also, coming back to this, he's a bad guy, so of course he wouldn't seek his help, but that still wasn't his original point, and he never corrects him.
You put us all at risk.
We have to find that horde before it shows up at our gates.
So you decide for all of us?
Isn't he really jumping to conclusions? Or did they enter with the prisoner and immediately say to a guard, we went to look for the horde in their territory and we caught a prisoner?
My mom twists people, gets them to do what she wants, makes them think it's what they want.
Not because she's going around knifing everyone who doesn't say bless you when she sneezes and stuff then, no? Come on, girl! She killed someone who saw her cry! She killed someone last episode because they came up with a reasonable alternative plan and then lost a vote! I don't think she's twisting people mentally, I think she's slicing and dicing, though.
You have bread every day.
Oh. So after all of this time, he never once felt the need to say to anyone at Alexandria, by the by everyone, saw a girl dumping walker guts into the stream. Probably not a great idea to drink that water. Okay, I'm off, bye bye.
So, what's it gonna be? Honey or jam? Straw.
That knife is incredibly clean considering she just put some stuff on it and stuck it on the bread beautifully without looking. Not being funny, I can't spread anything that neatly and I'm physically looking at the bread. I'm not one of these professional non-looking bread artists. Get out of here with that! Just an FYI, if that was real, she would either have a broken hand or an extremely damaged hand after doing that. Not the greatest thing to do in that situation.
Cheryl?
If she's meant to be sleeping like he's been telling all of them to do, then it's kind of counterproductive to run up the stairs saying her name fairly loudly. Like, just walk into the room, and if you need to wake her, then do it.
Go home. You should be in bed.
No.
Dude's really gonna act like she didn't just have to dive in there to save him from drowning?
There's not a common denominator. It's not one that I can...
What?
Nothing. Go home, okay?
Gotta love how he gets this eureka moment about the drinking water and in spite of her only now getting a little better, doesn't tell her to stay away from the water for a hot second while he looks into it quickly. No, nothing's wrong. Go on home and drink loads of water!
Your mother told her people she killed her.
You said you wanted my help. Did. You used me.
Like, first of all, that's a hell of a reach. She just assumed that what? Carol knew he was being held there against his will and thus she could swoop in with the girl?
You're just like her. You said you wanted me to choose a side? I choose mine.
Secondly, goodness gracious me, that's the world's quickest turnaround. Oh, you lied, you want me to pick a side? I'm going back to mummy, you bunch of bumheads! Ah!
Open your eyes.
In fairness, for this show, credit where it's due, that was a hell of a twist that I didn't see coming a mile off, so take a well-deserved sin-off right there. I should point out that she's again either broken her hand or extremely badly damaged it right there. Also though, no guy's getting knocked unconscious by a woman weighing about 90 pounds and the guy is probably 5'10 and 200 pounds.
Doesn't matter. None of this matters.
Why aren't they doing that in the cell though?
You can leave right after the funeral.
We gonna trust a whisperer now?
He says this like that wasn't their entire plan for the past couple of episodes, to trust the word of a whisperer as to the location of the herd. Library Ninja Walker! She came out of nowhere and she grabs your leg. She shouldn't exist because she didn't react to sound. Maybe she was deaf. Another library ninja walker! He came out the bookshelf and reacted real slow. He shouldn't exist because he also didn't react to sound. Maybe they were from a learning disability class.
Hey!
Hey, man!
What happened?
This guy just came in out of nowhere. He saved my life.
Maybe this place is the largest library in America and he wandered off halfway across the building, or they really should have heard him struggling for a solid minute and came to help earlier. Also, are we just going to ignore the fact that he walked down the aisle and didn't see a walker, just laid there chilling out?
I'll take all of it.
Hey, I'm sorry. Is everything all right?
Sadiq is dead. So no, not everything is okay. We have to get to Oceanside and get back home now.
And if I didn't know any better, by the way she talks to him, you'd think he killed him.
Maybe Dante was right about us. We're not as strong as we think we are.
Based on what, though?
Look what people did to the world. And you think we can be good?
What? Is he saying people made walkers in a lab or something? What?
No!
This guy has survived the end of the world for what? 10 years? And now suddenly he's acting like it's day one again. No! Get off me, you smelly walkers! Get off!
Don't move.
Bullshit.
The book fell out and I picked it up for you, and it clearly belongs to the library.
Put it back.
Be careful.
Ugh, the idea of a little girl reacting like that to a grown-ass dude throwing himself towards her in anger. I'm just gonna move my feet slightly because he's gonna fall because he can't reach me, and he's definitely not gonna do anything else because I'm cool, calm, and collected.
He needed help. Even with what might happen to me here, I'm glad I did it.
That's a dumb thing to say. If anything, it would very clearly put you in good stead for saving one of their friends' lives. It's not a negative, is it? If you want to kill me, after I saved your friend's life, I don't regret it, because I did a good thing. But, if ultimately you kill me for it, then, alright, why would I kill you? He's one of my friends. Well, I'm just saying, I did a good thing, and if you're going to kill me for it, then fair enough. God, I hate the show's writing.
Hi! Yeah!
The idea that Daryl started running off after her immediately, and yet she's this far ahead with no one in sight after crossing the field. That seems both logical and sensible given the situation. Can you make it any darker? I can almost see something on the screen.
You got something? Groundwater's deeper in here. The water's coming from outside.
Can you turn up the walkers a bit? I can almost hear them speaking.
We can use those to jump across.
Nice.
Wait. Through?
No, she's right. Let's wait and take the helicopter out of there instead.
Why didn't you think of that before you got us all trapped down here?
Hey, it's not the time for this.
Why not? Seems like we have plenty of it.
Oh, very clever, but I think you know all too well that he's not talking about literally having the time to discuss it. Also, though, it really should be noted and pointed out that no one forced her to run in there with everyone else. When they followed, it was initially one-on-one, Carol and Alpha, but then everyone else went. She wasn't exactly required to also run after them. One would think that if she just wanted them dead, that the easiest method would have been instructing her people to take them out whilst they were surrounded, instead of leaving and simply saying, don't let them out of there.
The latrine is at the edge of the camp for hygiene, not privacy.
Well, actually, I just wanted to talk.
Replying with, well, actually, kind of implies that she's hinted he's there for something else. But she didn't. She just pointed out that the latrines were placed outside the camp for hygiene and not privacy. That was it. She never alluded to an ulterior motive or anything. In fact, to be honest, it's weird she mentioned the latrines at all, since all he did was rock up and make a pun.
Come on, let's follow my boys, come on.
Or the big old light you're holding and shining in their direction.
Just follow my light.
Well, This is peak level entertainment right here. At this point, I feel the need to say how incredibly dumb it is to build up her claustrophobia, only to have her be happy enough to snatch up some dynamite and run off back here to bury the walkers. Like, okay, she's scared this entire time, but now she's suddenly cool. Final sin here is for how plainly boring this episode has been. I know I give The Walking Dead a hard time, and that's my job. I take the mick and you hopefully get a decent laugh out of it. But this has just been insanely boring to me. Can't say much else. Take a rare episode-related sin. Forgetting that she's deaf?
We don't want our backs pressed against this mountain when they come. We can't save them if we're dead.
This girl loves throwing that toad all over the place.
Ah! I haven't. I don't.
It's amazing how much you say you don't know.
Is it? Because she's only said that she didn't know the spy at the camp, and she hasn't said that she doesn't know anything else. That's a weird thing to say, bruh. I think it would look a lot more realistic if he had blood in both eyes, since his left is clearly fine, and yet apparently his vision is completely full of blood.
2 rescue parties. Rosita and I will take the first.
We don't know if any of this is real.
Don't we? You said you were sure she wasn't lying.
I am. You all are hesitating because you're afraid of them.
Whoa, 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 don't go putting them all in one basket, mate. For one, the other girl hasn't said a single word, and the black dude actually sounded quite positive that she was telling the truth. If you're addressing Atejuzita the first, then just address her directly, mate.
We broke her. Completely. And if we can break her, we can break others. If you come across one of them, keep them alive. Start pulling teeth and taking fingers.
Even though you didn't do literally any of that to that girl, yeah? In fact, you actually haven't done that to the first guy who died from being poisoned by the spy, and then you just straight up killed the spy, so what are you on about? Man, really? Now you're going to go and show me that none of the blood was in his eyes at all? And if you think he must have cleaned it off, incredibly well I might add, then surely he'd have cleaned off the rest too. So she's just assuming he's in there because of a little bit of fresh looking blood on the sign out the front. He couldn't have continued past the building then, no?
I'm from Santa Monica. That was in California. My parents' names were John and Alice. I went to school, and Alpha has a way of making you forget.
You really don't remember anything?
No! She told you where she grew up, the names of her parents, but she couldn't recall the name of her school. That's a reach to go from the school to, oh, you can't remember anything?
Bullshit.
As opposed to taking that golden opportunity to ensure that he's dead with another shot.
You will walk with your sister again.
So they just walked straight out? No one saw them? No one stopped them? And even Atejuzita the First just laid there and did nothing yet? Oh, how extremely opportunistic that she should wander in there out of nowhere a mere minute after she and Daryl had both mentioned her. Seems to me to be mildly counterproductive to chant whilst you're doing this. Like, surely there's way more negatives to doing it than positives. Positives, you get a small war chant going. Depending upon the distance you're travelling, you will either be uplifted and get your pulse going, or be quite annoying since you've been doing it a solid couple hours or longer. The negatives are, it's kind of pointless, and if you cough or something because you're slightly straining your voice, they'll jump on you like a pack of damn pumas.
Who's that?
Never seen her before.
Just assumes that he's talking specifically about the girl at the back. One of like 8 people in view or more.
Now go! Before I see something I truly regret.
I like how he's so smart and yet never once thought it might be a good idea to schedule the talks at certain times or whatever, and instead just hoped that no one would ever head up there and potentially hear them talk.
Daryl, I want to fight.
Shut up.
It's Negan. He's with her now.
What? That's a massive reach, isn't it? Let's keep in mind, this isn't the first time that they've blocked a road before either. They did it before the massacre at the tail end of the last season.
If we didn't think we were gonna die tonight.
Wait. We're gonna die tonight? Tell everyone to gather up.
The horde's coming!
Why do loads and loads of rats all hang around together in the same place and then run around in the nearby vicinity of the horde, though?
I'm never gonna hate you.
Other than for cool-looking purposes, I struggle to see how Daryl was stood outside in the daylight just now talking to Carol, and now it's night, and he's only now grabbing a weapon and heading outside whilst everyone and their dog is already out there. Reckon he was having a last-minute nervous poo. So using up all of those batteries accounted for taking the noggin off of one walker, and the rest just got slightly burnt? What a hilarious waste of resources that little gimmick was. It's so incredibly stupid to do this pointless slow walk up to the fence. Like, just be there already. Instead, they're pushing against the barrier and they're like, no, gotta do our slow little soldier trot. You wait there, you sillies, I'm coming. I get arrows could reach that distance, and that's fair enough, but the notion that all of them fired arrows that perfectly reached and hit the wall is nonsense. Like someone is going to do a naff one that falls short. Come on, boy! She knocks this person out by lightly tackling them to the floor and then kicking them once in the stomach region, maybe? Maybe go back and actually finish the job!
Hey, you can't put her back out there. You know what Alpha wants. I'll never walk with her.
Such a change of mindset, though, after running off, having taken a shot at Carol or whatever she did, being all like, I hate you, you stink! And now she hooks up one time with her mother, who is raving because she's so out of it, and suddenly she's firmly 100% back on their side. Might sound cruel, but she should have shot her. She's incredibly annoying. Just saying.
It's enough that I let her come along. There's no way she's getting her hands on this kid. Move away, now.
Well, that was a very quick 30-second turnaround from you're never touching this child to, okay, you hold him.
And he meant everything to her.
So much so that she left him in the middle of a field to be consumed by walkers at the behest of a crazy woman that she could have just walked away from rather than giving up her child.
And she was everything to you, right?
So much so that she attacked her sister to protect the crazy woman and got her eaten by walkers. Ah, yeah, that famous trick to open a car door where you kind of lightly smack the window. Okay, let's be real. At this point in time, you'd be giving up on the bloody car that you'd likely think must be locked by now and go off somewhere else. Especially since they're all coming in one direction, that being behind them. Failing that, very easily take them out. They're very slow. Forrest Bay the human, he comes out of nowhere and he shakes you real quick. He doesn't make sense because he's a big heavy tall looking dude. Forrest Bay the human.
You're leaving?
She's ever so slightly moving away from you. Jesus Christ, who wrote that line?
Stay as long as you like.
So you're just gonna leave her behind? Again?
This wouldn't be so hilarious had this woman not herself once already advocated for leaving someone behind just a few episodes ago, where they were in the forest and they left the sisters and went home while in whisper territory.
What the hell is wrong with her?
I didn't ask you to do that.
I am so sorry if I'm just not gonna sit here and take that.
Things don't always work out the way you want me.
What does that even mean? She hits her because she's pissed at Carol. She says, I didn't ask you to do that, being a sassy Sasquatch as always. And then she goes and says, I'm sorry, I'm not going to sit here and take that. And her reply, things don't always go the way you want them to. Excuse me, what? What does Alpha say to Negan when he has an accident?
You proved yourself again.
One more time?
You proved yourself again.
I'm so immature, but it really does sound like pooped.
You proved yourself again.
Took you long enough.
So why bother doing all of that work trying to kill Alpha if that was seemingly just the plan all along anyway?
You couldn't have done that 5 hours ago?
Why would I do that?
Michonne would be good at TV sins right about here.
Him not to claw his way up the thing and jump inside. Just like his mom.
Either she just walked past that sign in the background, doubled back quickly and then walked by it, but this time slightly further away, or they just did an oopsie. When she bursts into this room, the dude is so close to her that he's getting all handsy. Like, bruh, back off. And worst of all, she's not even bothered in spite of being super on guard this entire time. And the moment she goes through a door, he's hanging on to her and she doesn't say or do anything. Doesn't even worry her at all. Remind me why he came along when he can't kill his Walker wife and Walker kids. Why would he even want to be there when it happens? That's so weird. God, he's annoying. None of these walkers fall to the floor when being pushed backwards, all of them just walking in reverse until it's time to tumble down like predictable dominoes. Just not realistic dominoes which would fall in the hallway, because they're dumb walkers who fall when pushed down, and not humans who can engage their brains and keep upright when being pushed backwards. I'm not going to show it, but basically Michonne decided it would make more sense to take out these like 30 walkers in a large square room where she can be surrounded, rather than a narrow hallway where they can only come from a single direction. Like, come on man, military leaders been using tactics for this situation for thousands of years. I'm looking at you, King Leonidas.
Jasmine loved that book.
Look, I know that this is hard and I am sorry, but I have got to get back.
My wife, whenever I had hard times, she talked me through it.
I don't care, bruh!
Look.
I wanted to ask you. It's getting dark and some of the buildings aren't safe. Could we do this in the morning?
How long have I been in here?
A day, maybe?
How are there fat people at the end of the world?
A day? Why didn't you answer me when I called out to you the first time?
He blows up at us sometimes.
Whole place is booby-trapped.
What's his routine? How often does he come around?
As little as possible.
He says he comes by as little as possible, but then also says that they didn't speak to her for 24 bloody hours because they thought they'd anger him by speaking to her. Also though, let's be real, haven't seen the guy with a gun the entire time, or hell, any weapon for that matter, and yet this group of 3 people are afraid to go 3-on-1 against him if he even came in, that is.
His wife and kids were inside.
I'm sorry, a dude locks me in a room for 24 hours for no apparent reason with no food or water. I couldn't give a flying fuck about what happened to his family months or years ago. I'm not going, oh no, when I hear the news all fake sad. Bruh. This is the worst damn episode of The Walking Dead, and I'm not even the biggest fan of the show, as you well know. This is terrible. It's not done very well at all, is it?
With that damn camera pointing at everyone. My babies.
No, not now.
You and your brother need me, and everything going on in Alexandria.
Mom. You have to go.
God, that's so stupid! Again, they're making the kid out to be all wise and smart when the fact of the matter is that Michonne hasn't got a single clue of where to look for Rick, even if she wanted to. Of course she's just gonna pop off and navigate the world to track him down for season 11, I'm betting, but in reality, right here and now, the kid's saying, you gotta do this, you gotta go and find him, but she doesn't know where to bloody look. It's just a dumb series of lines hidden under an attempted layer of emotional storytelling.
You're alive. How did you...
I'm sorry? Are these two dating now or something? They're being awfully emotional with one another, and I can't recall a scene where I've seen them utter 10 words to one another since she entered the show.
To believe in future friends and new alliances, but... after everything we just lost, I'm willing to be the fool.
All of this nonsense, and fails to mention the key factors that this is someone he's been speaking to for a long time now, and furthermore, he hasn't mentioned where their camp is or any details about it, so no risk involved in that regard. But no, just keep talking about how you were lonely and finally found a girl to talk to instead. Not showing it, but again people acting totally unrealistically as Beta holds the guy's face to the walker head of Alpha, gets his face bitten, and yet continues standing there screaming instead of doing literally anything else while his face is munched on.
So was your boy. You sent him away. And he never came back.
So now I'm being expected to believe that out of the blue now, Carol is suddenly struck with a case of the sixth sense? Okay.
He wasn't strong enough to make the journey. Maybe I'm not either.
Nah, mate, he was fine. It was you who wasn't strong enough, and as a result, you fumbled at taking out the walkers when in the past it would have been easy, and your horse's ass got a bite taken out of it. That wasn't on the horse, that was on you.
This way, friend.
I refuse to believe that a normally fairly sane person can be seeing the same thing that isn't there for like a solid day now.
Bullshit.
Maybe that's up to you. Are you gonna hurt me? Keep pointing the damn gun at us and you'll find out.
That seems like a smart thing to say.
Selfish.
Nothing says selfish like handing over your weapon to near strangers and helping them to find a car because you're so desperate to talk to someone. Well, that just seems like a dumb thing to do. Straight sin, that one. Him being dumb.
Alright. If you do this with me, you're gonna do everything I say, you're gonna stay right next to me, alright?
Daryl lets her tag along when he knows full well that all she did was leave a note back at the safe house, which obviously they would freak out about and go looking for her. So just to be clear now, everyone is just hearing and seeing stuff that isn't there on and off, yeah?
I just need a minute to think. Either you get us out of here safely or I'll kill you myself.
Well, that's a weird thing to say.
For what? I didn't.
Let's all just take a...
No. Our friends, our families are depending on us. She may not have anyone left to care about, but we sure as hell do.
She already apologised, got them out of the minefield safely, and now is the time she decides is ideal to go and have it out with her pointlessly.
And all day, I kept hearing that little voice in my head. It's me. And I know I should have...
Why the hell does the Walking Dead crew think I'll give a rat's ass about a brand new character telling me all about her troubles? Because I really don't care!
I hated her! I want to hate her, so screw you for telling me I can't even do that! Oh! It's not okay! It's not okay!
I can't believe we just left her.
Oh god, this kid is so annoying. I swear I never thought I'd miss Coral Reef.
What if you were lost? And no one could find you? where RJ was.
That's different, you little gobshite. You're listing family members and trying to compare it to an enemy. And the worst thing is, Daryl doesn't say anything about it. So, like, how did Beta know that they were at the hospital? Did a cat lead them there as well? This is all very weird. Also, though, it's the same hospital as the one where Beth died in season 5, and that's also a little weird. Also, I don't quite know why they didn't just stay in Alexandria, which would be super tough to break into, and instead went to a fairly easy to breach hospital, and, for all they know, someone could wander in and just take their homes since they left the gate open, or at the very least it could have been trashed or burned to the ground, and then they're even more screwed. So you decided that placing a flower on your missus' grave every day was only something that had to be done for a few days then, yeah? Why are they keeping this absolute mental douchebag in this show? I don't get it!
So Stephanie will not stay past sundown tomorrow.
She say that to you? Hey, you don't know. I mean, I thought I'd never see people again, and wow, look at me now. She's right.
She didn't even give him a chance to say yes or no. She just interrupted with, "You don't know," said, "I'm right," and then the other woman said, "Yeah, she's right." You don't know what they discussed on the radio. Hell, you've only known about the situation for less than 12 hours as it is.
It's not what this has to be. It can be something else. So can you.
Imagine having conversations like these in real life. She says she'd like to hang out and chat and not have things be awkward. And Carol says, "You need to be yourself. You need to find your own way." And she says she's not looking for another mum. And Carol and their friendship can be something else. What are you on about? I love how the walkers piled against this door, body to body outside, are able to just casually walk backwards as the door opens to allow these walkers easy access.
There.
Not going to show it for obvious reasons, but they showed the dead guy being torn to pieces. But the problem is that he didn't have a head, and they didn't really try to cover it that well. So basically, they either messed up a little and just used the torso with legs as a fake body, or these walkers tore the head off in 6 seconds. Either is sinful. I mean, come on, they're not a pack of lions, and it'd take lions a lot longer than 6 seconds to take the noggin off. Somehow the ex-Whisperer girl is unable to spot the 6'4" dude in the leather jacket and point him out in the crowd.
I can't find any of them.
Beta knows they're in there.
I thought that was the idea anyway, since they took out 2 attackers mere seconds before they could attack their group. I figured that'd be obvious that he knew they were there, especially when 2 of his mates suddenly got taken down. Man, oh man, they really do take it stupidly far. They show walkers tearing off legs at the hip and forearms at the elbow like they're pulling apart a lobster with no resistance whatsoever. Shockingly, the human body is quite tough, and no matter how bony your hands are, or how sharp your nails would be in death, you can't tear off a leg at the hip. The idea that this dude throwing this thing was able to hook that perfectly at night around the tyre of the cart.
Is Rosita now?
Why was this little girl not evacuated with the women and children? Extremely Maggie X Machina right there.
Fear nothing. We are free. We embrace our death.
As always, it's a no-show, but he pulled some rather large daggers out of his eyes like that wouldn't kill him, and oh my goodness, are you serious right now? CGI! No one ever misses these stupidly difficult throws.
Hey, Maggie.
Unless this kid is somehow the only person that she's spoken to since getting back, I call bullshit on no one having mentioned, oh by the by, Negan is now free and out and about, just a quick heads up.
Is everybody okay?
Herschel's fine. Don't worry.
Everyone else?
Didn't ask about Herschel, asked about everyone, and even if she did, that's an odd way to reply to a very calm and standard sounding question. Is everyone okay? Alright, chill, Herschel is fine, you worry pants you. Also, yes, everyone is okay.
Only tied the rendezvous.
I swear everyone in this fucking show mumbles so much. I mean, I legit don't even know what he's saying. I don't know if it's poor sound quality and or recording or just straight up mumbling.
Only tied the rendezvous.
All in tide the necro?
Only tied the rendezvous.
All in tide benide begro?
I thought I'd take him to Hilltop. What is it?
So here's a question. What have they actually told Maggie since she got back?
Negan was with the Whisperers that night. I wanted you to hear it from me because...
It was you? You let him out?
She just jumped the world's largest assumption long jump right there. My god.
You're gonna pick up Maggie's people, right?
Yeah.
I wanna come with you. You know? Keep an eye out for Connie.
Really oddly signing to a guy who can hear perfectly fine, and then even more oddly stopping said signing halfway through the conversation.
Hey, you okay?
Just a cut, but I could use a little help!
Oh, very slow reaction from Daryl.
It's not decided with Negan. Not yet. And what Carol did, she didn't...
Since she felt she had to.
I don't understand putting so much emphasis on Carol letting him out when before that happened he was out and about in Alexandria anyway, potting plants and stuff. Before that he escaped and then actually came back on his own, and then the stuff happened with Carol, but everyone is just focusing on the last bit, like he was 100% a prisoner in a cell prior to her letting him out.
You left your post.
As opposed to going up to her when she's in sight and saying her name, because why do that when you can grab a leg? Ah, maybe it's a walker!
We have to go.
I just had to check.
Understandable, but could have most definitely been quickly done come morning after they set out, and that way they don't all potentially get killed in their sleep because you left your post.
Kelly's sister. Is she still out there?
Would be a bit weird to check on the top of a truck and have Daryl say she's missing if that wasn't the case, wouldn't it?
It's them. They're out here.
We don't know that.
2 of our people are dead, Maggie.
Okay. Do only the people who are looking for you kill people? Because if so, that's spot on. It must be them, because they kill people and no one else does. But we know that's not the case, don't we? And so Maggie is right. We don't know that this was the people after them. That's her point. Tree? No tree.
Oh, shit.
Maya, get down!
Not gonna show it, but that girl was too stupid to have survived the damn apocalypse. She knows they're being shot at and gets yelled at to get down and just stands there looking confused. What?
I'll go around and flank him.
Says that she's going to go and flank the shooter, but then ends up coming in at the side of the gun position. Dude, what sort of trained killer takes his time to hunt them, taking them out from a distance, luring them into a trap, but then really takes his time getting changed, allowing her to cut herself free, and him to wake up and grab his weapon? I mean, seriously?
Get down!
Why show them the pin giving away what you've just done, though? Also, though, I'm pretty sure a grenade isn't safe at a 2-foot distance merely because you knelt down. Also, though, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't cause someone to effectively evaporate.
Hey, Mom.
I absolutely refuse to believe that either of them didn't see this kid quite clearly in view up this tree.
Connie's. I came as a surprise. Point, they were too tired.
So very confused by the consistent signing when talking and then just not bothering anymore after a few seconds of it.
You had a sister too, right? You were the oldest.
How'd you know?
I could just tell sometimes.
Bullshit. This might surprise you, but I'm dropping off a sin here purely because, and I made no secret to this, but I personally found the Whisperers a terribly lacking foe. I didn't find them scary, I thought their whole gimmick was really overrated and easy to defeat. I even had one person tell me why I'm wrong about them not being scary, and bruh, let me just say, if you have to explain to someone why something is in fact scary, it's not really scary. Anyway, sent off here for this new foe, a badass military type armed to the gills is infinitely more dangerous and scary to deal with than a bunch of weirdos in walker skin masks. So yes, they made a decent enemy.
I haven't spearfished in years. But you don't think I can? Give me that.
You'd be my guess.
That would be a strange assumption based purely upon him handing over the spear. I'm not going to bother cutting and splicing together their long-ass conversation because it takes forever and they take irritatingly long gaps between every half dozen words in this show. But I'm issuing out a sin here for this convo. It's just Carol talking nonsense. We lost Alexandria! Daryl points out that they in fact have not lost Alexandria and she says, not yet, and then talks about how it's only a matter of time till it's all over, as though that hasn't been the way of the world since forever. It's just kind of an annoying series of statements that don't really mean much. "5 years ago," when Daryl still looked literally exactly the same. Yeah, that bag definitely didn't make it all the way across.
Something tells me you don't really want to die. Not today, anyway.
You don't know anything about me.
You're right.
Is that really the greatest moment to be disagreeing with her? When she says, something tells me you don't want to die, and his response is, you don't know anything about me. Do you want to die?
I didn't come here looking for any trouble. Your dog found me. I was just trying to help.
You're tied up in my cabin with a 12 gauge pointed at your head. What kind of help you think I need?
Such a dumbass reply to his statement. Obviously, yes, you don't need help, do you, Mrs. Big, Strong and Independent Woman? But it could have been a kid, an old woman or something, anything. The point is, he was aiming to help, but it doesn't take a genius to understand that he didn't know he was specifically coming to help you, does it? She cuts that thick-ass rope with that tiny-ass little blade in just a few short seconds, and they don't even show her cutting away at it. It's like she cut a hot knife through butter.
I get it, you know? Being out here by yourself.
You've been out here alone for a long time, too, huh? Come on.
Man, these people really changed their opinions super quick. Literally within less than 60 seconds, she went from saying, don't give me any gifts, leave me alone, to like inviting him around for a cuppa. Okay, you can't even drop something real onto that. It had to be CGI.
What are you doing?
Taking it for a quick spin. Building Ninja Walker. As opposed to slightly looking through the door, because why be slightly cautious when you can fling the door open and run it without a care in the world?
Let it all out.
Oh. Are you through?
I don't get it. What are you laughing about? I don't know what it's about.
This bottle easily cost over $2,000.
The fact that people would pay that much to get drunk is a huge part of what was wrong with the world.
If you're saying that people bought an entire bottle and drank all of it in order to get drunk, then you're a friggin' moron, mate. Clearly you'd buy and have a little at a time. I mean, it's whiskey, it's pretty strong.
My name is Maze.
Yet another example of extremely poor field of view considering he came at him directly from the front. Also though, you don't go and kill off the T-1000 like that, that's naff, bruh!
We couldn't take him with us. He killed his brother's family.
Well, that's an assumption. He said he killed his brother. He never mentioned having killed his family. In fact, he never actually even mentioned having killed his brother. Oh, who cares?
No, wait!
Really? Okay, I guess. Oh dear.
Back up! Back up! Wrong move! You're hurting me!
Gotta love that dumbness. She goes for his gun and seconds later is complaining about, you're hurting me!
Princess, what are you doing? Are you there?
Jesus Christ, what a boring ass start to the episode this has been!
Please don't do anything.
You sound a little groggy. Did you hit your head?
What do you mean, did you hit your head? You were watching when they hit her in the noggin with their gun!
Come on.
The idea that these soldier-looking types use these carriages as prison cells and then didn't bother to make sure that there's not an easily escapable hole in the wall covered by a very thin piece of wood. Also though, in that fairly small carriage, she never once noticed this, and yes, I know it's kind of dark, but your eyes adjust real nicely. You're bored and worried for your friend, and say you want to get out there, so you'd have a super good look and feel around. No excuse for randomly not finding this till now.
What do you want from me?
We're done.
I gave you answers.
Get her out of here.
Why can't I see her?
No, you really didn't actually. You ignored, I'd wager, 70% of them, answered with your own questions for most of what you did say, and gave your name as Princess and said you were in Pittsburgh when the fallout occurred. That's literally it.
You're being a bitch.
I want to see her!
This guy stood behind her and holding on to her, and yet randomly when he hits her, she manages to go flying backwards.
We can't just leave them here.
You don't think I know that? They're my friends. I didn't mean it like that.
I know they're your friends. You don't have to be an asshole about it.
He's really not. It's very logical. He's known them for years, he's known you for a day or so. It's not difficult to understand.
What the hell did you just do?
No, a more important question was, how the hell did he just do that? I mean, did he see her go through the hole in the wall that she blocked back up? Then neither of them mentioned it, then the door began to open and he flew out through that hole, made his way around, got up into the train since they're fairly high off the ground, and then KO'd this guy? Jesus, bruh! Not to mention how these soldiers are just the worst. They never see the big old hole in the wall when it's uncovered, and seemingly he managed to take away the board, slip through and replace the board, because if not, the guy's entering a dark carriage and yet not noticing the light streaming through a rather large and obvious hole behind her. Man, it just sucks. That was terrible.
Oh my god, stop! Stop! You're gonna kill him!
I wouldn't worry about killing the guy when he's just pressing around his upper chest area, not got his hands anywhere near his throat. Okay, that's a good plot twist. That's fair enough then in that case. They can take back 3 sins in title. That's actually pretty good.
Maybe Ezekiel and the others will bring help soon and you won't have to make a soup out of rocks.
I hope so too.
That whole damn story, and that's what comes out of it. Him wrongly stating that the soup was literally made out of stones, when that's not what the story is about. And oh, why do I even bother? Just take the damn sin.
He'll come back. He always comes back. I don't though, do I?
Except that you very much do. Case in point, the fact that you're back right now, as you said that you don't always come back. You know, it's not a massive deal, but it just really feels like if they wanted to extend this season as they have, they really could have given us a bit more story. It feels like a lot is happening, and at the same time, absolutely nothing is happening, and thus it feels extremely boring to me. But that's just me. In fact, a few of these episodes have just been the same for me, lots and lots of talking, and nothing moving the story forwards, and as such, I don't really have much to write about.
Little pig, little pig. Let me in.
I think this is now like the last person who hasn't been imagining stuff that isn't there, so that's perfect. Every single person has just spent time with an imaginary figure like it's the most normal shit in the world. Well, no sins to be found in this genuinely very good episode. I actually liked this one more than any other episode from season 8, 9 or 10. They just really did justice to his backstory in my honest opinion, and that's worth a sin off. It's such a shame that after 11 seasons they still haven't quite figured out how to use a green screen effectively like any old teenager with a camera on YouTube. Walker's just sleep now? Walkers that have been driven to action by the fart of a field mouse don't hear this very loud padlock unlocking, perhaps because they're dreaming of a human thigh burger or something, because again, they're sleeping for some reason. You know what's sad? That this is a classic example where it's just incredibly obvious what's going to happen. Like, of course something was going to wake them all up. Also though, there's about 8 of them down there. Yes, there's a lot of dead, but I don't understand the reasoning behind not simply going over to 8 sleepy bye-bye walkers and then shanking their cheesecake heads all at once like Attitude the Second and the Deaf Girl just did in the other room. They're moving to another 8, another 8, because by the time you've done it 5 or maybe 6 times, you've cleared the entire place and have access to all their firearms, food, and everything else. Also, shockingly, the very loud padlock opening from earlier on doesn't wake any of them, only stirring one who was dreaming of skipping after a fat juicy kid, and yet Daryl's blood hits one, it stirs, and all of them wake up at the same time. These two aren't even bothering to get their knives out. Maybe to help out a little? They just stood there like a pair of plums. Like, we know a dagger is essentially a weapon of mass destruction these days. We've seen it like 8,000 times before. Just go on a spree. Also, I'm obviously not going to show it, but everyone is still Robin fucking Hood. So many headshots, absolutely zero misses. Like, bruh, people in the Olympics aren't this accurate and they haven't got zombies walking after them. I really cannot understand the logic behind standing in the middle of the room now that you have those machine guns. Like, head into a corner and delicately take them out one by one with them. You can clear the entire room in probably 20 seconds. It also makes me laugh that as soon as they get hold of a much better weapon, they suddenly start aiming at the damn torso. Suddenly they're not expert marksmen anymore, you feel me? I also feel the need to point out an inaccuracy here, because unless this building had a corner with 150 of them piled up, they've definitely cleared that room where they first dropped in. They killed like 18 with melee weapons, at least 35 to be taken out with a bow and arrow, they unloaded an entire pistol clip into them one by one, and then they've been going to town with the machine guns for ages. That room is cleared, don't be silly. Daryl here can be heard firing 3 bolts within about 7 seconds, so unless he's suddenly able to load 1 bolt every 2 seconds, that's not happening. I mean, back in season 1 he took about 10 seconds to do it because he was actually doing it on camera.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
So what happened out there?
We were on a mission.
Pause for super long dramatic effect.
You know what that noise actually is? That is God telling us to turn around.
I'm pretty sure he would have ran that past me first.
Well, that was extremely cringy, not gonna lie.
Why didn't he make any noise? Throat slashed so deep it almost severed.
Bit weird how they're all so quiet, and yet he takes one out that's clearly not dead, I mean, you know what I mean, and suddenly everyone is okay talking in spite of there being tons of bodies there. She had to take the mask off to look at the photo, even knowing that if someone came along, she'd immediately have blown her cover.
Somebody boost me up. You go up there, you're dead.
By going up onto the top of the train, he'd be dead? Does this guy think they're now climbing up ladders and stuff?
She'd be pissed if you tried. She'd want us to keep moving forward.
Apparently Maggie would be pissed if he even went back up for a quick look around because so precious is their time they can't spend, what, maybe a solid 3 to 5 minutes having a quick peep up there and at the rear of the train? Lovely way to work her out of the episode for now and give us a fake out death though.
Of you, which means it was in your brother's wallet, which means he kept the wallet on him in the apocalypse, possibly for 10 plus years. And who does that? He sounds awesome.
They just nicely skipped over the getting of the armor and the replacing of it and getting back into their cell with no one asking a single question too. Like, did they lock themselves in there after getting out of the gear?
Why won't you look at him?
All that is the shell of a man who died a coward.
It's a hot take, Father.
Not to be a dick, but the term hot take was first used in 2012. It's a recently popular term, not one used prior to 2010, which is when season 1 was set to have taken place.
As she was wheezing through an open, cauterized gash in her throat where her vocal cords had been ripped out.
No word of a lie, that story she just told about the guy who tried to trick her and the deformed men who chased after her and the armless and legless pregnant walker, that's far more interesting than anything I've seen in the show itself for the past 3 seasons. I mean, why on earth not have episodes like that? That actually sounds seriously interesting. Makes me realise how boring the show is. Is it just me, or why don't they go for the glass instead of the door handle? I mean, I get it for the other doors they've opened. You couldn't all get through the glass unless you're really skinny and small. But on this one, there's a chair on the other side specifically stopping them opening the door. So why not get the window smashed and then move it out of the way first? Guns and ammo are so rare, I don't get why Daryl wouldn't use his blades here, especially with the element of surprise coming up behind them. That seems like the most stupid way to do that. Don't get me wrong, it's the coolest, but is your average person doing that who wants to blow up a grenade in the next carriage? No, they're kicking him back, tossing it in and shutting the door, not wasting a few precious seconds after pulling out the pin, shoving it into a walker's mouth. He fails to notice them at night when it's all quiet, heading to him with flashlights on, and only manages to quickly put away his shiv at the final second. Just me, or does the heavy light glow from the camera here not kind of take away some of the realism from the scene?
You this morning. Thought we had a shift together?
Sorry, something came up.
You still want to do those shifts with me?
I still don't get why they're doing sign language and speaking at the same time.
Do you want to talk about it?
Talk about it.
Yes, clearly. By the way, if you're after a show that was similar to season 1 without the pointless and irritating drama and characters for the most part, definitely look up Black Summer. It's got 2 seasons, it's just raw, realism, super fast zombies who turn within seconds and don't get tired. It's unbelievably good, just no silly drama. I can't stress that enough. It's on Netflix, check it out if that's up your alley. As opposed to sneaking up behind her when she clearly doesn't know you're there. Also though, it's funny how people stop being experts at throwing weapons and stuff whenever they're up against a main character. That must be a right pain in the ass dealing with plot armor. Multi-story ninja walker! They come out of nowhere and attack you real quick. They make no sense because they make no sound. Multi-story ninja walker! Makes total sense. Nothing wrong with that scene. The idea that Maggie stands even the slightest chance against this big old dude. Dude's literally still breathing. That's harsh.
I thought you were a man of God.
God isn't here anymore.
In the previous season, he went off on a rant. If you catch an enemy, tear off a fingernail, do this and that. And yet here he captures one who is still very much alive for now and doesn't bother to ask a single question. Not about how many of them there are, how much food they have, and so on and so forth. Nothing. Just kills him.
This way. Come on.
It never fails to surprise me at just how often they find themselves surrounded in a pretty wide and open forest by incredibly slow-moving foes. Another prime example of someone literally holding their arm out to be bitten instead of yanking it away as would be the normal reaction. Well, okay, she really awfully and slowly bleeds it to death. What a bitch!
No.
Just,
No.
Maggie, if this plan fails...
For me, it makes no sense to have her tell the story about the pregnant walker, captured women thing, and build her as this cold-hearted pragmatist only to now have her be super caring over people clearly dragging her down. Like she watched the young lad kill himself and get torn to pieces. She said it didn't bother her because of what she saw on the road. It helped her understand what it means to survive. And now suddenly she was desperate to rescue the woman who had been bitten in the forest, struggling against Negan who was pulling her away, and she was being eaten by like 6 walkers, and now she doesn't want to leave him behind. I don't get it. This very well-trained dude just straight up misses the very much moving shadows right in front of him. And yet, Daryl, you kinda just sat there watching it happen, didn't you? I didn't see much movement from you there, dude.
Doesn't matter. We wouldn't have worked anyway. Couldn't have been happy. Not in a world like this.
Is that you talking on your family?
Like you've never done things. Killed people. I know the things you've done, so you have no right to judge. Not at all.
See, this for me is where the writing gets a little sloppy, because she said they couldn't have been happy together in this world. He asks if that's her talking or her family. Basically saying is that their views forced onto you. Maybe you don't really believe it, you're just saying it. Then she says, you don't get to judge, you've also done horrible things. This is me, the good and the bad. But that's not really what he was getting at. Certainly nothing about judging you. I'm not going to show it, but somehow these incredibly slow-moving walkers managed to catch out one dude in the middle of the street. Like, come on, man, they're noisy. Unless they're ninja walkers, that is. They're slow, they're not catching you in the wide open. Get out of it, you maggot!
Hello, I'm Lance Hornsby.
For some reason, when they filmed this, they couldn't find a camera that could film something that's been used frequently since like the mid-2000s, and went instead for this incredibly old-school aspect ratio. Still be treating walkers' skulls like they're jabbing an extra soft cheesecake.
Hey! You shouldn't be doing that!
As if this would ever actually happen.
If you don't stop, I'm gonna tell Rosita.
Shut up! You talk too much. No wonder your mom abandoned you.
Where the fuck did this little douche come from? All of a sudden he's appeared out of nowhere, all to be bully number 1 in the episode. Fuck me.
That wouldn't happen to be Rocky Road there, would it?
I work in the comms department. I could get access to the equipment, but to get official clearance, it would take a couple weeks. So
So, back to square one.
I wish her ice cream could decide if it wanted to be partially eaten or barely touched. You can't keep flitting back and forth at your own will. You're making the actors in the show look silly.
I can help you put it back together, Judith.
Me too. We all will.
This is so lame. I swear I couldn't literally care any less about this. Go watch Black Summer on Netflix, for the love of God.
Look out!
I love how they added a knife slashing sound effect, even though it never even touched him.
I can cut your hand off, you can do it yourself. Choice is yours.
Let's be real, it's surely a little more than a hand now, isn't it? Do they think they know how fast it spreads after a bite? Because I recall Herschel getting a whole lot of leg chopped off after taking a bite fairly low down to my recollection, and they did that within minutes tops.
You need some rest.
Oh my gosh, she can read lips. She's literally been doing that this episode alone. Stuff like this really bugs me in TV shows. Like, I get it if they're sleeping, I'll give you free license to cook up whatever you want, but she stood looking out the window and you're telling me she suddenly got a visual and audio flashback of a bunch of events from the past few days? I call bullshit.
Hey, you kill him? The two of us are gonna have a problem.
Military man should really know, you want to kill someone via this kind of a choke, you're going to at least only start to worry when he's passed out and he's still choking him out as tight. I mean, come on man, people literally do this choke in the UFC near enough once or twice a month, and the ref won't even stop the fight if the person doesn't tap until they're unconscious. And here this guy's panicking whilst he's clearly awake.
I can scout it out.
Take a squad. 3 of you. See if our friend speaks truth.
You want us to take him?
I mean, he never said that, but I'm guessing it'll probably end up being a yes, oddly enough. But to be clear, she said she could scout it. Old man said go and take a squad of 3 and see if he's telling the truth. And his reaction is, you want us to take him? What are you on about? He never said that.
Wait, what happened?
Even in a panic, it's random to think he suddenly picked up sign language in his sleep. This feels like the longest way to explain the situation. I mean, I'm just throwing this out there. Walker impression, point upstairs, tap on the wall and put yourself on the other side and do the impression. I mean, that would take what? 7 seconds or less? He said to take a squad of 3, but they went in a group of 6. I mean, am I missing something or what?
No, that's my job.
Always.
Also, I gotta say, it feels inconsistent at best to have them all appear in masks pretty much entirely from when they were first introduced till Daryl was captured, and now they don't bother anymore. So, to set the record straight, they wore masks constantly, at night no less, never taking them off, but now no one is wearing them, even though at least 2 of them have them on their belts. Yes! Finally The Walking Dead does something actually good. I like that. It's different, it's weird, and it gets them a send off.
Don't want.
You're either with us or you're not.
See, now things like this annoy me when people get also suddenly suspicious over tiny things, and like, I can actually genuinely let that go. Maybe the guy's a knobhead, so he is overly cautious of Daryl. That's fine. But then all he said is he's just trying to help, and when he goes off to search upstairs, her words to him are, you're either with us or against us. Like, I get it if he was arguing or doing anything other than being helpful, it's just poor writing.
She's with some guy who knew Michonne. They left in a hurry. Something's not right.
Stop signing when you're talking, it's really weird.
She's scared. She needs me.
And then she stops signing and just talks. It's so random, she can't do one or the other. She's talking to people who can hear fine and signs at them, and then stops signing randomly. Wouldn't this be the time to actually talk? I mean, I checked her wiki page and it doesn't state that either the actress or the character is a mute. So she couldn't just poke her finger through the hole, for example?
Never seen people this far gone. To herd us like prey.
She cannot hear you.
Piece of shit.
Kinda hard to believe that freshly made mask is that dry on the inside. I mean, even the Whisperers were airing theirs out for ages before actually wearing them, but hers is primed and ready and dry as hell.
It's enough to show you my dorm room.
You always lived in a dorm here?
Yeah, it's great.
Tommy, I'm sorry. I just don't understand why you wouldn't want the life that comes along with being a doctor here.
God, her pushing is actually irritating and sim-worthy. She already said she wouldn't mention it again, and immediately does so the very next episode, and in the show's timeline about 2 days after that conversation. It's annoying, man. The dude said he wasn't at all happy, now he's really happy, and still she's randomly pushing.
Hey, you used to love the job. I remember how you used to look when you saved someone, when you told somebody good news.
She literally answered his question during the episode I just mentioned, saying this was probably the most happy she's ever seen him, because he asked her, when was the last time you ever saw me happy? And she said, this now.
I like things the way they are. This place makes sense. There's order, a system. Okay.
Oh dear lord, she's annoying, talking like that as though she's being punished somehow, and it's like, yeah, okay, I get it. Meanwhile, she's been poking at the dude multiple fucking times. Jesus.
What do you think I did? I did nothing wrong, I swear.
Stop! I'm his lawyer! He's entitled to know his rights!
She was already a 9 out of 10 on the irritation scale, and I know what they're doing obviously isn't right, but shouting, I'm his lawyer and he's entitled to know his rights. Like what? Have you read their entire bloody constitution since arriving and conspiring with your friends and taking meetings over the past 48 hours? She hasn't got a clue what the rules and laws are. They're definitely not following the US Constitution, are they?
Where do they bring these exactly? I don't know.
You know, a sin just occurred to me. If you're punishing people and you have them on a work detail like this, surely you'd spare some simple armor to protect them from bites and such. I mean, you might be punishing like a brain surgeon or something, or at least in Eugene's case, an incredibly intelligent and useful guy. You really not gonna give them some stormtrooper shizzle to stop a stupid walker grabbing them in a house and ruining their future usefulness purely so you can punish them for something? I doubt it.
Buster first.
Eugene! Who the hell? Eugene!
Extremely rude.
You have no idea who you're talking to.
Eugene!
Oh, I think I do.
As opposed to using any other words at all. I mean, at this point she's reading a book.
You're part of the new group that came in, right? Yeah, I guess. I haven't seen my friends in a few days, so...
If you're not being secretive just in case by mentioning they're your friends, then why bother to answer the first question with an I guess?
I'm ready. Please.
Gotta give props to his skill shooting her straight on but managing to put the bolt in the back of her head.
You've had a hell of a lot to say.
Pope temporarily turns into a walker before snapping out of it.
You've had a hell.
And randomly pause after entering for dramatic effect.
Pope says God chose us. You believe all that?
Look, I know how it sounds. But when we had nothing, he gave us something to hold on to. We're all alive because we believed in him.
That's not an answer to the question.
Here, need to go.
Well, she weren't breaking that like that. This dude is amazing at killing people. He knows you gotta keep slightly slamming them into a wall. Just a little bit though, not too much. I tell you must have got his trade secrets from the UFC. They do the same thing. Lots of light pushing into the fence. Don't bother with fists and all that nonsense. Also though, one irritatingly ineffective way to go about trying to murder her, holding her head out in the off chance that one of those things might actually hit her.
Sorry, boss. Put a scorch in there. Every time call off.
No. Just gotta try something else.
I really wish they'd fix their audio. I can hardly hear what they're saying half the time, and then 25% of the other half of the time I'm mishearing it and it sounds like nonsense. Like, bruh, why you gotta turn up effects like rain 180% and then turn down dialogue to 4%?
Zach.
Grace, it's an emergency signal.
And why did she wait so long to use it? Basement flooding ninja walker. They come out of nowhere and they grab your leg. They make no sense because they come out of nowhere. Basement flooding ninja walker. Thank God this walker is just a nonce who's happy to hold onto a kid's leg rather than being a zombie and biting it. Lucky little kid. Lucky little kid whose name I've forgotten the show, different walker, is also a nonce. They must have been part of a nearby prison or something. Tons of noncy nonces, but two very lucky little annoying kids. Such a stupidly needless move when you're fighting for your life.
The woman.
Fine.
That makes no sense at all. Like, I get releasing him to save Maggie, it's dumb, but whatever, but then removing the bindings from him without being asked to, seemingly as a nice little gesture, is plain old weird.
Could have had a second chance. Go. Go before I change my mind.
He says, go before I change my mind, even though it was his plan to let them leave. They disarmed and agreed to go, and then Maggie chased after them and shot them, to which he was pissed off, but now he's saying, go before I change my mind, like he got wronged in that situation.
We gotta go. We have a lot to do before the masquerade ball, so.
See you later.
Seriously, talk more quietly. Also, I gotta say, they better be hitting me up with some intrigue and soon, because otherwise this is going to get even more boring than it already was incredibly fast.
You mind if I go with Espinosa? We make a good team.
Did I ask for your opinion?
Wasn't really an opinion, it was a request followed up with a small fact, but not really an opinion. Seems to be the height of pointless to have guards standing right there the entire way around the house, and yet when people are really struggling, they just watch. I mean, not one of them even moved a muscle, so pointless. It's amazing to me that all these people are armed with a knife and yet get into a grappling contest on every single occasion so far during this little test. I mean, even Atrejuice Eater, who's been knocking off zombies left, right and centre with unrealistic ease all these years, is like, hell no, not going knife first, let's wrestle! I'm going to avoid showing it, but she opted to rip a walker's leg off, then stab it with the bone.
Bullshit.
Then the one time they do choose to take a shot, it's when the guy isn't really even at risk all that much. Like he's holding it away with his leg. Plus he was right nearby ready to come to him. Wine Basement Ninja Walker!
You're used to handling things on your own, I get that. But that's not how it works around here. Sometimes we have to set each other up to win.
Really odd lesson to be teaching after helping someone else in need. Kind of backwards. You need to be a team player. By letting someone on your team almost get bitten.
I'll give you a decent life if you can cut it. And I want you to succeed. Just gotta get out of your own damn way.
He says get out your own damn way after he volunteered to do this silly team fighting exercise, essentially passed it. It was extremely debatable that he failed that, but whatever. And then no one tells him not to step in. So he steps in and suddenly he's only out for himself, getting in his own way to success. Like, bruh, if you want to portray that, maybe don't skip so far ahead. Show a little something. What's he been doing that's so bad?
Shame. My kids don't even know what mango is.
Well, maybe they'll have some one day.
My kid? Not anytime soon.
Do you maybe want to explain why specifically your kids wouldn't?
Want some wine? I hear it's really good.
Thank you.
Ah, thank God she's still in the show, though.
I hope you're enjoying the festivities.
It's such an eventful day.
Am I going crazy? Or did this girl not exist for many, many years without being able to hear and without people knowing sign language? I thought she read lips. She's been doing it for ages and now she needs a constant sign language translator.
I see you're hurting and I want to fix that. But first you have to promise not to hurt anyone else.
Anyone else? He hasn't hurt a first person yet, unless you're weirdly counting the painting of that old dude.
Didn't you hear what he said?
Yeah, that there were others. What do you think he meant by that?
Just a wild stab in the dark, likely 100 miles off base, but maybe that there are others.
But for what it's worth, I believe him. This place is like a city from before. You remember?
Yeah, I do.
What you're doing. This?
Hats off to them, they managed to make it about class. Only these people could go from starving and fighting for their lives every day for years upon years to having safety, food and work, and then after 30 days start whining.
Do you love her?
A strong affirmative. And she has said that she reciprocates.
Then relax. I'm serious.
Oh dear Lord, I'm bored. I know that might sound like a weird thing to sin, but whilst I'm here watching this and writing the script, I'm fucking bored, bro, and I had to say it.
We have a statement from his doctors backing up his PTSD claim.
Come on. I don't trust the military doctors any more than I trust the military.
You've been there for 33 fucking days. She's been there for just over a month, has a job, clearly is doing well for herself, somehow, and yet stands there making weird-ass cringy remarks like, I don't trust the military doctors any more than I trust the military. Have they had many dealings with you since they welcomed you in and kept you safe and fed your ass every day, have they? Were they very negative? If so, show me! Wanna clue us in, mate? Yeah, I'm in a giving mood. Take another one.
There were no city service cards on the street that night, nor was he wearing any sort of identifying uniform or carrying any tools. I found it very peculiar that the one person I knew was there the night she disappeared happened to have such a flimsy alibi. So I started calling.
Hey, what the hell? Get your hands off of me!
Get her an Oscar and then let Will Smith smack the shit out of her for acting like that.
Hey, there they are. That's them.
For some unknown reason, Eugene had a lovely big old smile on his face up to and including the old woman coming around the corner with the soldiers, and then is like, oh noes!
Dude, none of this is happening. Stephanie broke up with you.
Yeah, makes total sense. So desperate was she to no longer date him, she left the safety of the city walls to become a nomad?
Stephanie's work transfer order. Moving guys literally came and took her furniture.
Yeah, but like, okay, where is she though? Or is this place like legit the size of New York City? But even then it wouldn't make much sense. Leaving your job and literally no one knows where you've gone? That's not a logical thing.
I know Howard Field.
I know Howard Field?
I know Howard Field.
Don't know how I feel?
I know Howard Field.
I know how it filled? Of course, if you ask nicely, I'll give you one more. I'm not a jerk, you silly goose, you.
I'm gonna make absolutely certain that everybody knows exactly who and what you are.
And that's the thing you wouldn't say, because he could just quite easily have you killed right now. Instead, you keep your mouth shut, and then hopefully, if all goes well, you spill the beans. But hey ho, he's a moron.
Calling herself Stephanie. Using my words.
Got it.
My voice.
I'm pretty sure she wasn't using your voice. She probably just naturally sounds fairly similar.
I've met so many communities and I still can't figure out what makes some lucky and able to fight off the world while others can't.
Just putting it out there, I'd say it's likely to do with walls, able-bodied men and women, ability to produce and store food and water, and access to weapons. But what do I know?
Waiting for treatment. Same as me.
You're supposed to just die because the system is broken?
Not being funny, I'm 100% on their side. You do what you can to save those close to you. That's life. But to say the system is broken is kind of stupid. Like, they have a list. He just proved that by saying the hospital is full of sick people just like him. So how is it broken to use a list to save people's lives in an order?
The communities that we built are fair.
The Commonwealth is fair.
Yeah, but you drive a nicer car and live in a nicer house than everybody else.
Maggie acting like she wasn't living in the mansion at Hilltop for years whilst people lived in those trailers on the outside.
I know there's a lot to consider, but I mean, look around. We need this.
Yeah, you really look to be struggling for food. Bless your heart. 2 pheasants was the most food you'd seen in a week, and you're sharing that. Where's your secret stash at, girl?
After all that time we spent together, everything we told each other, how could you not know it wasn't me?
I don't know.
She's the one who said herself earlier on that she was using her words, her voice, and now she's like, how didn't you know? Maybe you could have mentioned your race. That would have made the ruse extremely hard to pull off with the white girl. I don't know.
How can I make this up to you? Will you allow me to try?
I don't know.
Can I just say as well, she's acting proper hard done by. Like, she also ignored him. She could have reached out dozens of times and didn't, and now she's the victim all of a sudden.
Bullshit.
See your shot. You need an escort?
Bruh, stop using terms from way after the world ended. Next episode they're gonna be laughing at memes of Will Smith.
You gotta go.
I literally couldn't hear what he said.
And I helped. I'm not letting it happen to someone else.
So you're not leaving?
I am. I have to help these people first.
Something that really pisses me off about this show is that everyone is always so damn moral over people they don't even know. She has no clue who that dude was, who his people are, yet now it's her life's mission to go help them out. Help them out how? I have no idea. She's got no food and resources, but hey ho, go stand near them with a supportive arm on their shoulder, I guess?
How long this time?
What do I always tell you?
It's none of my fucking business.
That's right. What would you have done?
Asked everyone what they wanted.
Maggie's straight up gonna kill everyone. She keeps taking her eyes off the road for 5 seconds at a time, like a lot happens in 5 seconds. Maggie also does an amazing job of stabbing him through his stormtrooper helmet.
It's Aaron.
Well, that was an awkwardly long delay. Did you think it was maybe his clone?
15:12, Christ speaks of a rich father's wayward son that selfishly set off to distant lands.
This goes on for quite some time.
We come from a community called the Commonwealth. We'd like to extend our friendship.
How did they manage to paint the cross on the building, though? Amazing that she found a seemingly infinite stock of nail varnish to keep up the irritating 4'10" wannabe scary persona she's got going on. In this circumstance, why wouldn't you possibly just have the conversation outside? There's no logical reason at this stage to head inside when you're totally outmanned and you might not be able to call in help. Plus, if you remain outside, you can have a friendly chat alongside keeping your weapons. If things go well, then you can maybe think about doing this. But doing it right now is so stupid it's not even funny within the parameters of their ruse because it makes no sense.
There's no way Milton doesn't notice. What happened, Lance? This seems like quite the misfire, Lance. No. I need a surgical solution.
Okay, so now I understand, but it makes no sense whatsoever to choose to involve one arm and one eye in the plan. Like, why take them along? To witness what they very much hope will turn into a bloodbath? This is on top of spending seemingly months pouring manpower and resources into making them trust you. All to blow it all and become the bad guys over some guns that you felt the need to involve them in?
That's on me. I need to make it right.
Okay. What are you thinking?
So they threaten each other. I'll take away your cushy life. Oh yeah, do you want to die? Then he goes, most of those troopers were kids. I have to make this right. And suddenly he's all in on the bloody plan.
Hey! Stop!
There's the priest in season 10. If you capture someone, cut off their fingers till they tell you what you want to know. Here's the same guy who stabbed an unarmed priest just 4 episodes ago, and now he's suddenly the moral compass of the group once again, just out of the blue. Suddenly one arm is the same. They all grew a massive halo out of nowhere and I can't remember when it formed above their holy heads. But it's okay to smash the face in of a soldier following orders or to save a dude on a horse he doesn't know.
I turned my back for 1 goddamn minute!
Yeah, but how are you gonna cheesecake stab his head when he's wearing a damn helmet?
What all the Commonwealth want with all those guns?
Okay, so firstly, you have no idea how many guns there were. All we've heard is that it was part of a shipment, so that's a dumb question. Secondly, they have a city of 50,000 people. Isn't it logical they'd need a lot of guns, or need a lot of guns to be moved around to different outposts or whatever?
New power for the lock.
Behind you.
As though she wouldn't be able to hear them.
We'll go find a generator.
It's all right, just hang on, okay? What's your name?
My name's April.
You know, I gotta say, it's really not much of a safe room if you can pretty much whisper and be heard on the other side of it.
I left because I gave a shit. I left because that's what everyone needed, right?
How'd you find them? And what is she to you?
And you're for Shin Yu?
And what is she to you?
And you're for Shin Yu?
And what is she to you?
And you're fortune you?
The place we're living now is different from any place we've ever seen.
No, it isn't. I hope that they might be, but they just want to swallow up other communities.
Well, now you're just talking out your ass, aren't you? Because you're talking with zero knowledge. Like, she's right, annoyingly, but she doesn't know that, and to be fair, she's not really 100%, even though the show will make her all of that 100% correct, because it's a city of 50,000 people. They're not all in on it, bruh.
They're like the Whisperers, they just wear different masks.
I know they're trying something poetic there, but it really doesn't land. One group walked around in walker skin masks, tormenting everyone they came across. The others basically live old world lives to the letter. There's a massive difference, and you can't just paint them as the same because currently a group of like 10 to 15 of them are acting like bellends. Basement generator room ninja walker! They come out of nowhere and attack you real quick. They make no sense because they don't react to sound. Basement generator room ninja walker!
Oh God. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Seems like an incredibly dumb idea to shut that door behind you when you have no idea how much juice is left in the generator, and when it runs out, you'd be locked in there for good. It never ceases to amaze me when they play off like they're in trouble. We'll spread their blood and then sneak out past them. But then when the shit hits the fan, it takes about 9 seconds and they've slaughtered the entire room. Why not just do that at the start?
What did he say to you?
You're part robot.
That's it. You got me.
That's a weird thing to say.
Daryl and I to steal cash from an abandoned house outside the perimeter. There was a woman there. They had done this before. They had sent civilians in, and none of them...
She's signing while she's not even looking at her.
Good. And I'll make sure RJ gets to his classes on time today.
Oh, you better.
You know one general sin I've never raised? This big happy community is just a little bit too big and happy in issue 3. One huge deal in this universe is that when people die, they turn. But that's seemingly never a problem here. I get in smaller communities, but in ones this large, where someone might have a stroke, die of old age, or have an accident and die and then turn, it seems odd that never happens. It's just a completely safe and functioning city by all accounts.
To your teachers, huh?
This kid's metal arm is acting up again.
People have died. More are missing. Your brother can corroborate.
Michael?
No.
Not yours.
I'm not a little kid anymore, Mike.
Says the little girl who almost got caught on the radio a few months.
He needs to decide if his arms are up top ready to do another exercise or down below leaning on the equipment. It can't be both, bruh.
He doesn't exactly trust me, you know.
But I'm starting to.
They can actually have a very rare sin-off here, and that's for some decent character building on Maggie. Like, there may have been a temptation to turn her around on Negan super quick, but instead it took a very, very long time, as it would. So yeah, I like that. Props to them.
And when this world fell...
This walker on the left is so confused. Oh, pretend I'm eating him, even though he's clearly wearing armor?
Ah, you never stop. We're working. Hey. You just... Oh, God, I mean, you even take it home with you.
Oh, no, that's... I got it. It's okay. That's fine.
We can recover any of their weapons. Follow the trail back to their camp, and then we end this.
On it. You ready, bud? As ever.
Why they just happily assume that everyone who entered their compound is dead, I have no idea. I mean, they easily could have spread out, but they just think everyone who entered all crowded into the house alone.
Leah. I think we should split up. Cover more ground.
So he thinks that his former special ops ex-girlfriend is out there, and his advice is to split up from the half-blind priest and the one-armed man.
Go, please. I'll lead Leah and the others away.
They forgot to put some blood on their stick.
And hanging around Pamela's neck.
I mean, when everyone finds out that she's not on their side, they're gonna question everything about this place.
What are you actually signing, though? She's reading her lips. She's not even watching her hands.
It's the aforementioned Brazen.
No, hey. It's okay.
She's deaf. Yet she reacts at literally the exact same time as everyone else to a knock on the door. I mean, they were synchronized like crazy. I get how you gotta do it this way, you want to do a first person kind of view, but it's so dumb because it only works if peripheral vision wasn't a thing, which it sadly is for her.
Investment in 1 year. What?
Bullshit!
never ceases to amaze me just how terrible we're supposed to believe they all are with knives. I mean, they love their giant overarm swings with the blades. They can't use them as intended, straight shots, because then it'd be over fairly quickly. Because why deliver an easy killing blow to your enemy when you can slightly knee her instead?
Fan out. Check every window, doorway, stairway, and hallway.
So not the rooms then, no? Just literally every other part of the building aside from the rooms and the roof and basement? Daryl has a more than clear view of the hallway from his position, and she is staring into his eyes, and yet clearly he doesn't give her any sign that it's friendlies rounding the corner, which might have led to One Eye getting cheesecake to the head.
And if he has his people go after our families in the meantime?
Carol's there. So is Rosita, Jerry, Ezekiel. We have to hope they can handle it.
We gotta hope that those 4 people can take on an army coming after our families. I mean, this is The Walking Dead. Every main character is automatically worth 100 extras. So I laugh, but it could be done.
Alright, let's get this over with.
Seems like a really odd choice to keep your weapons in the rear of the car where it's just straight up harder to get to it. There's a reason why US police keep them on them or in the center behind them. And I'm not just talking about walkers, I'm talking about an ambush. You don't want to have to go into the back to arm up. Street ninja walkers, they walk on right up to you and somehow grab you. It's not even stuff anymore because it's in plain sight. Street ninja workers. He gets shot in the shoulder about 60 seconds ago and now is perfectly capable of using his arm for a nice big old full range of motion. It's almost like he wasn't really shot at all.
Right, cut him off up ahead. Bullshit.
We want justice!
We want justice!
Yeah, we want justice now. We want justice now. You tell them, guys.
I don't want to leave. These people need our help.
I tell you, I'm so bored of their savior attitude to everything.
2, I will find the real culprits and bring them to justice.
Hey, Walking Dead! Psst! You forgot to play our voice outside during that whole conversation. Couldn't hear it at all like we could at the start, you silly forgetful goose, you.
We got rules here. Oh, rules. Right. Well, if no one else is playing by those rules, then why are you?
This plays as an impactful statement to him for some reason, because as far as he is aware, they are safe right now and everyone is playing by the rules or the law. So he has no reason to be won over by an argument that right now isn't based on reality in any way. Literally everyone is fine right now.
My dad's a good cook wherever he is.
Weird brag, but okay.
Alright, you guys get up. We gotta move.
But breakfast.
No, we'll come back later.
One would think that with all of her prior experience of dealing with horrific situations and danger around every corner, that when told, in all seriousness, to get ready to move, she wouldn't be like, but breakfast! Lingen still leaning.
From Hornsby as follows.
Their plans are always so dumb, he could have easily gotten his message out there. Could have easily fired on her, but wait. They're just lucky all the time. Thick plot armor.
I mean, this doesn't seem like the kind of place that you can just stroll out the front gate hand in hand.
That's why me and you are gonna go try to get some insurance.
That's why we need you and your train for some insurance?
That's why me and you are gonna go try to get some insurance.
That's why we need Eurigo Transit in insurance? I love guessing what they're saying.
And if things go bad here, I want a strong exit plan for you guys.
You guys.
Come on, Magna, you know I can't leave Tommy.
If the time comes to go, then we're all going. Even if I have to drag you and Tommy along.
You are so stubborn.
Says the woman who just got finished saying that she refuses to leave without her brother. Dude literally could have caught them if he wasn't so passionate about only moving directly forwards in his life and never going around things. But hey, who am I to judge?
Hi. Anything?
That's edited so poorly, he wasn't even fully in view yet and he's calling out to him?
Not without them spotting us.
Unless they never see us coming.
Imagine being this cringe in real life that you don't tell them your plan, you just kind of look off into the distance at the road, confusing everyone. Just all nice and confusing like. Yeah, just really in plain view, right in front of the guy. What was he even doing up there that caused all of that stuff to fall down? Was he like randomly grabbing his foot along the edge?
Found him! Sebastian's here! He's over here!
You guys go, I'll take care of this.
I found him!
Whoa. You are mistaken.
Soldier approaching these two, and even though one of them is yelling about having found the kid and the soldier is meant to be on their side, he just randomly attacks Negan after he's already been attacked.
This is for your own protection! Just shut the hell up and listen for a second!
Might be more convincing if you weren't using a very loud megaphone when there's a horde nearby. I mean, I can't think of any other reason why you'd make a fuss about people being out in the streets at that time.
Fine. Clear them.
My god, this story could be so incredibly stupid. They all just stand around there and get gassed. Then I'm wondering why they'd do that when the walkers are so close to the walls you can literally hear them, and yet you make everyone scream by pelting them with gas. It's so dumb. How did you manage to do that? As opposed to using your weapon to help. Meanwhile, when he got shot, didn't really care.
How many of my men have you gotten killed?
Oh, Mercer. I thought you realized by now. They're not your men.
Don't really understand this statement when you're in cuffs and they're following his orders?
Back's all set. I'll grab us some water.
Yeah, we get it. It's interracial couple number 174. In this universe, only about 3% of humans fancy people of their own race.
Even if I didn't know what was really going on, I definitely knew Sebastian was bad news, and I just went along with it. You don't know what it's like to feel that kind of guilt.
Oddly baseless assumption.
Well. How the turntables.
This were all the times I got you out of a cell.
I'm a mite surprised you're not able to do the same for yourself.
Who says I'm not?
The fact that you're in there?
Stand down! Stand down!
You gotta love how, when they're looking for him, they tracked him down like they were bloodhounds, but now they're after him, and because he wants to get at her, everyone just ignores him now. When you save your tasty treat literally for upcoming symbolism purposes.
You're supposed to protect me!
My job is to protect the Commonwealth now.
When you're so very dedicated to trying to throw garbage at her that you miss the fact that there are loads of walkers fairly close to you now, and everyone behind you is screaming, and you're like, no! I got my half-drunk milkshake, and I got her head as my target! Screw the walkers eating people behind me, they can wait! Also though, the idea that these walkers going so slow, as always, manage to catch anyone unawares. They're so slow, and it's an open area, yet they managed to nab like 7 people already. Also, take a sin here for the final time for this, because over the years, I've had people say to me, when someone is only newly affected by the virus, that's why they ran and were semi-smart in season 1. Yet here, they've only just turned, and they're slow as hell. One final sin for that. Clearly fully capable of getting up. Oh no! That's the worst one I've ever seen! He's so clearly able to get up, he even knocks her off, and then just stays there, laying down. Help! That's terrible. That's 2 max sins, that is. The mere idea that you'd ever have this much of an issue in the streets when it's like 12 walkers at the start and you've got guys with guns everywhere, dude. They would literally sort it out in like 60 seconds. That's so strange, bro. Originally, he was a high-up worker there, and now he's all like, Mummy, I need you. I'm sorry, if you want to sell that, don't visibly show her thumb relax. Where's the pressure coming from? Also, let's be real, that isn't hurting. If anything, it's probably a little nice. Before this, she scored a beautiful headshot, but with this dude afterwards, she's like, nah, to the body pointlessly will do me. But then, even worse than this, she then draws a knife and stabs it in the shoulder instead of its very exposed head. There's only the 3 of them up there now, no walkers, yet this dude in the mask decides to keep on acting as though he's a walker, moving very slowly, making lots of noise, instead of taking them out silently. Oh, well okay, colour me impressed. That was a walker! What the hell? Okay, this got more interesting, and I'm removing the last 2 sins for that, as they can both be explained away. TV and movies still trying to make us think that a 140-pound woman can take on 2 200-pound fully grown men in a fight for more than half a second.
Some more food to take to meet up with the others. I left you some sesame bagels in the back if you think you might like those.
They literally nab dreadlocks without making a single sound. Like no enemy in The Walking Dead has working arms. They never naturally bring them up like when you're attacked. It's down by the sides or nothing.
There's no threat.
Right now, I'm the biggest threat you have. I suggest you say goodbye to your guests and tell me what the hell's going on. I'm not leaving until you do.
Oh, it's so damn cringy. Like in reality, in this situation, I don't know why she'd think she has so much power. It can all be taken away in moments, and yet she's that confident. It's awful. I hate the writing.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to prepare for a press conference announcing your intent to prosecute Mr. Porter. Don't be late.
Yeah, but I'm the biggest threat you have right now, and I'm not leaving. I tell you, it's more soap opera TV than realistic styled horror. It's only gotten worse and worse over the years.
Go, get him out!
Personally, I'm just glad Daryl already completed the game and thus unlocked the infinite ammo machine gun.
Where are we going?
I told you I'd take you there.
Funny enough, that's not an answer to the question.
Drop your weapons!
Theatrics always winning over realism. Might look cool, but why would you throw the lights on and then raise your weapons when you know full well that's the 2 people you're looking for? She would have had to have notched the arrow from a relaxed arms position down by her sides and then fire it accurately within under 2 seconds flat.
Bullshit.
Ooh, very fortuitous guard falling into a coma during the trip. Maggie is strong enough to straight up yeet a fully grown man out the back of a truck. Maggie also escapes essentially completely unharmed from this crash.
Hey! 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 Over here!
This just made me laugh for some reason. Not sure why he went about it this way. Seems a little odd.
We knock on the door and say, "Can we see our daughter, please?"
Do you have a better idea? I'm all ears.
I've long been awaiting the grand return of Achatruzito the First, and here she is after all this time. Welcome back. Literally, forest ninja walkers. They jump out of nowhere and attack you real quick. They make no sense because they make absolutely zero sound. Literally, forest ninja walkers.
What is it?
My arm is dislocated.
Well, it would be after that extremely light shove just now. I mean, he barely touched you. I'm shocked you're not dead.
Pull it up. Okay. You're gonna have to put your leg right here. Right here. Come on.
Well, you might want to say foot and not leg for one thing. Dude has clearly never done this before and you're rushing him through something that, if it's done slightly wrong, will not aid you and will cause lots of pain.
Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2.
Yeah, do what on the count of 3, you moron? You said pull your arm up, he did that. You said put your leg here instead of foot, and somehow he knew to randomly put his shoe on the side of your tit. Like he's gonna get any leverage from doing that either, by the way. But then you don't follow up with instructions, you just start counting. The last instruction she gives is, you're gonna have to pull it up, and he somehow ends up pushing down visibly, and amazingly it all just works out.
You need to rest.
God, I should have brought him here. Do what?
Torture yourself. What good does it do? What do you tell me when I beat myself up? Quit bitching and move forward. Okay? Just take a breath.
Seems an odd time to bring that up when she literally wants to keep moving and you're telling her to rest though, dude.
Is that a train?
Can't be a train.
Dude has seen all kinds of things that the Commonwealth has got up and running, but the idea of a train, something fairly easy to find in working order and run when you think about it, is a step too far for his brain. Oh, very fortuitous guard just happening to stop right there.
We heard a train. Did you hear a train?
He's so stuck on trains. How did you find a train? How do tracks work? What makes them move and go woo woo? I don't know. Have you seen a train yourself? You haven't answered me yet. Carol has also unlocked the infinite ammo machine gun.
We don't know.
Not that that is at all pertinent to the situation at hand. Kelly and the others are being held at a camp. You don't know where the camp is? No, we don't right now. Yeah, but Kelly is there. She's scared and I can't lose her. Okay, but that doesn't really matter right now, does it? We don't know where it is, you dingbat.
We are gonna get our kids, take back our home, and make it right.
And Pamela's never gonna see it coming.
Who the hell pauses for effect for like 15 very long and awkward seconds? If I was Daryl, I'd be like,
we are gonna get our kids, take back our home, and make it right.
Can I talk yet? Or has this sentence got an end that's coming? Because I gotta pee? Do I wait?
And Pamela's
oh,
never
she's
gonna
talking.
See it coming.
He took me into the morgue where Sebastian was. All I wanted was to hold my son, keep him safe, but he was gone.
Why is this being told in a court when it doesn't pertain to a crime, though?
That wasn't my son. I know my son's voice, and that wasn't him. The tape was altered.
Hold up a minute. How can it both be literally not him and his voice speaking, but at the same time be altered? You wouldn't need to alter it if it wasn't him, would you?
Someone altered your son's voice.
Not someone, counselor. Your client. This enemy of the state.
You'd think being a lawyer should point out how difficult it is to alter a cassette tape, or you just go and look at the tape and see if it's been edited, and if it's gone missing, you can point that out. But why do that when you can awkwardly look at her instead?
Tyler, we know you stood up to Pamela. You want out of here as much as we do.
I want to live.
You know what's funny? In the last episode, they made out like they weren't even being allowed to speak to one another. But by God, if they haven't been allowed to chat in literally every scene since.
Your transfer's been denied.
My brother's been very sick. I don't know how long he has.
Then you should have told me directly instead of going around me to ask for a transfer.
It is the height of hilarious that this conversation had to happen right now of all times. Right in front of a prisoner.
Yeah.
They're closing in.
You can't outrun them.
Oh, you don't say, mate! You can't outrun them on foot with a weighed down carriage pulled by a horse on an uneven dirt road whilst they're on bikes and in cars? Nah, mate!
What are you doing? I don't know.
Clearly, absolutely no one was even watching the 30 or so prisoners standing right behind them.
Where the hell is she?
I gotta say, Achijuzita the First has some serious strength considering her tiny, tiny frame.
And me? Well, I guess I'm a Grimes too.
What do you mean, I guess? You literally are one, you flid.
Let's go! Come on, now!
She says with pure Achijuzita tootness, having only just arrived herself.
We don't need the others.
Not a we.
Kinda ironic to say that after specifically using the word we're.
I need you here.
That's crap. This isn't the future my brother wanted. Not what my mom and dad fought for. Not yet. What we're doing could help everyone. Just us, but maybe everybody everywhere. I want to be part of that.
She's gonna get taken along in spite of this literally being nonsense. He doesn't want a 9-year-old with a gun bringing this thing to a close, and she's saying, no way, this isn't the world my brother and dad wanted. We can make a difference. I want to see this through. Like, shut up, girl. You're 4 years old. Go sit down. Also though, one thing that bugs me is the character arc. She was turned into a normal little girl, drawing and stuff, and just 5 minutes ago, when told, quick, take cover, she's like, yeah, but what about my pancakes? So yeah, let's definitely have a scene where this little girl goes into bloody combat.
We've all been so focused on what's right in front of us for so long. You're thinking about what's after.
All right, you stay right with me, okay?
How the hell does that equal? Let's take her into combat against an army, though. Yeah, she makes a beautiful argument to coming along, Daryl, because she thinks about school and stuff after the war. Yeah, come along. What?
Sorry for what happened.
Thank you, but I don't have time for your sorries. I'm trying to get in contact with the guy who can help us.
I never understand this. If you're that busy, then you most certainly don't have time to say all of that other stuff right afterwards, which takes way longer than saying thanks or don't worry, we're cool.
Carl too?
You two are a lot alike.
He died saving people.
No, he was really annoying too.
Dude! Stop! I can't lose him.
I can't lose him! We've been in love for an entire episode! Aside from that brief argument recently, but other than that, we're so in love! You don't get it! It's been multiple days of being in love! These guys only really have one job, and that's ensuring that they're looking behind them and leading the walkers, and yet don't even notice one get into the back.
What the hell happened?
I also find it funny how they always have the time to use the radio during a crisis to quickly mumble some stuff like, oh no, it's all going wrong, and then it cuts off. Like, why are you using the damn radio when there's something bad happening? It's one walker, just pick up your gun, not your radio, bruh. This entire scene, thousands of rounds are fired collectively, and not a single person is shown to be reloading their gun. Everyone has infinite ammo machine guns.
Whoops, whoopsie.
Also though, I find the notion that she of all people picked up a gun and started shooting at them absolutely hilarious.
No.
Two sins here. Firstly, it seems incredibly stupid to place the gate opening lever outside of the wall. Who the hell does that? Yes, historically walkers cannot climb, but intruders looking to get in absolutely can. Secondly, as much as I like the whole walkers can climb and use tools thing as mentioned in the last video, I find it highly unlikely that they're now everywhere. There's like 4 in this crowd alone.
I'm fine.
Daryl, no, you're not.
Didn't she know? Daryl is far too cool to bleed. He just wills his wounds shut, like a badass would.
Get back and cover your head!
I'm clear!
Well now, they didn't even give him a full 1 second after he yelled that he's clear to blow the door off. In fact, they did it so fast he almost wasn't entirely clear. Also though, what did they blow the door off with mere seconds after taking out the walker in front of the door?
Wait!
Thank God he used his X-ray vision and noticed that his mates were about to turn the corner. Also though, mildly strange that he decided to only point the gun after a whole bunch of walkers had already passed, right at the moment their friends would be coming into view.
Thank God. You alright?
They've had to cover themselves in all manner of nasty stuff in order to go undetected, and he just runs up to them whilst the walkers are seriously close by, yelling and being all human-like. Like, bruh, I just had to walk in their blood for 6 miles staying dead quiet, and turns out they couldn't even tell you were a human? I've literally never seen thicker plot armor in my entire life. Not so thick after all. Okay, I'll remove that last one.
You may not think this place is worth saving, and I get that, given how they treated us. But it's worth it.
Actually, by all accounts, most of the people treated you completely fine. It was just them at the very top being typically evil. Also, it's not always just about the people. There's safety there too. Infrastructure, food making capabilities, and so on.
Hold the line!
They've got loads of people with loads of guns and yet decide to go melee style to clean up the streets.
Let's get that fuel down in the sewers. We're only gonna have one shot at this.
I don't understand why any reasonable person would deal with the issue in this way, wasting so much precious fuel when you've got loads of people with loads of guns. I don't know. So not only did they want to waste so much fuel, they also wanted to destroy their most expensive and well-kept houses at the same time. Oh, very CGI. I love Rick, but that throw and the bag was extremely CGI. Why not let the man throw a real damn bag into a real damn boat? Like, I get it. You want to squeeze money out of this thing. It's an end, but not really an end. I think Rick deserved a proper ending, but like I said, I do get it. That's just the final sin from me. Well, that wraps up 11 long series of The Walking Dead. I've been singing the show since February 2017 on my old channel that I stupidly lost access to when I cleared my cookies one day, like a moron. So it's weird for me. It's a long journey. Almost 6 years. That's insane. But I'm glad to have done it. I've enjoyed your comments over the years, and hopefully I gave many of you a great many laughs with my sins, my songs, my impressions, and my jokes. Thanks for watching with me, and hey, if this series does well on the channel, I'll definitely look at covering their other shows, like continuing on with Fear the Walking Dead's 2nd season and so on. Thanks again, guys and gals. See you out there. Chris Harris, Lifty, Corey Bosch, Hinakami and Water, Manuel Morales, Marquez, Nick Wyndham, Orkkeeper, Steelers, The Epic Commander, Adelitzk, Bird Without a Word, Blitzcloud, Brandon Krier, Deliverance, Emmanuel Gonzalez, Gaten 2000, Jessica Start, Kapan, Comfroig, Magnus, Nathan Burr, Red Moon, Sean, Sebastian Ramirez, Wesley Tabak, Wiccan Faye, Ali 50, Clear Lonely Jellyfish, Dark Lord Bloody Soul, Guru, Israel Caldera, Yoa Edvinson, Jonas Stahl, Jordan Samuels, Jaffa 6263, Kieran Robinson, Keldnock, Kevin Nelter, Conito, Laxus, Luis Cruz, Matthew Blanchett, 1928, Oliver Smiley Reacts, Saint Flo 25, Sentimento, Storm 970, The Elementator Wars.